Check, check. It's clear? Okay. Okay. A very good morning, everyone. It's good to be here again after our one-day break. I hope everyone has recharged themselves and come again for the second week of COP with a great spirit. I can see already all of you with smiling face and a big energy. So again, it's been a pleasure to be here to start the new activity for the second week of COP. And today's theme will be a youth day, which is a very important topic. And as we all know that youth is very important stakeholders to address this whole climate crisis. The youth are in the front line of the climate crisis. On the one hand, is the most vulnerable to the impacts of climate change. Their future, livelihoods, and opportunities are affected. But on the other hand, they are also hold tremendous potential to be part of the solution. They are drivers of innovation, advocates raising awareness and educating people, and also leaders, decision makers who can guide our path toward a more sustainable planet and people. So in the Islamic world, at least there are 350 million youth, which is the age of 15 to 24, nearly around 30% of the global youth coming from all the Islamic world. It's clear that youth are not only the key stakeholders, but also essential drivers for innovative solution for the climate crisis. So at ICESCO, we put a strong emphasis for this youth empowerment and turning their potential into solutions. For example, we have a Hub Accelerator program which empowers young entrepreneurs and innovators. We are aiming to engage with 150 new scale-ups and startups in the member states with clean tech economies. So we offer $30,000 with prize pool, mentorship and by international experts and 6 weeks acceleration program. This year we also launched the Climate Young Leaders Initiative. So this initiative we conducted youth climate camp initially in Indonesia, where various youth from Asian and countries and in the region participated. And we recently had the second edition, which just concluded last month in Sharjah, dedicated to youth from Arab member states. So I want to show you a quick peek about what we have been doing for this camp. If we can, I'm going to play the Yes, please. Yay, that's the one. By the way, our first youth climate camp is also working with our partner, which one of the partner is here with us today as well. I'm coming to that in a bit. So today's sessions, we are going to explore with an incredible group of panelists with us today, representing diverse fields from local NGOs, social entrepreneur, youth activism, and climate expertise. So let me introduce one of all of them to you. The first one, I would like to welcome Mr. Ari Adipratomo, the Policy Advocacy Manager of Climate Reality Project Indonesia. And the second one is Mr. Olimidu Ido, Executive Coordinator of Consortium of African Youth in Agriculture and Climate Change. He is also an influencer and youth climate activist, which is known as Mr. Climate. The third one is Professor Dr. Nihal Chabrak, the founder and CEO of Visiones. And then next, we are going to have Ms. Rutabat Tariq, Regional Coordinator of Faith for Our Planet. We have actually one more panelist, but when she arrived, then she can just join us immediately. All right, good evening. I'm sorry, good morning. I hope all of you are in a good, everything is perfect. You enjoy the cups, everything is fine, right? More or less. Yeah. So this mic is always like coming and going. So they say what we need to do is just keep it like holding, not. Okay. Okay, like this. So, excuse me for that. There's a problem. Okay, coming and going again. Okay, now we are good. Okay, once again, I would like to thank you all for your contribution to this panel and agreeing to come to ICESCO. Welcome to ICESCO. Okay, so I would like to start to talk with Mr. Ari. So in Climate Reality Project Indonesia, all right, now I think it's much better. So you are working in Climate Reality Project Indonesia, which is a very strong climate NGOs in Indonesia. The Climate Reality Project itself was founded by Vice President Al Gore, and it has a regional office in Indonesia. And you have been doing many things in empowering youth and to take action on climate issues. Can you share with me some specific strategies or programs that you've seen has been most efficient in mobilizing young people toward this climate action?
Okay, check. Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Fahman, for first of all, thank you and welcome everyone. It's been a pleasure for me to be here with the great panelists from other countries, Professor Dr. Nihal, Mr. Tan, and also Mr. Olumide. My name is Ari Adi Pratamo. I am the Policy and Advocacy Manager from the Climate Reality Project Indonesia. And I'm deeply honored actually to be here today at the ICESCO. And thank you for inviting me. And first and foremost, I would like to also thank for the good cooperation with the ICESCO, as mentioned before by Dr. Fahman, that we had what we call with the Youth Leadership Camp on Climate Crisis mid-year, this year actually. And then we invited more than 50 youths from all across, not only Indonesia, but also Asia and also Africa. There were some of the representatives from the Africa countries. So on the first questions, we at the Climate Reality Project Indonesia focus on the capacity building of the youths, especially through the program like the Youth Leadership Camp on Climate Crisis. We develop partnership with the ICESCO, and we equip the young leaders, not only in Indonesia, but also in the region, with the knowledge and tools needed to tackle climate crisis. These camps teach not only science, but also how they are cultivating their leadership, how they are advocating the issues towards the government representative, towards their own provincial governments. And also we engage young people through innovative ideas and also innovative activities, such as probably other of our other programs, including on the model UN. We created what we call it the mock COP. So it's very much mimicking the COP that we are having right now. And then we also have the Climate Cafe on NDC, National Determined Contributions, which provide a unique platform for the young people to voice their ideas for their strengthening the NDC. Because for many people in Indonesia, especially young people, NDC is something that is very distant from them. They don't even know what is the NDC. Why is it important for them? All they know is like how it's going to give me livelihood in the next 5 years, 10 years. How am I going to be able to go to my school, to my universities without any hindrance, without being affected by a climate crisis? That's the only thing for them. So we are trying to bring and translate the complicated issues towards the communities. And also we are actually conducting partnership with the local communities by engaging the local communities and actually taking the local issues. On the youth leadership camp on climate crisis, we always bring local issues. For instance, before the one that we are conducting with the ICESCO, we also had another sessions on the coffee camp, which is addressing how coffee is actually becoming adaptation measures and also mitigation measure at the same time. And also, we also strongly support youth-led initiatives. By providing mentorship and small grants, we ensure that the young leaders have the resources and they are able to implement their project through our mentorship. So those are some of the strategies that we are implementing on the ground and helping not only youth but also people in general to be able to understand more the issue of climate crisis. Thank you, Dr. Fahman.
I think I'm going to move to the center to get more closer to you guys. Okay, thank you very much. One keyword that I'm getting from you, the capacity building, raising awareness, and community engagement. That is very important in all this. And sometimes we need to tell people who is like translating, like what you say, translating something complicated words for like NDCs that they don't know, but into the more practical terms that they can apply and do this in their localities, right? Okay, thank you so much for your answer. I'm going to turn back to Africa, Mr. Climate. In Africa, or maybe particularly in Nigeria, where you are coming from, where the climate challenges are particularly severe because too many vulnerable communities in Africa region. How are young people leading these innovative climate solutions, and how does your organization, the place that you're working, supporting this initiative for the young people?
Yeah, thank you very much. Let me also stand on an existing protocol, inviting me to this panel. In Africa, most especially Nigeria, I'm sure you know we are one of the most populated nation in Africa, close to 250 million people, and we have nothing less than 80 million young people. And these young people are not only working on climate issue, but development issues. But when it comes to challenges, I will put it in 6 regions where we face the sea level rise, flooding, desert encroachment, oil spillage, and some other related issues that is affecting children and youth. But one of the biggest action that young people are taking, when you see the area of sustainable agriculture, you see young people working around making sure that they take back the degraded land, where we are doing more of tree plantings. And we're also looking at tech for climate, where people are using technology, even though looking at the local communities, most of them don't understand the tech issues. But what we are trying to do is to build a local tech options for people in the local community and making sure that there is incentive for this local action. So climate conversation in the country boils down to climate education, and is also helping young people to also drive innovative ideas. And one of other great outcome that is happening is that a lot of people are now started getting to understand the importance of taking responsibility individually, because when it comes to the adverse effect of climate change. It affects women, children, and youth. But one of the things I always tell people is that they say there's an adage that said, when two elephants are fighting, it's the grass that suffers. When the people that are the receiving end are suffering, meaning that there is no responsibility from the government. So what we are calling for is climate justice. We are calling for them to keep their promise and to make sure that all climate-related actions are towards supporting young people right from the grassroots, because the grassroots is where you can actually understand the importance of innovation that is coming up. So I will end by saying that anything for us, not with us, then is not meant for us. Thank you.
Thank you. I heard this word of innovation is driving the change for African communities in Africa. And also maybe I would like to point out that the urbanization rate in Africa especially is very high, but it can cause two different problems. The first one is because many of African countries, they are really dependent on agriculture, while now there will be a missing generation if all the youth are there moving back to the city. So also there is this challenges how the livelihood in the rural population can also be maintained, and the youth people in the rural population can give the impacts in their society as well. Maybe we can discuss about it later, but now I'm coming to the Professor Nihal. So Professor, your work, I heard that you had this work from the COP28 about the Great Green Action Initiative. You emphasize that effective climate solutions must prioritize development goals, including community well-being, while addressing all other challenges such as natural restoration and conservation. In your view, how can youth climate leaders in our Islamic world, ICESCO member states, ensure their initiatives create this dual impact, serving their local communities while also addressing the broader climate crisis in general? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Fahman, and I'm happy to be here with you to share some insights about how we can, solve development issues while fixing the climate problems. And I think actually it's very important to move simultaneously, because the example you mentioned, the Great Green Action, was an initiative actually that we launched at COP28, and the purpose was to create the conditions for nature-based carbon projects, which are nature-based solutions, to ensure permanence. And we noticed that this could happen only if you have on board the frontline communities. And so the importance, or I mean, my advice for youth climate leaders in the Islamic world is actually to work on, understanding the challenges those communities are facing, to understand their needs, to understand their aspirations. So actually it's very important to start with a human-centric design approach, where actually they are the focus and they are at the heart, of the design of any project. Because actually, if any project, any conservation or any initiative is going to take place, if it is going to be felt as a constraint and not actually as an enabling, initiative for them to be part of the development, then actually it will not succeed. And the other important factor is, for these climate leaders, for the youth climate leaders, is also not to think that maybe we need to bring new frameworks and to, impose those frameworks that might work, but not necessarily all the time is the best or the most effective approach. Because sometimes actually it's important, for example, to make the problems of those local communities understood by, other stakeholders. It's also important to connect them, to be the bridge between those, communities and, other stakeholders who might bring, different types of support. And sometimes also it's very important to amplify the local knowledge and practices that have been like there for many generations, and so they have been, or they showed success for a long time. So it's very important, like to wrap up, it's very important to understand that it's when we talk about climate action, it's not an add-on, and at the same time, it's not a trade-off. Either we do this or that. I mean, it goes hand in hand with development, and that's the only way actually to make it sustainable.
The human-centric approach and your proposal for NBS to be more and more NBS projects, I like that. And now I'm going to Rutaba, I'm coming to you. So you work a lot, many times with young people across different countries. You have a lot of experience with young people. How can these youth movements growing all over the world, especially in the Islamic world, influence in terms of the political leadership, advocacy, and to prioritize the climate in the policy making process?
Thank you. Thank you for having me, first of all. Before I talk about the how, it's important to understand why young people should be included. I think sometimes we skip that part before, and we directly jump into the policies and the measures to fix things. The fact is, and you mentioned in the introduction, that there are about 350 million young people in the OIC member states, constituting about 30% of the world's youth population. By some estimates, by 2050, this could be 471 million young people in the OIC geography. Just to give you some context, in the OIC, we have about 24% of the world's population, 2 billion people. Even if that 2 billion stays consistent up until 250, that means by 2050, 1/4, roughly speaking, just shy of 1/4, 1/4 of the OIC's population will be young people. That means including them is not a metrics of, a merciful inclusion. It's a necessity. They are going to be driving the thought process, the economies, the culture, the societies. So including them is absolutely important, and then training them accordingly to inform the policies is absolutely important. More than that, OIC geographies have very unique challenges that are their own. Number one, OIC geography consistently, they majorly consist of global south countries, number one. Number two, they're mostly agriculture-based countries. Number three, and this was the most comprehensive report done by ICESCO 6 years ago, we have about 60% of the conflicts in the world within OIC geography. We have a youth bulge in major regions in the OIC geography. That means there's something politically, socially, economically really unique about this geography that needs to be addressed. Now, to your question, how do then young people kind of hold their political leadership responsible, is by one, contextualizing the unique challenges within this geography, right? And that means taking into account what each one of you, by the way, said about grassroots realities with young people. When you go and work with them, they tell you that their immediate concern is food, employment, job security, education, and somehow climate still does not end up being a high priority for them. It's not that they're not aware that climate challenges exist, it's that they see something more tangible and traditional as an issue that they need addressed, which means the number one thing that young people need to do in their activism, in their engagement in politics, is that they need to create interconnectivity between climate issues and the traditional issues like education, employment, security, and all of those issues. And I think that's incredibly important. And we see that there's a disconnect in these policy challenges. So what's happened, for example, in Indonesia is that while politicians come and they mandate for climate policies, we don't see those reflected once they're elected. Right, so they don't see it reflected in their mandate, and politicians, by the way, are not sanctioned for not being able to follow through in their promises and commitments. So they do get into position, they get into power, and then they, all the climate commitments kind of fizzle out. And this is not just the OIC member states, by the way. In the US this year, in the elections, you had like a list of 14 different priorities: immigration, housing, and inflation. And climate change was like second last priority within the voters. Not only that, if you look at the patterns of voting in the US, they ended up voting for the political leader that has actually advocated to pull out of all of the agreements, climate agreements, and is going to pretty much dismantle all of the climate offices in the US. So we are also not sort of leveraging youth voices to say we will not vote for you, for instance, if you do not live up to your climate politics. So how do we create this this bargain almost in engagement between ourselves and our politicians to say we will elect you insofar you keep your climate promises? And I think that's part of the problem that's like massively missing in our equation. The last thing I think is really, really important is that we need more mobility and engagement between young people as well, and then the OIC member states. I think that's severely missing. If I were to talk to somebody from Tunisia or Bangladesh, I will have a lot more familiarity with what they're going through as opposed to talking to somebody in the north. And I think the disconnect within the OIC member states also kind of, we operate in silos, of course. What that also does is that it silos our knowledge and insights. And young people, by the way, make a lot of mistakes. We don't come with all the solutions. This is such a weird idea that young people are just going to come with solutions. No, we are ill-experienced. That is what it means to be young. And we need mentorship and experienced individuals to work with. And so one way to kind of overcome that learning gap is that we talk to each other. That I talk to my brother in Indonesia, and I talk to Mr. Climate in Nigeria, and so I can learn from their lessons, and I can make sure that what I'm doing in Pakistan with my climate movements and my policy advocacy are grounded in, excellent work and best practices from their regions. I'm going to stop here, but thank you.
It's very comprehensive. Yeah. So I totally agree with, in the Islamic countries, there is a very huge potential of the youth people, because it's already big and it's already getting bigger in the future. So even in some individual countries, the proportions are like extremely large that they are going to drive their economy and social development in the future. So I agree with you with how we need to prepare these young people starting from now to make them ready to when there is a time for them to take up these leaderships. Before we continue for the second round, I would like to welcome our fifth panelist, which is now with us today. She got a little bit delay from the rain, I guess, or from yesterday's break, maybe. I would like to welcome Ms. Jocelyn Ezekiel Mirashi, the Executive Director of Vision for Sustainable Africa and co-founder of EcoPulse Network, coming from Tanzania. Miss Jocelyn has also a very interesting career. She was previously a finalist of Miss Tanzania, turning into climate activist. Okay, if you are ready, I can give the first round of questions immediately, or you need some time to take your breath, or... Okay, Miss Jocelyn, it's good that you are here with us to give us this diversity of panelists coming from different countries. So, as a youth from Tanzania, what do you think unique climate challenges that people are experiencing at the moment, and how are young people in Tanzania contributing to addressing these issues?
Thank you very much. Tanzania is a diverse country with over 132 tribes and so many different religions So, one of the challenges that Tanzania is facing when it comes to climate change in youth, first of all, is knowledge. Most youth don't have knowledge on climate change. Uh, like I said, we're a very religious country, both ways, Christian and Muslim. So even when disasters happen, we tend to think that it is God. If it rains, it's God. If it rains, it's drought. We don't have, most youth don't have the knowledge or the exposure to what climate change really is. So actually what I do is to advocate and to give this knowledge to youth, especially the ages of 5 to 17, on what climate change really is and how we can tackle it. And also, when you cannot talk about climate change without environmental conservation. So one of the knowledges or education that we give to youth is the importance of environmental conservation in order to tackle climate change. I hope that answers your question before I go further. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm very happy to see there is like some initiatives also going on in Tanzania on how to address this climate change that is like happening all around the globe, even in Tanzania. And we're going to come to the second round of the questions. But before that, I would like to kindly request you to answer like more briefly because we are running out of time and we are going to have another sessions coming up. I'm sorry that we are also starting very late. Now I'm going back to again Mr. Ari. So when you are working with youth with all the engagements and programs and activities, what do you think is the most challenging to maintain in terms of engaging youth to be more proactive into this climate action?
Thank you, Dr. Faman. And I really agree with the previously with the Miss Rutaba, especially on not only preparing youth but also to support them constantly along the way, because sometimes being a climate leaders, what we call it as a climate leaders with us, especially the young one, it is they're having anxiety. After several years of advocating the issue of climate change, it's getting tired for them and they're having burnout. So it's not easy. So that's why we are providing not just, scientific support or moral support, but also psychological support for them. We have here Ka Arifa, Ka Hana, and in fact we bring our one of the youngest climate leader here, Aldila. She just turned out 16, right? The last month, yeah, if I'm not mistaken, and she has been joining us since she was 12. So it's nurturing and making the support sustainable is one of the area that we are supporting on there, and then lack of the opportunity sometimes for the youth to make them sustaining in their efforts to combating climate change is providing a right platform. Therefore, on an event like this, on other events that we are providing, we are trying to provide the right platform for our youths to voice out their ideas, to become climate advocates, and then to connect them with the right stakeholders. Therefore, not just preparing them, as mentioned by Ms. Rutaba here, my sister, and also with Ms. Jocelyn, preparing them to provide more knowledge to them, but also to support them along the way. It is one of the area that we always try to support, and thank to Ibu Amanda and all the tireless leaders from our Climate Reality Indonesia. We have more than 60% of our climate leaders are young people. Therefore, the sustaining support is one of the area that we are looking forward to be strengthening again, and then especially with the support like from the international organization like ICESCO, we can strengthen it again further and further. I think that would be my quick question, my quick answer, Dr. Faman. Thank you.
Continuous support. Sometimes, yes, it's when we are dealing with the programs or activities, continuity, like sustainability of the project is also a challenge for many reasons, because of the resources, because of the political issues, or everything. But yeah, we need to somehow to manage to keep supporting this. Mr. Climate, what role do you see the African youth in driving changes, like in terms of global climate discussion, particularly in the in the region and the Islamic world?
Yeah, thank you very much. I think one of the role the young people in Africa can start taking is to create more awareness and advocacy. It is time for them to give themselves to learning when it comes to climate education. And it's time for them to also start looking at how they can think big and start small. Because we cannot just be talking, we need to start looking at what are the actions that can turn to investment opportunity for young people. Because most times we have a lot of activists, but are they actually, getting something on ground? Even though we need to do more of advocacy, but how do we make sure we drive innovation on ground? So that this innovation can drive funding mechanism, can drive the attention of our government to see that young people are not just talking, but young people in Africa are taking action. And that action is action that is bringing job opportunities, giving them green jobs, and also providing them to have more voices across the value chain. Because the conversation of climate change is not only a conversation that leads to, okay, let's go to COP or let's go for, no. It's a conversation that drives actions on ground. Because those actions are the actions that we put food on our table. Those actions, the action that will make us to demand for accountability and transparency. So young people from Africa, it is time for us to start looking at how do we make our leaders keep their promises concerning environmental conservation, concerning drought issues, concerning displacement. So it is very important that we start talking about those issues so that our upcoming generation will be able to have something to leverage on and also to make use of to be able to build a future for themselves. Thank you.
Giving the stage to youth to have more involved in this whole climate actions and policymakers and everything. So, Professor Nihal, you are an academia, you are also entrepreneur, and you have a lot of policy work. So what do you see, is there any unique opportunities that you see from the youth in our Islamic world to create some changes? How can they effectively bridge academic knowledge, entrepreneur action, and policy influence to accelerate this to climate solution?
Yeah, I think actually youth actually have the opportunity because they are digitally native. They have that opportunity that we didn't have in our times to be able to understand the global, challenges, but at the same time being rooted in their communities, understanding the local context. And what is important is to always have this integrated approach, which I had myself. I come from academia, but I worked with entrepreneurs. I'm myself entrepreneur, and I also worked with policymakers, and I contribute to that. So actually, this integrated approach means that we need to have the knowledge. So we need to be able to understand what is happening is not just a hazard. It's something that is rooted in our in the era of anthropocenic, and then actually we need to have action. So transform this knowledge into action, into solutions. And finally, we need to have influence. And when we talk about influence, it's not only about waiting until this opportunity comes to us. It's about creating the platforms. It's about creating the language to talk to policymakers, to bring the perspectives of the youth to the policy sphere. So to create the channels, to understand the NDCs, to be part of it. So combining these three elements, knowledge, action, and influence, with all the skills that youth can have today, it's possible and it is needed.
Knowledge, action, and influence. That's such a powerful words. Now, Ms. Rutaba, what are the most significant gaps you see in current public leadership regarding climate action, and how can young activists work to bridge these gaps, especially at the macro level? Briefly, please.
This is such a huge question. We can write like reports on it, and you've asked me to be so brief. So, let me see how I can like make this more focused. Now, what I see as a gap is an aging political system and calcified bureaucracy. Right. What that means is. Apart from young people, there is an older generation of politicians and bureaucrats that are making it slightly more difficult than it needs to be for young people to work. And what more often than not, young people in offices and who are parts of climate movements, they just want to get their work done. And they're like, please, I don't want anything from you. I just want you not to make any more barriers for me. So we need to really think about how to make our political systems, our politics, our bureaucracy, our public initiatives much more easy to access and execute and implement. And this also might mean that we need to train our politicians how to engage with young people. I think that's something that we don't talk about and think about, is that the onus somehow falls on young people to interact with the older generation, but not in the older generation to learn how to interact with young people. So that's the other thing I would recommend as a solution to how to overcome this. This also means that I think, and I would highly encourage, that we need more young people in politics in the OIC member states. I think we don't have enough young people who aspire to be politicians, especially young women. I would love for us to have more diversity in our political parties, in our governance. I think young people who understand these issues can only be the best representative of themselves, right? It's somehow, I think, counterintuitive things is somehow we're going to speak to an old hierarchy and that they will somehow understand what we're going through. Now, I think sometimes you have to, throw the towel down and say, if I understand the problem of my people, right, then it is I who have to represent them. So I think we need more young blood in politics. The last issue last quick word I would say is that we need to think more innovatively about local realities and local knowledge. So, for example, you were talking about in Tanzania how there's a highly religious population. What if we talk to religious population through scripture? Right? What if we tell them the Quran, for instance, talks about environmental preservation? They don't need to be educated on technical language on loss and damage and NDCs. They need to be talked about how the Quran already talks about environmental preservation, right? How it's a spiritual duty, how we are khalifas, how we're stewards, right? So we need to take into account our local knowledge, and our movements need to be informed of those local knowledge. And last thing, and I think this is really important, when I talked about the issue of engagement and mobility, I think this is also locally, it applies locally as well. We need to be mobile within our countries, which means as an urban youth, I need to reach out to young people in rural settings. I think part of the problem is that we're becoming increasingly siloed and segregated in our society, which is amplified, by the way, by social media, misinformation and disinformation. We are so happy, living in our little bubbles that we're not breaking through. I think the number one challenge for young people would be how do we reach out to each other, right, in the next 10, 15, 20 years. So I'm going to keep it at that.
Okay. I second your opinion, especially about this gap between generational gap. Me as a millennial, sometimes it's kind of difficult to deal with Gen Z. Now think about how Gen Z dealing with baby boomers. So yeah, and involving youth to this whole political process, we need to keep pushing it as well and involving more and more of them into part of the system, right? And now, Miss Jocelyn, what do you think? What kind of programs in Tanzania that has been most successful in engaging youth? Do you have any like examples of program in Tanzania?
I'm going to talk about my work. So one of the most successful things or events that we have done is pre-COP 29, where we engaged with youth, actually not youth only from urban areas, but we got partners that helped us transport youth from really rural areas. And for us doing that, the thing that we wanted to achieve is some of us have the opportunity to attend these COP meetings, but there are a lot of youth, probably a higher number of youth do not even know what COP is. So what we did is give them knowledge, what COP is, what happens at COP, and also what we came to do at COP. We collectively took their ideas, which somehow we try to implement if we get the floor. And also another program that has been very helpful when it comes to education on climate change. We work with children, youth and young children. So we try to, like you said, break the technological terminologies into animations, into storybooks, so that we can, they're not only in English but in native languages. In Tanzania we speak Swahili, so these books are in Swahili, the animations are in Swahili, and we try to show them to different schools, orphanages. We collaborate with local governments in order to get this knowledge out there to the young children and youth, so that as they grow up, they grow up with this knowledge that environmental conservation is a necessity. Climate change is happening, and it's not up to a leader, it's not up to a sheikh or an imam or a pastor. Climate change begins with me. So that's the knowledge we're trying to impose, especially on children and young youth from the age of 5 to 17. Thank you.
Without our round of question is done, I would like to ask now for the closing, each one of you to give 3 words that representing youth and climate action. Got it? Ready? Starting from the left and then all the way to the right panelist.
Okay, it's difficult, but 3 words will be collaborative, empowerment, and also hope.
Energy, ambition, and fight.
Ooh, I would say cautious optimism. I would say a moral responsibility. These are not 3 words though, so their phrase is more like moral responsibility. And I will say engagement, more engagement.
Yeah, I think I should come up in another way is to say that keep your promise.
Mine will be knowledge, partnership, and empowerment.
With that, our session is done. Please give a round of applause for all the great panelists that we have. And I would like to also say that ICESCO is ready to support all of the youth climate initiative that you will have, and we are ready to collaborate in what occasions in the future to keep supporting youth. Thank you so much.
Hello.
حلاوه وشلاتين؟ حاطين الخريطه من غير حلاوه وشلاتين؟
لا من غير المغرب.
من غير المغرب.
زي العربيه لان المقر بتاعنا في المغرب. بنحاول
طب بس مش هنلحق عشان خلاص.
هم بيظبطوهم.
طب يعني الكليكر فين؟
كله حاجه.
طيب عشان هي معاها ولا
كل حاجه تعمل. كل حاجه تعمل.
طب الطلبه هيقفوا منين عشان يبقوا يقفوا هنا؟ لا عشان ما يقدروش على سبيكر يقفوا هنا.
Good morning, everybody. If you can put it on, turn the white button on. If you can put the headset, please. Headset, please. Headset, please. I know, put it so that you can hear me. Put this one. Headset, please. Oh. We are about to start, so please take your seats. الحمد لله كله خير كله خير تمام الحمد لله الحمد لله الله ينور لو عندك وقت تعالى انا رايح عندي حاجه في النيجوشيشن مع البريطانيه لو انا رايح حاجه من النيجوشيشن بس انا اشوف حضرتك خلاص مش الله حبيبي سعيد شفتك. If you can take your seats please. We are about to get started. Otherwise, you will not hear me. That's what I'm saying. We are about to get started, so if you can take your seats, please. دكتور ممكن على التلفزيون ليه بقى؟ عشان تسمع. مش تسمع حاجة. سارة بتسي برضه.
طب يلا. طب يلا خلاص هنفتح السيشن.
البتاعة دي هيجينيك نظيفة. أيوة طبعا. سارة لا
هو هيفتح السيشن. هتفتح
ما
السيشن.
تدوسيش حاجة هو شغال ما تدوسيش حاجة ما تدوسيش حاجة.
طيب خليه
تمسك المايك أنا أحسن.
Hello.
لما تمسك المايك ما تمسكوش من تحت.
الكليكر
ليه بقى؟ عشان بيقفل السنسور. مسموع عند الناس خلي بس ياخدوا بالهم. كلامك كله مسموع. هجيب لك الكليكر هيجيلك
دلوقتي؟
قريب منك.
طب ما طب انا ما بغلطش في حد
فريزة.
اهو اهو
قعدوا جنبي قعدوا في النص.
We're starting now.
Please.
Good morning. You guys are celebrities now.
Yes.
Dancing.
Dancing
National
on the
news. National news.
Yes.
طب خلاص.
انتوا ما عندكوش سماعات ولا ايه؟ اوكي. Good morning everyone. I'm so glad to see so many familiar faces in the audience. I would like to welcome you all here, and I would like to welcome Dr. Fariz Ismail Zada for joining us here today, as well Dr. Hisham Al-Askari for hosting us at the ICESCO, Dr. Sarah Al-Khishan, your mentor. This is your 8th session of a total of 9 sessions at the COP29, presenting your simulator in Baku. We have around 22 stars here with us today. The performance was outstanding over the last 4 days, let alone being now celebrities in the news and in the media. They're here at Baku for COP29 to represent the COP29 simulation and to summarize the outcome of 9 months of their research, negotiation, and voted statements. Perhaps we are the biggest youth delegation in COP29. Our sessions in the last 4 days were at the League of Arab States, the WHO Pavilion, the UNDP, and at our strategic partner at the university, which we performed the closing session of the COP. I can't think of a better platform through which those young people can voice their proposal. I can't think of a better platform for convergence through education, through a common purpose. I can see friends from both the University of Baku and from across the world forming over the last few days. 150 research papers were delivered under the supervision of academics and experts, covering 7 main themes related to the adaptation, mitigation, climate finance, technology, renewable energy, and also climate security and geopolitics. Today's session is entitled Climate Security and Geopolitics. I'm not a specialist on geopolitics, but I'm very keen to hear our students and their research on that front. I'm sure you'll do great. I would like to thank Professor Fariz Ismail Zada, the Vice Rector of Ada University, for External, Governmental and Student Affairs. It was a great collaboration for both universities and promised sustained and growth. I would like also to extend a warm thank you for Professor Hisham Al-Askari, advisor to the director of ICESCO, and a professor at Chapman University for his continued support and backing to our university activities. I'm sure he will have a very useful insight for students that will help them develop their work. Thank you. I'll pass now to your mentor, to the student's mentor, to Dr. Sarah Al-Khishan to take it from there. Would you like to say something first?
Just one sentence. Good morning, dear students. Good morning, dear colleagues. Once again, it's great pleasure to see you all. I have seen you at other university, but now I see you at COP Pavilion. And when I see you at COP Pavilion, I can see visually how much effort the university has put into your development, because we did not have access in the beginning to pavilions. And this team, the team of Professor Lutfi and Professor Sarah, they did not give up. They worked very hard to secure this access. And now you are among the policymakers, among the real, let's say, decision makers, government officials, people who are deciding the fate of the planet in this exact location. So this is really a unique chance for you. And I can only admire the efforts of the British University in Egypt, how much work they put into this project. And this is all for you, for young people, to develop you, to empower you, to give you a chance to learn. So I'm very happy to see you all here. And thank you to ICESCO team for hosting us. And all the best wishes to you in your future projects. We hope that this is not the last time we collaborate. This is just the beginning of our collaboration. Good job, really. I'm very impressed about your efforts to put so much empowerment into these young people. Thank you very much. Good luck.
Good morning, everybody. It's a pleasure to have all of you here today. My name is Hisham Al-Askari. I'm a professor of Earth Observations and Data Sciences, and also the advisor to the Director General of ICESCO. I'm one of the happiest people in today's event because for me, it's a double dipping kind of thing. on the level of being a scientist and knowing the quality of the British University and other university students and what they are going to be sharing with us today. But at the same time, as a representative of the ICESCO and having the privilege of hosting, one of the landmarks of the British University in Egypt for the past 3 years, hosting the COP simulation in Sharm el-Sheikh, going to Arab Emirates and here in Azerbaijan, and I'm sure that Dr. Lotfi is planning right now for Brazil next year, and maybe I'm putting him under pressure now, but I'm doing that intentionally. So I'm very happy and very proud to have you guys here, and really looking forward to hear all the great work that I'm sure has been exemplary between the British University and Ada University. Very happy for the collaboration and happy to host you guys here to represent some of your outputs of the COP simulation. And to Sarah, to Dr. Sarah.
Indeed, next year we are planning.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Lotfi. Thank you, Dr. Fariz, for the remarks, and of course, thank you, Dr. Hisham, for the hosting of this session and for your kind words. Again, thanking our great students for their deliberate effort and continued sleepless nights in Cairo, before Cairo online, and today or this week at Baku, to prepare for this session. Now we're tackling another. We have had the past 6 sessions speaking on many dimensions in climate action, extracted from the COP29 declaration. However, this dimension is, I perceive this dimension as perhaps the most important one, as it cross-cuts with everything. Geopolitics, international political economy, climate security affects all other aspects of climate action. Health, mitigation, renewable energy, of course, on top of everything, climate finance is all affected by the geopolitical dynamics. We all see how the geopolitical dynamics is now very, very dynamic in nature. We see the regional wars, we see the oil dynamics, we see the migration, we see the right-wing domination in Europe, we see Trump winning the elections. All this impacts the climate agenda dramatically, and it's expected. In some terms to accelerate, perhaps to impede. This is what we want to understand more from you and to hear your reflections. So please take the floor for the presentation. We have Jumana from the British University in Egypt, Alejandra from Bolivia, and Emilia from Mexico City to speak about this dimension of climate security, migration, and geopolitics. Please take the floor.
Okay. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, fellow delegates. My name is Jumana Magahed. I'm a political science student at the British University in Egypt, and I'm so happy to welcome you all to this session. So for this session, we're going to be talking about geopolitics, climate security, and migration. And just to give you a brief introduction about what we're going to be tackling in this session, we're going to be talking over the simulation declaration points, as well as 3 main topics: the critical mineral supply, technology regulation, climate mobility, and migration. So we're going to be tackling the COP29 simulation declaration proposals more deeply throughout the presentation. But I first wanted to introduce you to some of the wording in the declaration points. If you'll see throughout all of our declaration points in this theme specifically, all of the wording is non-legally binding, as voted by all of the developed countries in the simulation, namely the United States, the EU delegations, and very surprisingly, India. So you'll find that all of our declaration proposals are non-legally binding in this topic of geopolitics. I'd now like to introduce my colleague, Emilia, to give her presentation on critical mineral supply.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So first of all, I would like to ask all of you to raise your hand if you have ever heard of the term rare earth elements. So who has heard of it? Okay. Okay, you see, so it's not that a common topic, but it is quite important. So I would like to start with this statement. As we phase out of fossil fuels, we will need to produce cleaner energy, right? We will need other sources of energy. So rare earth elements are essential to create other sources of energy, such as electric vehicles, such as solar panels, or a storage of energy. It is quite important for that. So the thing is that rare earth elements pose a really significant threat to climate security because, first of all, China controls 62% of all rare earth element production. It not only controls the production, but it also controls the market, right? So if China controls the market, it means that only one country, notwithstanding which country it is, but one country can create disruptions in the market. And another significant threat that comes with rare earth elements is that the Democratic Republic of Congo concentrates most of the cobalt mining production. So only these two countries are actually giving us the resources that we need for an energy transition. Also, the US, while it's in a fight with China, in a commercial fight with China, is fostering cobalt mining in the Democratic Republic of Congo. So what does this mean? It means that not only they are fostering a production in one sole country, but also it raises significant threats on human rights and environmental degradation. So such things as child labor and soil degradations are happening right now in Congo. So as you can see, the rare earth element production is quite a difficult topic. So during the COP29 simulation in Egypt, we talked about it. And it was quite difficult to talk about it because the US has really strong interests in this topic. So as China, so as Congo, so as the African countries. So as you can see, the wording, as Jomana just said, during our COP29 simulation declaration was really vague. We just said, recognizing the importance of a secure supply of critical minerals for the energy transition, and restating that importance of water security to nations and the other people living in them. So not only our declaration doesn't talk about critical minerals solely, it introduces water security as well. It was really difficult to talk about this. We had to debate it for long hours. We had to, we really delved into the complex thing that is coming into terms with all of the parties. As we all know, COP as it is, works on consensus. So coming to a consensus when it comes to such a difficult topic was something that we had to learn. We had to learn through it. Also, the IRENA projects that increase by 2030 on rare earth element productions will increase by 41%. So if we want to phase out fossil fuels and actually mitigate climate change, we need to find ways that we can ensure cleaner energy without coming into terms with such things as human rights. Okay. And now my friends will introduce you to another topic on climate security. Thank you.
Hello again. So for the next key point that we're discussing, that's technology regulation. The issue is that unregulated technology disproportionately affects the marginalized communities within our communities and societies, including the labor, the working class, who cannot keep up with the demands of the developing world for the technology development. So as you'll see here in this graph, this is a graph from the most prepared for the technology development to the least prepared, and you'll find very logically that the global north is the most prepared and the global south is the least prepared. And continuing on to what Emilia was saying, the critical minerals needed for this transition are found within the global south, further exacerbating the issue of the technology development and the critical mineral supply. So what we call for is that we recommend, again, notice the wording, non-legally binding. We recommend that states regulate technologies through conferences, not just conferences with anyone, but conferences with the labor unions, with the working class, with the civil societies, with putting them into the discussions. And Article 6.5, we invite countries to implement efforts to diversify the supply sources so that hotspots have access to critical supply and they're not just dependent on one source of income or two sources of income, but more. On to our third and final point, climate mobility and migration. I'd like to introduce my colleague Alejandra.
Hello to everyone. My name is Alejandra Gonzalez. I am from Bolivia. Thank you so much, Jumana, for giving me the floor. So I'm going to continue with the topic of climate mobility and migration. As my friend stated before, the wording is really important. And now I would like to give some definitions and clarification about the meaning of this, both of these two terms. First of all, climate mobility, it embraces a very whole big definition. It includes climate migration, but it goes beyond. It can also include, for example, displacement or even like planned movement of people because of climate change. We should be talking about climate mobility and not just only about climate migration, because climate migration it's more a reactive definition, and climate mobility it's a proactive. So it also includes definitions such as like climate adaptation and ways to embrace this topic better. So about some statistics, it is considered that around 143 millions of people are going to be migrants across Sub-Saharan Africa, South Asia, and Latin America. I'm not stating that these regions are the only ones that are going to be affected, but it's the ones that are probably one of the most vulnerable. And in these regions, we are not considering the Pacific islands because there is lack of data. But in the next case of studies, I'm going to go deeper into this. So, during the COP simulation, we have defined that we have realized the need for redefining the terms climate migrants and what is considered climate-related migration to ensure inclusivity for all that are affected. This is really important because when we consider, for example, the 1951 Refugee Convention, we have realized that there is a gap in the term refugee for climate refugees. This convention only recognizes refugees when they are persecuted, and climate issues is not considered a persecution. So we have realized that the main challenge is that the existing migration framework does not fully protect migrants. An interesting case of a study, Kiribati, it's a small island in the Pacific Ocean, and it's considered that by 2050, around 51% of their population will need to migrate because it will become an uninhabitable place. The island only has like 3 meters above the sea level, so because of climate change, since the sea level is going to rise, there is going to be a lot of issues in this. A very interesting case about how climate refugees are suffering right now. I'm not talking about the future, but right now, it's the Tiote's application. So he is from Kiribati Island, and he applied to be a climate refugee in 2015. His application was not successful. Because so New Zealand denied his application because it stated that the convention, because of the refugee convention, he did not meet the criteria. However, he became a catalyst climate refugee for the law to evolve, because as we have seen, there are many gaps in this convention and climate migrants are not protected. This case illustrates the urgent need to redefine what is climate migration and climate mobility. And to address these new global realities, it's really important to protect these kind of communities. Now I'm going to move forward to the last topic, and this is climate security issues that it's related to climate migration. So climate migration can lead to political tensions, especially in border regions. A case of example that we have, it's the Lake Chad basins. This lake is in the in Africa, and it englobes 4 countries: Nigeria, Chad, Niger, and Cameroon. So since 1960, this lake has been reducing to over 90% of the entire mass of water. And it is reported that over 3 million people have been displaced because of this issue. Of course, it has a lot of consequences in terms not only of environmental degradation, but also loss of livelihoods. Climate migration strains border and resources and fuels conflicts over this land. For example, we are all familiar with the Boko Haram group. This group, it's an extremist group that has already been causing some political tensions in the northeastern of Nigeria. And because of climate change and this displacement, this issue has been go deeper, and they take advantage of these climate mobility issues and started to militate more people and cause more political tensions between these 4 countries. So in the declaration, we have encouraged the empowerment of United Nations organizations that are responsible for climate security. And also we would like to welcome the cooperation. It also involves like WHO and other UN entities as supporting agents in these times of crisis. Now I'm going to give the floor to my colleague Jumana to finish the presentation.
Thank you. Thank you. On a concluding note, we, as the delegates of the COP29 simulation model, we fully believe that we can achieve net zero targets as long as ongoing conflicts are addressed and that states all partner together to find solutions. And to give a quote by my university's president, Professor Lutfi, we need to not just focus on the macro level, but also on the meso and the micro. Thank you.
Thank you, Jumana. Thank you all for this amazing presentation. And I just have two remarks to say here before passing the floor to Dr. Hisham. The first one is about the power of evidence and data. And you see it now when you had the very early versions of the presentation, and we were discussing that you have strong arguments, but you need to prove them to the audience to put your case in a way that is convincing. So now, after this much developed version, you understand the power of data and the evidence that you put and the case studies that you're providing in making your argument much more stronger. And this is commendable, and I commend you for doing this, and I also ask all our COP simulation delegates to follow this approach. The second thing is about the idea of the non-legally binding. So this is a general remark that this is what we are actually facing in the climate action problem, not just in what is related to the technology or the geopolitics or the climate security, but it's everywhere. The 100 billion pledge, what the trillions needed, the billions pledged, and the effectively spent millions. Why? Because the statement was stated in a non-legally binding way. So they were spent on mitigation, they were spent in mostly debt, they were spent in a way that is not benefiting the countries in most need, and they were not brought from the countries that or from the sources that they should be brought from these countries. So the non-legally binding is an aspect that is the cause of this problem, and it's also there we expect it to be in the new collective quantified goal. Now the argument is how to make it a legally binding one, so that we overcome the previous challenge that was met in the 100 billion. However, with the recent changes, the recent dynamics, we don't know how this collective goal will be taken. We aspire for that, and it was your call, and you called for it in your declaration, and you voted for it. And we hope that to whom it may concern, they will take your statement seriously. Thank you so much. I will now pass the floor to Dr. Hisham Al-Askari to give his remarks.
Thank you so much, Sarah. Yeah, that's a very well-deserved round of applause for all our students who really did a phenomenal job on this presentation. What I like really about what you guys presented today is how you are presenting in very layman terms and layman way for for a lot of speakers who might not be professionals or might not be very well educated about the topic, but as Dr. Sarah mentioned, it's evidence-based. Data, the power of data is very, very important. And in order to make a solid argument and to drive policies, it needs to be driven by data. And maybe I cannot agree more with Dr. Sarah that maybe the legally binding things have not been happening. Why? Because there is no legal binding. And at the same time, maybe we did not show the power of data yet to the problems and how they are how they are going above and beyond, and maybe that's why it is not met as of now. So let me try to dissect the presentation that you guys made today into different parts and portions. And when I was talking to President Lotfi when you were presenting, I was actually showing him some evidence of Lake Chad, because personally I was doing some work on Lake Chad and look into the transition and how much loss has been happening. And let me add a piece of information for you that currently there are some projects which are being carried by a lot of international organizations to try to feed back Lake Chad from the River of Congo. But the project is going to be super costly, and now they are trying to figure out how we can do such a project. But what you presented today is very, very important, because you are showing how climate change can change the face of our planet, and how climate change can change the face of communities, and to be forced to leave from one spot to another. Forced displacement is a big deal, big issue. I had the privilege of presenting to the General Assembly in New York few weeks ago for the International Organization of Migration about that same very topic. And we were talking about how much countries are being affected in terms of migration and displacement because of global climate change in Africa and in Asia. And Somalia happened to be on the top of the list in Africa, suffering dramatically from forced displacement. What's important here is we need to go to the grassroots of the problems. We need to understand what are the driving factors, what are the driving forces which is causing such a problem. And when you know that based on science and using scientific evidence, this is how you can prove your point and you can drive funding towards it. So what I'm looking at is the forcing agents. What is causing this kind of stuff? And then when we talk about global climate change, we have to be aware of what are the matrices, what are the that we use in order to show the impact on human mobility or displacement. That's the rule of thumb. That's number one. Then when we talk about rare elements and natural resources, which is quite important and it's a right for the nations holding these resources, you can see now that these resources are going to be jeopardized, and these resources are going to be under a lot of stress because of the changing global climate around us, and at the same time because of the lack of the access to science and technology, as you presented from your map, showing a lot of red colors in Africa, which they are not ready and they are not prepared to this kind of scientific advancement and to use the technologies and all of that. So equity is a problem here. Equity and inclusion is a problem here. How we can have a fair and a good way of transitioning into a net zero. Net zero is a big term, and everybody is preaching for it. But can we achieve it? And as Dr. Sarah mentioned, the majority of the funds have been directed towards mitigation strategies, which is by far not what's going to help anybody in those nations which are under affected or impacted dramatically. So we need to advertise, we need to cheerlead for adaptation strategies. Who is going to be paying for such a bill? For nations who are going to lose access to their natural resources because they don't have the means and the ways and the capabilities to explore. For people who are going to be migrated, dislocated, going from one spot to another and being forced to leave because of global climate change. All of these are issues which we are going to be seeing exacerbating in the coming few decades, in the very, very near future. And I'm going to take from Jumana the quote that she mentioned about President Lotfi going from macro to meso to micro. We have to talk about that, because the meso scale is I'm very happy that the President Lotfi is talking about that scale, because you are going from planetary scale to a regional scale to a local scale. And this is very important, because if you think that what's happening in China has nothing to do with what's happening in the US or in Russia or in Egypt, we are thinking wrong. Like, everything is so much interconnected. The whole system that we are observing right now is so much complicated. There are lots of interconnectivities, lots of intercomplexities that needs to be understood. What you guys did today was phenomenal because you touched on every single aspect of what I said right now at a high level, and I'm sure that if you are able and if you have the time and the support and the resources, you are going to dive even deeper into such an analysis, and you are going to drive some really meaningful outputs, which you already did today. Let me congratulate all of the teams who participated in the COP simulation, the third version of it at the British University in Egypt. Let me congratulate your mentor, Dr. Sarah Al-Khisham, for her tireless work and efforts. And also let me acknowledge President Lotfi and the partnership that he created with Ada University and being a role model for Egyptian universities, which I really admire, and the effort that this is being done for the sake of the students and for the students is exemplary and needs to be commended. Congrats to all of you, and looking forward to seeing nothing but great stuff from all of you. Thank you so much.
I'll start by thanking Professor Hisham Al-Askari, a great friend of the British University in Egypt, a great friend of the simulator, a true believer in educating through practice. Second thanks goes to Dr. Sarah Al-Khisham for her phenomenal work in creating this and making this whole activity flourish. I mentioned it a couple of times now, and let's focus on the words. We believe in educating for citizenship with a global perspective, for students to be able to think critically, analyze problems of the society, find solutions for the problems of the society, implement them, and accept social responsibility. As I always say, I can't think of a better platform than this. I'm so proud of every one of you today and the way you presented. You really, really made not my day, my year. And I'm looking forward for the next COP simulation in Brazil. And I hope that we didn't let you down. We gave you the opportunity to be able to think critically, analyze problems of the society, find solutions for these problems, implement them, and accept social responsibility. The implementation phase is something that is outside of our hands, but at least we're giving you the opportunity to discuss. Thank you all, and a big round of applause to Dr. Sarah Al-Khisham, please. Thank you.
خلينا ناخد
just wait a little bit?
Absolutely, absolutely.
Just tell me when it is ready, then we can start. Check. Can we start the mic? Yeah, 2 minutes, okay. Check, check. Check, okay, okay. We are going to start very soon, ladies and gentlemen, excellencies. If you could kindly please put on your headphones. Please be seated and put on your headphones. Okay, start. What time is it? A very good morning, everyone. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. My name is Dr. Fahman Faturrahman. It's an honor for me as a representative of ICESCO to welcome you to these important sessions that we are going to have. This sessions is jointly organized with COMSAT, National Research of Pakistan, and FACE. We are going to discuss in this session about climate change antimicrobial resistance nexus. So without further ado, I would like to start by providing with the welcoming message from Ambassador Dr. Mohammed Nafiz Zakaria, Executive Director of COMSAT, who is providing us with his recorded message.
Rahim. Assalamu alaikum and good morning. It's a privilege to address this August gathering of distinguished speakers, experts, and climate activists to explore the intersection of two formidable global challenges, climate change and antimicrobial resistance. While each of these issues independently threaten public health, food sectors and economy, and environmental sustainability, the intersection compounds the challenge, warranting urgent attention and decisive action. Ladies and gentlemen, climate change is not just an environmental issue. It is a driver of socio-economic and health vulnerabilities worldwide. Within this context, AMR has emerged as a silent pandemic an escalating threat that compromises our ability to treat infectious diseases effectively. AMR claims over 1 million lives each year and threatens to reverse decades of progress in medical science. Addressing AMR requires a unified response that leverages the climate agenda to address its root causes, accelerate innovative solutions, and secure adequate financial and institutional commitments across sectors. The unrestrained use of antimicrobials, including antibiotics, in healthcare and agriculture, has fueled an environment in which resistant pathogens can thrive. Low and middle income countries in particular are grappling with a disproportionate AMR burden, which often lacking the resources and infrastructure to address it effectively. These regions bear the double burden of climate change and AMR as they experience heightened vulnerability to infectious diseases despite having contributed the least to the global environmental pollution. Ladies and gentlemen, climate and AMR crises are inextricably linked. Climate change influences the spread and resilience of pathogens across terrestrial, urban, and aquatic ecosystems. Rising temperatures, altered precipitation patterns, and extreme weather events disturb natural habitats and can facilitate the movement of resistant microbes. Additionally, human activities contributing to climate change, such as deforestation and biodiversity loss, create ecosystems where microbes are forced to adapt rapidly, sometimes leading to the increased virulence and resistance. However, one concerning aspect of this nexus is the relative lack of data on how climate change contributes to AMR. Making a compelling economic case for investing in AMR solutions is essential, therefore. But the challenge is in these low middle income countries where resources are already constrained by competing priorities. Here, the fight against AMR must be aligned with economic development goals as the costs of inaction far outweigh the investment needed to counteract AMR. The World Bank estimates that by 2050, AMR could cost global economy up to $100 trillion in lost output if left unchecked. This economic burden will disproportionately affect LMICs, undermining efforts to achieve sustainability growth and prosperity. A major hurdle in addressing the AMR crisis is the lack of robust institutionalized surveillance systems in many parts of the world. Effective AMR surveillance requires infrastructure, skilled personnel, and sustainable financial support. Advanced technologies such as metagenomics and other sequencing technologies offer valuable tools for early detection and monitoring of resistance patterns across ecosystems. Ladies and gentlemen, yet these tools remain inaccessible for many LMICs due to financial constraints, thus widening the gap between nations with advanced research capacities and those that lack them. Now, one of the stark realities in the global AMR response is the gap in research and development between high-income and low and middle-income regions. As LMICs grapple with high infectious disease burdens and climate-related challenges, they often lack the R&D infrastructure to develop or adapt solutions effectively. Meanwhile, high-income countries better equipped to mitigate the effects of climate change and less exposed to AMR's impact have the resources but need to support equitable global R&D initiatives. AMR is a complex issue. People need to understand how AMR and climate change affect their lives directly, from food safety to personal health, and why their role in prevention is critical. Microbes are incredibly resilient, capable of adapting to environmental changes including those induced by climate change. Our task, therefore, is not just to control microbes, but to manage our actions in ways that reduce the conditions favoring resistance. At this point, I wish to appreciate institutions like International Center for Genetic Engineering and Biotechnology, ICGEB. ComSets, for its part, took the initiative of a workshop on metagenomics-based approach for viral disease surveillance in collaboration with ICGEB last month, which was very well received by the scientific fraternity in the ComSets member states, as well as in the LDCs. In conclusion, tackling the AMR and climate change nexus requires a whole of government and whole of society approach. This means integrating AMR strategies into national and international climate agendas, establishing cross-sectoral partnerships, and fostering interdisciplinary research that spans microbiology, environmental science, economics, and public health. Ladies and gentlemen, governments must lead with targeted investments and policy frameworks that prioritize equitable access to AMR solutions. ComSets remain committed in this drive to assist countries in addressing the two challenges of climate change and AMR with dual track approach. Thank you.
We thank Excellency Mr. Ambassador Nafis Zakaria for his insightful remarks. Now I would like to invite Mr. Hassan Akram, the Chief Operating Officer of Food Security and Agriculture Center of Excellence, FACE Pakistan. FACE is a non-profit committed to food security, climate action, and adaptation for vulnerable communities in Pakistan. Mr. Akram, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you for joining us. I am representing Food Security and Agriculture Center. It is a not-for-profit initiative of the largest fertilizer producer of Pakistan. We engage with rural population in routine for various initiatives like climate change, climate smart agriculture, farmers yield increase, medical camps, camps related to livestock. So by virtue of my experience in the field, I can tell you that we are facing stubborn infections both in humans and in livestock. And whatever potential AMR has for global disruption, it is many folds for countries like Pakistan because of our poor infrastructure, poor health infrastructure, poor economic conditions coupled with climate change. So I'm not an expert on this, and I look forward to a productive session with the experts today. Thank you.
We are also very honored now that we have Professor Ashraf Shalan, which is among us right now, and will be moderating the session today. Professor Ashraf Shalan has been elected as the chairperson of ComSat's Coordinating Council for 3 terms in 2016, 2019, and 2023. He was also conferred the honorary lifetime membership of the council. I would like to welcome Professor Ashraf Shalan to the stage to moderate the session.
Thank you so much. Very good morning for everybody. I'm very happy to be here and to moderate this session. Actually, we are lucky for our panelists today. I would like to invite Mr. Mohsen for the stage. Mr. Mohsen Hafiz is the Director of Water, Food and Ecosystem, International Water Management Institute. Mohsen has worked as an integrated water resources management and modeling expert with prestigious world-class water research and academic institutes, donors, water utilities, governments, and international consulting companies. He has nearly 200 scientific publications in the field of water resources management, agriculture water management, food security, and rural development. He has worked extensively in 14 countries, and he is an adjunct professor for water resources with 2 Chinese universities. Mohsen has been based at International Water Management Institute office in Lahore, Pakistan since 2019. Yeah, welcome, Mohsen, to our stage. Again, I would like to invite Anna Maria Pijar, Director Public Policy Engagement, Gavi, the Vaccine Alliance. Please have a seat. Anna Maria working in civil society organizations and government bodies. She has fostered partnership and influenced change across sectors, continents, and cultures to contribute to the leadership and dignity of the most marginalized and to ensure that local leadership is at the center of decision making. She has been part of international efforts to improve health, providing leadership and technical advice on strategy design and implementation, change management, programs, organizational development, advocacy, and South-to-South cooperation. Welcome, Anna Maria. Lastly, but not least, our panelist from Pathfinder, Madiha Latif. Please. Madiha Latif is an experienced systems interventionist and has been a Pathfinder since 2019. In addition to her technical and management experience in family planning, Madiha is credited with conceptualizing and leading teams towards implementing innovative designs on the climate change and sexual and reproductive health and rights intersections in Pakistan, with support from global donors. She also successfully led upon the multisectorial work on gender-based violence response in Sindh. Welcome, Madiha. This is our distinguished panelist, and let us start with saying that we have the antimicrobial resistance climate change nexus. Antimicrobial resistance by itself is a problem. It's a big problem in the field of medicine and public health. We have emerging organisms, bacteria, viruses, which are very resistant. So this problem is a medical problem essentially by itself, and we are facing in the public health sector such a problem with many endeavors and many actions to ameliorate and combat it. However, what is the relation with antimicrobial resistance with the climate change? This is a very important point, and this is why we are here today. We have several mechanisms linking both antimicrobial resistance and the climate change. First of all, climate change makes alteration in the ecosystem, and this disrupts the habitat of the microorganisms. This leads to horizontal gene transfer, or sometimes it is called lateral gene transfer between organisms. And who knows, maybe between the bacteria and the humans, bacteria and livestock. We don't know exactly about this, but evidences are getting more and more existing to know more about this point. The lateral gene transfer makes the bacterial antigenicity is higher and more virulent, and also the viral. The antigenicity makes the emerging and transferring of highly resistant strains of the microorganisms, which leads to antimicrobial resistance. I usually say that it is an adaptation step from the microorganisms to the climate change. Another mechanism is the impact of crop yields and also the livestock health. The climate change, of course, has severe impacts on both of these points. This makes the increased use of antimicrobials with the farmers, and which leads to the antimicrobial resistance getting more and more. One more mechanism is the water filtration and water quality, bad quality water in many places in the world makes the water is unavailable sometimes, and this makes prevalence of waterborne strains. Waterborne diseases is also one of the major problems in public health field. This causes the increased antimicrobial use in humans and also with the end result of increased antimicrobial resistance. These are some of the mechanisms linking between the climate change and the antimicrobial resistance. Now, let us go to our panelists. My first question will be directed to Dr. Mohsen. Given the availability of poor quality water in many regions across the globe, what is the impact of antimicrobial resistance on the global health needs?
Thank you very much. I mean, it's my pleasure to be here. And when we are talking about that one antimicrobial resistance and climate nexus, I will go one step back and I will say water, climate, health and nexus, which is very important on that one. We are talking about the climate that's impacting on the water availability. Either we are getting less water or we are getting more water, floods or drought in any way. But important is that in many of the developing countries, that the availability of poor quality water is already having impacted, and then combined with the antimicrobial resistance has a profound and far-reaching impact on global health. As you have mentioned, the interplay between water quality and AMR accelerate that the health inequality, especially in low and middle income countries. Let's take the example on that one, that in many of the countries, developing countries, that the safe water access for the drinking water is not available. Taking the example of Pakistan, where only 36% of the people have a safe access to water supply for drinking purposes. But even the 36% is questionable what's exactly whether that's drinkable or not. Now looking around the bigger picture of that one, when the poor quality of water, which is combined, that's leading toward the sanitation facilities and all that one, that's creating so much impact on the various things. And first of all, if we are looking around bigger things, I will just give you the analytical way. That when the water which is being used at the household without any treatment, that's used in a peri-urban environment, and then that's using for growing vegetables, that's growing it using for other horticulture thing, and that has a lot of pathogens, and the pathogen has a direct impact on human health. We call it the human are using that one, the vegetable or the fruits, because it's taking a short time to produce that one. Then looking at it also around, the animals are using that one as a fodder, and then the other water is being injected into the groundwater. So we called it as a one health nexus. It's the impact, whatever we are drinking the milk or we are eating that one, the meat, all that's adding up as a part of complex thing. But looking back, going to the AMR, what actually is happening, and the bigger thing is that one, as you have mentioned, that when the pathogen which are there, that's the one major source for that one, the spread of the resistance infection. And when the sanitation is limited, that has a healthcare impact. Cholera, typhoid, and then the other things are very common. Just in the South Asia, there are around 256,000 people are dying every year due to the malaria, and the malaria is start of from the drinking water bodies, which has a poor quality of water and everything, and also the rice crop, which is a standing water there, and that's used. If you go to the South Sub-Saharan Africa, there's around 700,000 people are dying, again due to the vector-borne disease, but starting from the water-borne disease and all that one. And if we are looking at around on that one, so important is also the poor quality of water. When we go into that one, it's also impacting on the secondary infection, which is about that one, the poor quality of water when it is used in the healthcare system, in the hospitals and everything. That is also impacting on the human health and everything. And also resistance to the multiple drugs. But also at the same time, we are talking about mortality is increasing, as well as on the other thing is that disrupting the health system as a part of that one. And then that's leading towards also the economic impact that when the ambassador mentioned about 100 trillions in 2050. But what actually is happening, the countries which are already struggling with that one, the poor health system, how they could survive and those sort of things, that has a huge economic burden on individual, on the government, and as well as on the health facilities which are provided in that the sector. And that's the health on the poor health on the people and everything, that's impacting on the productivity, and the productivity is reduced substantially. But also at the same time, we are talking about that one, the diagnostic tools and everything which is part of that one. And it's again that one, the stagnant drug development is also part of that one. The pharmaceutical companies are reluctant to invest into new due to low return on investment is another thing. Things are there, and that's the one thing. But looking around that one, the insufficient investment in research and development for AM solution. That's also there. The factors, let's say, on the focus on the health priority, the government, the poor developing countries, government are already facing the financial fiscal, how that's impacting. They don't have the funds for the basic thing, and how they could invest for this, the developing the antibiotics and other thing for resistance for that one, the thing. And that's leading another thing. But what we need to do it, we need to look around the better coordination and saying it, how we could work it in that one. Again, I will say we need to look around the system approach. And system approach is on that one. How we look around the overarching, whether we are talking about deforestation or we are talking about the whole water system, how we could improve the water sanitation health facilities in the part of system. Like 2022 flood was a classical example in case of Pakistan, where there are around 8 million people impacted, but 1 million women were stranded in the standing water. And the whole generation is impacted on the things. And still, there is no solution even we are talking about 2022 or 2024. The peoples are affecting. That's a very common norm in that one. So what we need to do it in terms of that one, we need to have it developing a global and then the multilateral collaboration. That's between the Gavi-like institute, like the NGO, like the governments, and how we could develop and strengthen the collaboration. Also in that one, in R&D, what we can do in developing the research network which are helping each other. These are the universities, or these are the international organization and other one. Also again, another aspect is coming how we could bring the private sector investment into that area. And that could be because the governments are in the developing countries or lower middle income countries don't have enough means. But how we could bring the public-private partnership for the new basically pharmaceutical companies to have the financial risk with the developing a new antibiotic is an important one. And also giving the government need to prioritize and giving some financial incentive and tax breaks for especially for the survival of the human being and everything in that one. WASH is important. We are talking about SDG for the 2030 that it will be achieved. We know it will not be achieved. In papers it may be, but actually it's not. So important is me as an institute, what we are looking at. We are the Search for Development Organization working in 50 countries, and we are looking around how we could look around the water system, not only from the quantitative but qualitative aspect. How we could enhance that kind of a thing, having a safe access of the drinking water. Also looking around the system level things, where that we are talking it about the more on the issues which are the important thing. And that's also need to look around that one. The public awareness is very important. Most of the people in the developing countries have no idea about what sort of issues are that one. And they are talking about it maybe happened due to God's will or due to that one. They are going into the local they are not properly aware on that one. And again, we need to think about with the like as a Gavi or the WHO and another one, how we could create a sustainable financial model, funding model, which could be working it around helping to the developing countries and as well as the international players, how we could well prepare into the future into that one. So important thing is, in summary, the poor quality water, which is important. We need to think about that one when we are using the poor quality of water, taking the example of the Indus Basin. From the top, then the wastewater is being injected into the water bodies. And that's the start of the whole thing. Every third person is infected with the hepatitis C, and many of the other problems are there. How we could bring a kind of system awareness to the society, the government legislation and everything, having a control on that one, the wastewater need to be treated properly, and how we could improve the waterborne and looking around the ecosystem, which is not only for the human being, but also flora and fauna. the habitats, which are also impacting on that one, the poor quality of water, and they are also dying. I think there are really good examples in the developed countries, but the important thing is in the developing countries, how we could build a framework, and that framework need to around on that one, the climate, which you mentioned, also on the better water system, for that one, how they work, and also linking on the health system, and how we could have that kind of smaller activities and the framework, and that framework need to be implemented. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mohsen. I also would like to address the vector-borne diseases, which will be changed completely with the climate change because the mosquitoes and the other vectors are changing their habitat and their areas of presence, their response to heat strokes. So we are facing also increased potential for the vector-borne diseases for the humans. This is a very important point. Now let's go to Anna Maria. Anna Maria is representing Gavi. So how is Gavi thinking about antimicrobial resistance and the role it can play in tackling this problem? In other words, what are some of the biggest areas of opportunities for Gavi, and what are some of the big barriers?
Thank you very much, Professor, and thank you very much to ICESCO for the invitation. I'm very happy to be in a multi-sectoral panel because that's exactly the way forward to tackle AMR. And just 2 words about Gavi. We are Gavi, the Vaccine Alliance. We are a public-private partnership. It means that our core partners are WHO and UNICEF, but we work in a multi-sectoral approach with civil society, academia, the manufacturers, and the donor government countries, implementing countries, and we work in partnership with 57 countries, providing funding for 19 vaccines. And you're asking about our role in AMR. So one big step we took is to include AMR as one of the criteria to prioritize future vaccines. In Gavi, we have a very important way of working, which is the vaccine investment strategy. There's an impact modeling study that is done every 5 years to signal what will be the vaccines that will be necessary for the world to be funded by Gavi. And we apply a number of criteria to select those vaccines, and we signal the manufacturers for them to start producing those vaccines in the future. So one of the criteria we brought to this next strategic period, we are starting in 2026, is AMR, but also climate change. So that is a very important step forward we took. And why are we doing that? And it's because immunization is critical to tackle AMR. We know that if we get less infections, we are going to be less exposed to antibiotics, but also if we are protected against viral infections, we are less likely to be prescribed wrongly antibiotics, because we know that the prescription of antibiotics in the world is sometimes not the right one, and then is when people develop resistance. And specifically in our portfolio, there are some vaccines that are especially important to tackle AMR: Haemophilus influenza type B, typhoid, rotavirus, pneumococcal, and so these have proved that can decrease 60 million doses of antibiotics if we scale up those vaccines. And also we have evidence that if we work together with WASH, and we are immunization is part of infection control strategies, there are 750,000 deaths that can be averted. And as you know, unfortunately, AMR is estimated to cost 250,000 deaths per year. So that's a very, very important step forward if we work together. We are very happy that in the last year, this year, it looks like but this year, in the UN General Assembly, The AMR political declaration includes immunization as a very important tool to tackle AMR, and also calls to Gavi to join the community and work together, contributing to this. And we are very happy about that. What we are very unhappy to still is that it's only 13% of the AMR national plans that include immunization. So it's only 14 of 104 that were studied in 2022. To do a lot to be considered as a really core contributor to tackle AMR.
But what are the main barriers in implementing the vaccine campaigns?
Yes, no, that's a very important question, and that's in general, and that goes beyond AMR. No, I think we need to remember that in the world, at least half of people in the world don't have essential services, essential health services, and there is, I think, it's 750,000 people. No, I have the wrong figure, but there is a huge number of people that are still are pushed to poverty because they don't have the money to pay for that. So there are lots of barriers for us to work together. As immunization, we are part of those health systems. We are part of universal health coverage. And I would say one of the barriers is the fact that we in health work very fragmentedly in our own objectives. So we don't talk to each other. That's something we need to overcome. But moreover, with other sectors that are critical for health, like WASH, like nutrition, we usually don't work together in the way we should. So fragmentation is, I think, one key barrier. And second, I think there's not enough evidence. I mean, there's lots of evidence, perhaps sufficient, but we need to do more to bring that evidence to these decision makers to really say, immunization is a key factor to tackle AMR. And yeah, I may say more, but I think those are two that are very important.
I will come back to you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Madiha, improving laboratory technologies, especially in low and middle income countries, offers the potential to advance AMR surveillance and response without relying on traditional costly infrastructure. What are some of the most promising technologies and approaches in this area? And how can these innovations ensure equitable access to AMR monitoring and management?
Thank you so much. And I think that is an important question considering the landscape of Pakistan particularly. In a country that has multiple parallel systems that are existing at the moment that don't speak to each other nor are able to facilitate the response needs when we talk about lab networks, lab responses to emerging diseases. I think one of the key things is how do we utilize our data systems to be more efficient in response mechanisms. In Pakistan, what we've been noticing and observing is that there is continued development of technology, but that one that don't speak to each other. We have been investing in data systems and data hubs, whether we talk about from the lab perspective or the health management information perspective. But none of these systems have been integrated in a manner that can create efficient data response and data detection. So the way that we've been working has been reliant on donor bases who come in and support initiatives that build multi-sectoral connections, intersectional and integrated data management systems that also support the lab network development. In Sindh particularly, there is an initiative that we're calling the Sindh Lab Network, where we're already using existing lab networks to connect with the larger frameworks that can do both global and national response detection and diagnostics that can support more initiatives to move forward without a high cost. So maybe drawing from that experience in Pakistan, that could be something that we propose in order to ensure that the multi-sectoral coordination that is needed for AMR is realized. We see a lot of benefit in this kind of multi-sectoral collaboration, the integrated response networks that could benefit low middle income countries that may need increased financing to enhance their laboratories, but currently do not have that kind of access to financing. We've been supported by the UK HSA and the National Institutes of Health, where they are trying to increase laboratory the BSL levels of laboratories across the nation, but that has been impacted by a lack of political understanding and a lack of political will to forward those kind of investments. And then the devolution systems in Pakistan also make it a complicated health system structure. With devolution, the way different provinces are advancing or progressing can actually impact AMR capacities for our surge responses, because we know that climate change and AMR pathogens are not looking at our borders. And that kind of recognition will be critical to understand how we need to collaborate both at an intra-provincial level with the federal governments as well as global leading experts to enhance our capacities.
Thank you, Latifa. I wish to continue the more and more questions, but coming to low and middle income countries, I'm sure that the main problem is the fund. So my question to all of you: what strategies could encourage better investment in clinical AMR solutions, especially in regions with limited resources?
Okay. I think that that's a very important question. I think that first is system level approaches, because as my colleague has talked about that one, we should not be, that one, the disease does not see the geographic boundaries. So we need to have a national level, some in the information system which is telling us what are the problems. And then we need to prioritize as a national approach, as a national thing, what are the priority regions, where is the hotspot areas which is most affected on that one. That will be the starting, having the information as a kind of national system, and then how we utilize the different actors, whether private or government, in a prioritize at a system level. That's to me important one, bringing the private sector investment and also bringing the international players who are like Gavi, who will provide that kind of support, but open and transparent system is important to overcome all the financial barriers and everything, working it together. Yeah.
I think we are in a moment in the world where there's so many economic constraints, but the way of overcoming that is really prioritizing and working together. So one important way of prioritizing funding for AMR is looking at prevention. No, it's much more. We know that prevention is better than cure, but it's more costly than cure. And that's a premise that should be applied to many areas. No? So we consider that immunization is a key tool for prevention on AMR. But also I think we need to have a people-centered approach. So for instance, in Gavi, we have a focus on vaccinating zero-dose children. And those are children who have not received any vaccine in their lives. There are 14.5 million in the world. And they experience multiple deprivations. Probably that child that hasn't been immunized doesn't have access to wash, has very poor nutrition, has very, the moms have not gone through antenatal care, and more exposed to maternal mortality, etc. So how do we prioritize them, the people who are most at risk? I'm sure I don't have the evidence with me, and that was what I was thinking about, we need more evidence, but I'm sure there is, how much they are affected by AMR as well. Because the multiple deprivations also bring, maluse of antibiotics or not access to antibiotics at all. So that prioritizing themes, prioritizing people, and prioritizing also working together, no? Try to overcome the fragmentation at the country level, regional, but also global level. And that's why I'm very grateful that we are here coming to discuss from different sectors.
Thank you so much. And Anna Maria, as you were speaking, I was thinking about the different levels of streams that already exist where investments are already there, and how can we capitalize on those in order to advance the AMR agenda. One of the things that I feel consistently gets missed out in conversations like this, and I'm taking full opportunity, Moderator Sahab, if that is okay, to discuss the fact that women need to be at the center of this. Women's access to SRHR and good, high quality SRHR can demonstrate reduced resistance to AMR. And I say this because women are, by evidence, more likely to receive antibiotics, and that is because of their biological factors as well as sociocultural factors as well. When women go through childbirth, for instance, they are prescribed antibiotics, and sometimes in a lot of ways unnecessarily. And they are also the key to agricultural production, livestock care. They are at the center of the climate change debate, and they must be at the center of the AMR agenda as well. And there are multiple levels of investment that go into protecting women's SRHR, but because the connections between AMR and SRHR, sexual and reproductive health and rights has not been made, I feel that is a huge missed opportunity for us when we think about funding. Women are also less likely to access or be able to access healthcare services routinely. They, in limitations of poverty, in limitations of our communities that we have, women tend to seek permission from their male counterparts in order to access health services, or otherwise tend not to prioritize their own health, which can lead to an increase in AMR vulnerabilities. Further, I think at the end of it all, in 2022, it was 650,000 childbearing women or pregnant women that were impacted in Pakistan particularly. And our emergency responses do not take any of that into consideration, especially when we think about urinary tract infections. With rising heats, the floodings, the stagnant waters, women were at a higher risk of UTIs and were not able to receive the attention that they required. But then also studies have shown across the world that there are now emergence of UTIs that are antibiotic resistant. So how is all of that connected? We will need to, of course, study it and research it. But without centering it around women, sexual and reproductive health, and that sexual and reproductive health leads to generational health, whether we talk about malnutrition, whether we talk about stunting and wasting, which Pakistan as a country is facing desperately, and investing in family planning practices and more choice for reproductive health services, I think will continue to struggle with AMR.
Thank you for the three of you. To conclude, we now know that the global AMR burden is projected to have unbearable consequences if left unaddressed, especially that the climate change adds to its burden. Also, we have global inequity in mitigation, the climate change and the antimicrobial resistance. So what we need is multidisciplinary approach to bringing together environmental science, agriculture science, water science, public health, and most importantly, policy framework. Just to include the AMR in the national action plans for countries who didn't yet did so. This will enhance the capability and foster collaboration for our countries, especially the third world countries, the low and middle income countries. So we are here to highlight this problem, and I think it is well highlighted, and we need hours and hours to discuss everything in every aspect in this problem. But the time is approaching. We have 2-3 minutes, so if any question from the floor, we are happy to answer. If not, we can conclude and thank all our audience and our panelists, and most importantly, ICESCO, for hosting this meeting and inviting all of us. Thank you so much and have a nice day. Thank you. Thank you.
Hello. Actually, we will start right now. Everybody have a seat. Everybody. Hello, everybody. Hello, everybody.
Yeah, it's a penning in. All of them will be. Yeah, so everybody can. Excellency, yeah. Yeah. It's okay now.
Yeah,
It's
listen,
working.
listen. Speak.
Hello? Yeah, sorry. You can have
But anybody catch you from here, not from here. Signal.
I'll bring.
What will we do for microphones?
Yeah,
You're going to bring microphones?
this is a problem, yeah.
Kas? Microphone को से टाइम मान्या करा जी ऐसे अंदाज़न सोना टाइम के
7 minutes.
ना
Yeah, everybody has it. Since you have one?
No,
Yeah.
thank you.
Yeah, okay. Yes. Hello? Do we have more microphones? Do we have more microphones? One?
Who will be moderator? We have one fix for one person.
No, no, no.
He will moderate.
These two will moderate. I'll just introduce.
Mike.
Okay. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I'm Waqas Afridi and I am expert in the ICESCO education sector. We welcome you today here with us in the ICESCO Pavilion at COP29 for for the launching of ICESCO framework on greening education, which is co-developed with the Cambridge University Press and Assessment. It will be followed by a high-level panel discussion on the greening education, and we have our esteemed panelists from different countries and other stakeholders with us. Before we go for the introductions, we will have this formal launch with all of you having the frameworks. We'll stand up for a picture. That will be a soft launch, followed by our moderators, Dr. Khadija Toussi, the Head of Education Sector and the former Minister of Education Gambia, and Ms. Christine Ozdin to moderate. So we'll just have a picture with this to start off. The ICESCO framework for greening education. Okay, one more. The ICESCO education framework for greening education was adopted in the third Education Ministers Conference held on 2nd and 3rd October in Oman, which was attended by education ministers from 53 Islamic countries. I'll now hand it over to the two esteemed moderators from ICESCO education sector and Cambridge to start off. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Waqas. Your Excellencies, Honorable Ministers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon to you all. My name is Khadija Toussi, and I am the head of the education sector at the Islamic World Organization for Education, Science and Culture, known as ICESCO, based in Rabat. It's a pleasure to welcome you all to this afternoon session.
Thank you very much. My guys can start.
Okay, we are going to begin the session now, and we would like to welcome every one of you to this critical panel session on greening education. And this is going to be co-moderated by our esteemed colleagues and partner, Cambridge University. As we all know, education is a very powerful lever in shaping a sustainable future. Yet, as we confront a worsening education crisis, we must ask ourselves, are our education systems adequately preparing students for the new generation? Okay. Today's session will focus squarely into education as a cornerstone of our global response to climate change. Why is this crucial? Because transforming education systems is a critical pathway to mitigate and adapt to climate resilience, thus leading to a transition for a more sustainable future for all, benefiting not only the people, but the planet in which we live. So over the past few years, since the Transforming Education Summit, with the recently concluded Interministerial ICESCO Education Conference in Oman, many commitments to greening education has been made. But today, we are going to be moving from commitment to actions on the ground. In this spirit, we are excited to officially launch the Greening Education Policy Framework, co-developed by ICESCO and Cambridge. This framework centers around the universal greening education pillars, curriculum, teachers, schools, and the communities. It offers a practical, evidence-based guidelines to empower education systems to equip the learners with skills, values, and knowledge needed for the future. So from this point of view, I would like to invite my esteemed colleague, Christine, to continue to move.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone, and a welcome again to our esteemed guests and to our wonderful members of our audience this afternoon. As Cambridge University Press and Assessments, it's a pleasure to co-host this event with ICESCO. So as co-hosts of this session, ICESCO and Cambridge are deeply committed to ensuring that the dialogue today translates into tangible progress. The session's design reflects that commitment. Each minister and government representative present will articulate a vision for greening education by 2030 based upon one of the 4 pillars, and the discussions that follow will represent the beginnings of road mapping actionable steps that they can take for their respective countries around greening education. Our objective is clear: to transition from high-level policy discussions to actionable strategies that can be implemented within the next period. At Cambridge, we work with governments around the world to transform education systems, and we have seen how crucial it is to get implementation right, to ensure that policy actually shows up in the classroom and in our communities. This panel is a reflection of a collective ambition by ICESCO member states to lead in integrating climate education system-wide, from national curricula to teacher training programmes. As we embark on this discussion, let us remember that the choices we make today in education will define the climate resilience and the prosperity of future generations. We need more investment in education, and we need to invest that funding more strategically. Together we have the opportunity and the responsibility to lead boldly and collaboratively. Let us welcome our distinguished panellists once again, and we look forward to hearing their insights, their challenges and aspirations for building greener education systems in their countries. Let's move to our questions now.
Thank you very much. I will begin with His Excellency, Mr. Hassan Ali, who is the Deputy Minister of Science and Education in the Republic of Azerbaijan. Firstly, we would like to congratulate Azerbaijan for hosting the COP29. Okay. So, Your Excellency, as a host of COP29, your vision has been clear around raising ambition and enabling actions. Today, we mark the Human Development and Education Day of COP. And as we have seen, education plays a critical role in embedding environmental values and preparing future generations for climate challenges, mitigation, and adaptations. So from that point of view, and in your opinion, which pillar of the greening education values, whether it is curriculum or teachers or schools or community engagement, will be your primary focus and why? But more importantly, what does an action plan for Azerbaijan will look like in 2030, moving towards these 4 pillars? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Well, Excellencies, colleagues, friends, ladies and gentlemen, first and foremost, allow me to express my gratitude on behalf of the Ministry of Science and Education, on behalf of myself, for joining the session, for coming to Baku, for being with us today, particularly on a subject that is close and dear to all of our hearts, and we believe is foundational for the success that we will have going forward in combating climate change. Thank you very much for the question. I see we are starting with the easy ones, so in that sense it is a privilege to reflect on how we see the transition from ambition to action, and perhaps it needs to be said that ICESCO and Cambridge Education have put forward this framework, which is very commendable. I congratulate all those involved in both conducting the preparatory work. I have participated in the event in Oman as well last month, where discussions and reflections took place about this framework as well. And I believe that the pillars specified will help us formulate and guide our joint efforts going forward. Now, there's a saying in Azerbaijan that you can't clap with one hand. In that sense, we need to understand that each country on the map of the globe is inhabiting the same planet, but it is not a task for one or two countries to address on their own. COP29 in that sense is a wonderful opportunity to get everybody together, and I will be very brief in 3 things I think that will, in our view, have an impact on moving our very, let's say, complex systems towards the needed flexibility, towards the needed adaptability, and towards the needed, let's say, resourcefulness to address one of the biggest and pressing challenges of our time, and also one that will define the lives of the next generations. The pillars that were mentioned, I will perhaps start by saying that if we approach it holistically, all of them matter. But what we are doing in Azerbaijan and during COP29 is that we have seen in the past, and this is very valuable, of course, as more and more information gets developed, communicated, particularly for the purposes of preventing misinformation and disinformation. We believe that for educational systems, assessment is an important part of the picture. As soon as one page of exam appears, suddenly everybody wants to change the pages in the book. And we believe that assessment is the right place to strike in some respect. In that sense, today in the afternoon we'll be discussing and signing together with the OECD a initiative to include climate literacy into the PISA assessment that will be conducted in 2029. So we believe that if that happens every 4 years, the systems will have to align to take these subjects into account and, in a sense, raise the stakes for grappling with these issues. Now, second, we believe, and this was particularly relevant in Baku during pre-COP events, we held the STEM festival, which was dedicated to green transition, to issues of energy, and we had kids from more than 15 countries competing against each other in these categories. And the reason I'm mentioning this is that we believe learning is best when it's fun. And there is a lot of, let's say, difficulty and understandable difficulty of the issue of getting everyone moving in one direction. But we need to be optimistic, and we need to make sure that particularly those who are learning, they are not surrounded by anxiety, they are surrounded by fun, they are surrounded by achievement, they are surrounded by, to some extent, let's say, playful learning, and that will keep them engaged, we believe, for a longer period. And there are several countries represented here. We invite you to join us next year for this next STEM festival that will take place in Baku. Now, finally, perhaps, and I was not told about the time, I might be stepping a little beyond the limit, but we believe that at the core of the conversation is people talking to each other. We discussed this with our colleague and friend from Cambridge Zero just a second ago. The more there is a chance to be together, the more there's a chance to get to know each other, the more the realization that these are issues that are not isolated to one and not the other. You can see manifestations of climate change in different countries in a different fashion, but it will really take a joint effort to make sure that we can perhaps separate this big problem into smaller problems and then help and share experiences and try to solve it together. So I welcome all of you once again to Baku. I hope I was within the limit. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency, Deputy Minister. You have indeed got us all going in the right direction, in the same direction, and certainly really exemplifying this feeling of working together and collaboration. And in terms of getting to know each other, it's my delight to welcome someone that we were together with recently in Oman. That's His Excellency Dr. Abdullah bin Khamis Ambuzaidi, the Undersecretary, Minister of Education and Vice President of the Oman National Commission for Education, Science and Culture in the Sultanate of Oman. And Dr. Abdullah, my question for your good self, well, a little bit of context first. The Oman Ministry of Education has been making real strides around integrating climate across its education system, most recently with the news of environmental science being added to the curriculum to help students grasp concepts around climate and instill positive behavioural values towards the environment. And we were together in Muscat for the ICESCO Education Ministers Conference, and you spoke eloquently about supporting teachers. So, considering the ICESCO policy framework for greening teacher education, which targets will you adopt from there? How might you achieve them, or how will you achieve them by 2030? And what barriers might you anticipate?
Bismillah. Thank you very much, Christina. Thank Dr. Khadija. I'm happy to be here in this panel discussion regarding the green education. Let me at the beginning give you some overview about the green education in Oman. Actually, the green education in Oman is based on three main, I call them pillars. There's Omani Vision 2030, which focus on teaching and learning and research and innovation, especially in the green education. And the other one is the environmental protection and the zero carbon, which was adopted by Omani government by 2050. And also, of course, the Sustainable Development Goals 2030, especially the goal number 4, which is about quality of education. Based on this, actually, the Minister of Education tried its best to convert these things into reality. Regarding the curriculum, we, as Kristen said, that we adopt this environmental science curriculum, which will be for grade 11 and 12 in association with Cambridge. And when we're talking about the environmental education, we're not talking only from the environmental part, but actually also the social and economic part also included. And based on this also, we are training the teachers how to teach this curriculum in the schools. The curriculum itself is not only a theory, actually it's also there are practical things that associate a student with the environment. Also, our curriculum across all from grade 1 to grade 12 contain many concepts regarding the environmental education. And in each concept, actually, we try, like, for example, from Islamic point of view, from the Arabic language point of view, we're trying, to not involve only science and social study teachers, but also we involve other teachers. And we train them through the Professional Development Institute that the ministry is holding. To support teachers also in this regards, we are producing some documents to guide the teachers, like, for example, environmental education for national. We have also how to deal the waste management and the waste management. This way? Okay. We try our best actually to support teachers with other documents and also through the training. We'll try also, I'm sure that this framework that the ICESCO is with Cambridge producing, many of the initiative and recommendation we already in place in Oman. But we are going to review what is there, and we'll try also to see which are the gaps that we need to fill. The big initiative now in Oman, the Green School Initiative, which we started 3 years ago by 12 schools. Now we almost have 110 schools, some of them even for special education schools. And all these schools actually supported by the private sectors. We are not, the ministry will give the technical support, but most of the financial support coming from the private sector. And I think this is the most important for green school and green education, is the partnership between the private, non-governmental organization and governmental organization. And also we'll see how this project is moving. We expect that within 2030 that we try our best that half our schools to be implemented this type of schooling. And there are other initiatives. I don't know, maybe the time is limited, but I think teacher training is very important. And through the green schools, actually, before we start the schools to implement the manuals, teacher manuals and student manuals, actually we train them through this institute and also through our expertise in green education. I hope I cover all the comments. Thank you. All the points. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. It is commendable that you're ahead of the curve already, because in all of these four pillars, you seem to be engaged in very meaningful activities. ICESCO looks forward to supporting you. So we will transit to Pakistan. Your Excellency, Miss Rumina Khurshid Alam. She is the coordinator to Prime Minister on climate change and environmental coordination in Pakistan. It's a pleasure to have you here, Madam. And in Pakistan right now, in the state of Punjab, the provincial level, over 150,000 students are home right now as I speak because of climate-induced smoke that is coming from neighboring countries. UNICEF estimates that over 11 million children will have respiratory issues in the future in the state of Punjab. And you know that in Pakistan, you have been experiencing recurring climate crisis, which highlights the importance of community engagement and inclusive education. Investing in girls' education and empowering communities is central to building resilience and driving equitable climate solutions. So, Your Excellency, from your point of view, if we continue to focus on communities and more specifically investing in girls' education, what is most important for Pakistan to achieve by 2030? In addition, which stakeholders must be involved in creating a roadmap to achieving these goals?
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you very much, Honorable both madams, which you have given me an opportunity to talk over here. In fact, I think this is the most right place for me to share my thoughts. Other than that, my introduction, which they have given, that I'm the coordinator to the Prime Minister, I've been a Montessori trained teacher as well. I would really like to appreciate the ICESCO for this effort they have put, but there are few questions as well. I would try to take to brief it in a quicker way, but there are few things which I wanted to say when it comes to, I think, most important while we all are sitting over here, because Islam is one of the religion which is very liberal, and which from years and years back they have already mentioned about the importance of the climate change, the importance of, like, when Hazrat, peace be upon him, Prophet P, when people used to go for jihad, he always used to say that don't cut the trees. Even if you're standing in front of the sea, don't waste the water. So the most important thing is that where we are heading towards. So I think it's more important when we, as I mentioned, the Montessori teacher training, I wanted to tell you that, the children, when it comes to school, the most important thing is the school, the education, basic education from the kindergarten side, because that time the child is a blank paper and the teacher is the main person with whom after the mother they interact, and when that you're going to teach something and write something on the paper, that will remain, because I'm sure most of us who are sitting over, maybe we forgot any PhD lecture, but still we remember our nursery teacher, what she has taught us. So that is very important. When I go through with your 4 pillars where you mentioned about the curriculum, teaching and schools and communities, the biggest thing which I wanted to request over here, that the most important too, because climate change is a global issue. Climate change, where we all are sitting and we are talking about that, I think more important is to bring a uniform curriculum. The community's engagement, and when you talk about the community engagements, it's very much important to bring the religious scholars among us all, because there are so many sectors which maybe they don't listen to the teachers, but they do listen to the religious scholars. They do listen to their imam, they do listen to their priest, they do listen to their pandit. So it's very important to engage them as well and bring one acceptable, proper education, which we need to put the pressure on the, the member countries to apply that. And then more important, when you said about the girls' education, I'm focusing a lot, and in our country as well, we are talking about and working on the girls' education system as well. The most important, I believe in education, but I don't believe in that much education, that I believe more in the skill-based education. And especially I believe in the gender. So if it's a girl or a boy or a transgender, whoever, so we need to focus that skilled-based education. And I would really like to share with you that we have launched the Climate Gender Equity SEAL program, in which we do talk about girls, adolescent and the women as well. But when it comes to education, Pakistan is doing it most best. And as you mentioned by yourself, that Pakistan is one of the among the top 5 countries which is suffering in all ways, by all means. Either it's floods, and I don't call that is a natural disasters. These are all man-made disaster made by the developed countries. My children are suffering. So it is more about, when it comes to education, at the same time, it's more about the human rights issue as well of those children who have been suffering. They're unable to go to school. They're unable to play. They're unable to go and do anything. They're just being, I called it like the children are being jailed in their homes. They're unable to play. So this is something, a human rights challenges, and then their education is suffering. They're suffering by all means. And, as being a developing country, we, at the same time, we are suffering with the climate challenges. At the same time, we're suffering from the, economy issues as well. And then, of course, the smog and these sort of issues as well. But still, as you mentioned about the resilience, yes, for me, it's a pride that my people are very resilient. But still, till how much time you're going to resist? Till how much time you're going to bear if your neighboring countries are not willing to sit and talk? So I think it's a great, moreover, issue where we all need, ICESCO can play a great role, because I think it's not only for Pakistan, for all the developing countries. My dear brother and sister, we are sitting over here and talking about the education. But before education, there is, like Pakistan has put the climate, climate change policy in our constitution. But what alone we can do? We need the support. We need the, it's not, and then telling us to get the loans, excuse me, why the hell we take loans? It's a right of my children and of all those developing countries' children who are suffering. And, but still we are the vision of the green education is there. We've been integrated with the schools, with all the provinces and to our legislative parliaments, which is called AJK, like Azad Jammu Kashmir and Gilgit-Baltistan. Before coming to the COP, I've engaged the COP simulation in which we have engaged all the school children. And I would really like to share with you that in Pakistan, as looking after the climate change and environmental coordination, I've engaged the climate change with the health as well. Climate change with the human rights, climate change with the science and technology, climate change with health, because it's very much important, and specifically when it comes to the girls. Because, the impact of the education, impact of the climate change is more on the girls, more on the families, and then the mental traumas are. So, it's very much important. That is the reason I would request this forum, Augustus Forum, that it's now or never. I can give number of details at what we are doing, but by wasting that time, that you can see on our website as well. But like we are doing skills and competency vision for that, and more than we are like civic society responsibility in our education system. Moreover, we have launched a green tech hub. So number of initiatives which we have taken, but for me is more important to raise my voice very clearly in this all, that please, for heaven's sake, save our children. It is more, because if the children are not going to be alive and they're going to suffer from so many diseases, where you're going to give them those education. So I think that is more important. The uniformity, and we are trying our level best, because every other day the climate change, when it comes, it's moreover the health issues. Every time we are seeing that there is some new other diseases coming. So for that matter of fact, we are trying to equip our children. And I would like to share over here that my youngest champion of climate change is 4.5 years old. Right, and she is the one. I'll definitely share the video of that girl, that she said that she don't want to use plastic because she don't want to become the person who is a murderer, that she don't want to murder a fish. And then she said that she don't want to sad Allah ji, like Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, because Allah is going to be sad if we're gonna pollute the land. So I think we are lived our lives, but it's now time for all of us to pay our responsibility. And education can only play a role when a child is going to get access towards to education. So for that matter of fact, I think collaboration, uniformity and togetherness, and giving this aspect to the child that they have the right to go to school and get this education. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for bringing your voice to our forum today, for making those valuable connections to gender, to health. Connecting education to the wider world that it needs to be part of. Let's now move to one of our key agencies in supporting green in education. And I'd like to introduce Dr. Luis Benevenista, who's the Global Education Director at the World Bank. Luis, welcome. Achieving systemic change in education requires targeted investment and sufficient resource mobilisation. The bank's focus on scalable solutions is critical for green in education globally. From your perspective, or from the World Bank's perspective, what do you think are the top priorities for supporting countries with this greening agenda? And where do you think we need to place more resources and funding to achieve the goals?
Thank you very much, and thank you for joining me today. And first, let me just say that the ICESCO report that sort of highlights the importance of the curriculum, of teachers, of schools, of communities. We couldn't be more aligned with the main messages there. I think that that speaks to the consensus that is being built around the importance of education as a vehicle to really transform and support climate awareness and action towards climate change. And so I think that first it's important to highlight the ways in which education can really transform and enable us to come into action. We know that every year of education can raise awareness in children about climate change about 9%. And this is one of the main messages that we're highlighting in a report that we recently put out, which is choosing our future. There's a wide variety of misconceptions out there in terms of, the importance of education and climate. For example, in Bangladesh, while 3/4 of secondary school students want to be a active participant in supporting greening education and climate action, about 30%, a third of them thought that they needed either a STEM degree, or they could answer correctly like a question about the greenhouse gases. We're really raising the next generation awareness about in what ways they can be active members of and participants in terms of climate action is really critical. And there, I think the importance of the curriculum shows that a difference can be made. Secondly, also I think that while 3/4 of participants in a survey that we did in a large number of low and middle income countries, want to again participate in the green economy, 3/4 felt that a STEM degree was necessary to being able to participate. And I hope that you can hear me. Again. Also, many young people believe that in order to have a green job, they need to work, for example, in the energy sector. Well, for example, in Brazil, 25% of jobs in the food and beverage industry were, green. Now, I think that this ICESCO report also highlights the importance of resilient and green infrastructure. And I think, again, we couldn't agree more in the sense that, since 2022, 400 million children were kept out of school due to climate-related shocks. And that could be as much as 45 days in low and middle income countries. And so, again, the impact that climate is having in the ability of children to participate in education is very important and very severe. And this can have long-standing impacts in both the personal well-being of children as well as of economic development. We know that education is a critical element for jobs and productivity. And by as little as $20 per student, measures can be taken to make education systems more resilient to shocks. finally, sort of, education can play a very important role as being sort of, engaging communities in green values. And for example, we've been supporting countries like Nigeria in hosting eco clubs to again raise awareness on mindsets towards green positive attitudes. And these are again important ways in which activities around adaptation and mitigation could be enhanced. And then, so you raised the important question about funding. Less than 1.5% of climate finance available has been nurtured, has been channeled to the education sector since 2012. And so ways in which to capture these resources will be a critical element for us to sort of in the education sector to being able to have the resources needed to promote the value and the importance of education towards climate action. I think therefore, the World Bank has made a commitment to sort of make sure that our investments across the developing world support climate change. And so for the first one in the education sector, we've gone from 10% of climate co-benefits to about 25% in only just 3 years. So all of these are, again, channels to ensure that education transforms lives, and education is a critical channel to support greening education. Thank you.
Lewis, thank you very much for sharing the work of the World Bank, and which includes the great work within the report you mentioned, choosing our futures action, education for climate action. Much for us to think about there, and from your words. Let's now move to UNESCO. And we're delighted to have with us Mr. Christopher Castle. Chris is the Director of the Division of Peace and Sustainable Development in the education sector based in UNESCO's headquarters. And Chris, the Greening Education Partnership was launched at the UN's General Assembly, the Transforming Education Summit in 2022. And many governments have made commitments to greening education. But not only do we need to see commitments and policies translated into action, but data and evidence around what is working is essential for our progress. So what is it that UNESCO and ICESCO can do to support governments to monitor and evaluate that progress towards 2030 targets? I've heard mention of the Global Green Education Dashboard. What is the importance of that? And how will it support countries to implement and monitor their greening agenda through the 4 pillars that we've already mentioned?
Thanks very much. It's a pleasure to be here with all of you. And I think before I start, I want to recognize, I think at the beginning, one of you said, it might have been one of the 2 moderators said, there is this sort of universal set of action areas when it comes to greening education, and it's been confirmed. Luis talked about the consensus. We certainly agree. I mean, in the Greening Education Partnership, we have the 4 action areas, which aligns with everything we've heard and what we see up on the screen. The Greening Education Partnership now consists of 93 countries who've formally joined the partnership. And I think today we're going to have an announcement of the 94th, Sierra Leone, so we're very excited to have 94, and also 1,400 associations, NGOs, civil society partners who are actively engaged in that. So what does this partnership actually mean in practice? It's in essence, it strives to be a community of practice. It's the place where we come together and we share good practices, where we share data, where we review and actually have a presentation from the World Bank on the important report that they released earlier this year. New and important evidence, research, data, all of that is something that we all agree is super important as we work towards the shared goal of greening our education systems. So you ask, how is the partnership itself supporting the greening of education systems practically? Because it's one thing to have these 4 areas and these lofty goals, but what does it mean? Well, first of all, I'm going to talk about 3 points. The first one is around knowledge management and capacity building. And establishing global norms and standards is really important as a first step, right? So the partnership collectively has come together and developed 2 new global guidance, the first on curriculum and the second on greening schools, and these were released in June of this year. And I'm just going to say a little bit about them, and hopefully you know about them, but if you don't, go to the UNESCO website and you can certainly see them and download them for free in multiple languages. The Green School Quality Standard is aiming to sort of help schools walk the talk. It's designed to be based on a whole institution approach which helps cover every aspect of school life and a set of activities that schools can take in order to sort of green their schools. We're happy to share that over 50,000 schools in 85 countries are already joining the movement. In lots of countries, and we heard from Oman, countries are already saying we want to have X% of our schools be green schools. But what does that actually mean, right? So part of the Green School Quality Standard says, here's what various green school accreditation schemes across the world have in common, right? Here's the minimum that we see emerging from all of these different schemes. Here are some features in some countries that you might want to consider adding that maybe you're not already doing. So this really provides an important reference, I think, for countries who are increasingly saying, yeah, of course we want our schools to be green. We want them to be climate resilient. We want them to be able to withstand the ravages of climate change in terms of how that can disrupt learning, but also make learning difficult in high temperatures and when schools close, etc. The greening curriculum guidance, first of all, let me say, of course, it's not a curriculum itself. It's not a universal curriculum. Those are owned by the countries, right? But it is a reference. It's topics and learning objectives by age. It's the first time that the UN and our partners have come together ever to say, here's how we define climate change education. First time in June of this year when we released this. So all of us collectively came together and said, this is what good quality climate change education consists of. Starting from age 5, all the way up to 18 plus lifelong learning, formal, informal, non-formal. And that's really important because your question about measurement, right? How do we measure something if we haven't even defined it? Well, now we have. There's not only a consensus on these 4 action areas or pillars, but there's a consensus on what we mean by good quality climate change education. And it's a lot more than just environmental education. It includes things like climate justice. It includes information about post-carbon economies. So it's quite a comprehensive approach. And let me just say that in terms of these 4 action areas, one of the things I wanted to say from the start, I think one of your questions was, what would you do first, what's more important, et cetera. Actually, our view, and the views I think of our members, is that all of them are important. You need to do all 4 of these things. They're all interrelated. You can't just have a curriculum that's been greened and reflects all these wonderful characteristics if you don't have teachers that have been trained to use it. And if we haven't worked with communities to understand why it's important and support it. And if we don't have good quality school policies. So there's a holistic approach that needs to happen here. None of these on their own is the magic bullet, but together they will make a big difference in terms of how we work towards greening our education systems. So that's the first point I wanted to make around the knowledge management and capacity building. The second is around fostering better coordination and stronger collaboration among stakeholders. And I think we heard across the panel today already, it's really important that we come together collectively in order to have this global community of practice and support countries. So, for example, Zimbabwe and Malawi are already using the global curriculum guidance to green their own country curriculum, and they're being supported by the Global Partnership for Education, UNESCO, and Save the Children in a partnership called Climate Smart Education Initiative. And that's going to be expanding to many more countries. I think we're now in 20 and we're going higher than that. So it's basically putting into practice these global standards to support countries. And we need a lot more of that, actually. It's great to have these global standards. They're super important so we all know the what's grounded and based in science and evidence. But then we have to work with countries, and I think our Honorable Deputy Minister from Pakistan made the point. Countries are asking for that support. It's not enough to just say, oh yeah, we have this great resource on curriculum or green schools. They need us to sit alongside them and work with them to actually put that into practice. And that requires resources, and that's the other thing. We need to be able to have the resources to support countries to make an impact and to reflect and adapt and put into practice all of these important things. The third and final area I wanted to mention is I think probably pretty obvious, but we're all talking about it, which is advocacy, communication, and monitoring of progress. And this gets to your specific question about the dashboard. So collectively, when we come together and we say, look, education's important, look what we've achieved. I mean, I was talking with colleagues who were here from the Ministry of Education from the United Arab Emirates, who we worked with closely for COP28. I think we owe them a huge debt of gratitude for the way they really put education on the agenda. And if anybody was at COP28, you would have been impressed by the Pavilion, the education hub that they established, and really gave a lot of visibility on the role and contribution of education to the fight against climate change. But we need to keep advancing that, and I think here at COP29, it was incredibly important this morning to have the COP presidency put in Human Development Day the education, health, and social protection. Really giving that like the top level COP presidency level of support. And we're sure that we're going to see that continue with COP30 in Brazil and in Belém as well, and we're certainly talking already to our Brazilian colleagues about how we advance that. Now, you asked specifically about the dashboard. Of course, we need to know how we're doing, right? So we've got these global standards, we've got something to benchmark, and now we have to basically monitor that. And so we're very happy that the partnership will be collaborating with ICESCO. Am I pronouncing that right? ICESCO, sorry. I have a bit of a head cold, so I'm I'm a bit spacey this morning. But we're happy to be collaborating with ICESCO on this dashboard because it's going to be a reference for all of us to sort of see and monitor progress as it happens. And that will pull from different data sources, including, I think somebody mentioned the OECD plans to integrate climate greening education as part of the PISA reviews every 4 years. We'll hear more about that at 2 o'clock, so please come along to that session that's coming up after lunch so you can hear more about that exciting initiative, but it's super important that we have data so we know where we stand and where we go next. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chris. I think I love the point that you make about knowledge management, knowledge learning and sharing, because there was a survey, a recent survey of 100 countries, and we found out that none of them had climate change in their education system, in their curriculum. So this issue of knowledge learning and sharing is very critical because they don't need to reinvent the wheel. They can just take what exists and run with it. So thank you very, very much. Okay, so now I have the privilege of welcoming His Excellency, Dr. Esa Faye, who is the Director General for Global Practices and Partnerships at the Islamic Development Bank. Excellency, the Islamic Development Bank has supported member states in achieving their education and climate goals, offering key insights into effective practices for scaling solutions. So in your opinion, which of the ICESCO policy recommendation resonates most with you as a development bank? And more importantly, could you please tell us about an area where you have seen nations succeed and what steps do they take?
Thank you very much, Madam Fatoussi. I'm very happy to be here. Thank you, ICESCO, for the invite, and thank you for the organizer. And then Mr. Minister, really congratulations for organizing this COP, really at this juncture. Very, 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 very commendable. To respond to the question, I would like just to start by saying that the Islamic Development Bank is the only MDBs whose shareholding is entire from the South. And that has a meaning. We are representing the global South. And that means that we have to support our member countries in their development challenges. And then I was very glad to hear my colleague from Pakistan highlighting the challenges and the suffering of our member country. And you can see that our member countries entirely, I mean, the majority of them are suffering from conflict issues, climate issues, and developmental issues. So there is a compounded kind of issues. There is a kind of multifaceted type of challenges that we are grappling with. And that gives us a unique responsibility to support them into this climate education nexus. For us, it's not an option. It's an existential question. We need, because our membership is really, really suffering, and we need to support them on both sides of the coin, meaning the climate side and the education side. On the climate side, what are we doing? I think the bank has been really very successful into progressing in providing climate financing to its member countries. We have provided 5.5 billion of climate financing as of now. And then half of that is for climate adaptation. And you can see MDBs are grappling with providing climate adaptation. And we have been able to provide 50% of that to climate adaptation. And we have also achieved our ambitious goal of improving our portfolio in terms of climate finance 2 years ahead of schedule. So we are now at 35% and going to 47%. So we are serious about climate, and we are trying to provide the financing to do that. But the issue is that what my colleague was saying, our countries have their own development pathway. They're struggling, they're suffering, and we cannot just impose to them some kind of climate transition that will derail their development path. So we committed also to supporting them going through that transition, but in a fair and just way. And this is where education comes in. If you want to provide a just and fair transition, if you don't have education in that, I think that you're going to be failing most of it. The education is part and parcel, and it is central in our just and fair transition framework. If you look at our framework, education is at the heart of it. We need to make sure that the kids, the young people, the women, and all that, and even the usual individuals, can not only weather the climate effect. There's two sides of the coin. There is the part of adjusting and making sure that we can react and respond to the climate effects, and the other side is that how can we take advantage of the benefit that comes with climate transition. So if you don't have people who are educated, who are skilled, who are equipped to not only respond to the climate change effect and also reap the benefit, then you're missing. Because our just transition is about moving from this whole discussion about financing and technology. Because if you hear the discussion, it's all about, how are we going to have the technology, decarbonization, a circular economy, and all these things. And we tend to forget that there is a social dimension, a human capital dimension, which is focusing on the young people, the women, and the local communities. How do we make sure that the local communities, the young people, and the women will benefit from the transition, from the decarbonization is the question. And this is where we're putting our effort to try to help our country really go through that transition, making sure we don't leave no one behind. And education is the first step to do that. We equip them, we give them the ability really to not only adapt and then have the attitude and the behavior that is needed for climate adaptation, but also be able to really reap the benefits. How are we going to make sure that our people can benefit from decarbonization? Because decarbonization will happen, you will change your different assets, but this means that you're going to create jobs, and jobs need to be green. And this is where the pathway, and this is why by the way, I agree with my colleague, the four pillars are all important. It needs to be, these needs to come together. Otherwise, we will miss something. I think that we need that kind of multifaceted type of approach to solve this problem. And the greening of the economy and the benefit that come from, for example, the circular economy, the decarbonization, is really important. We need to make sure that there is this kind of reskilling, upskilling, and that helps really people and local communities make sure that they can benefit for the energy transition. And this is where we are heading, supporting our member countries in balancing climate agenda and climate action with development pathway. They need to continue growing. They need to continue acquiring the simple and social basic needs. There are countries that are still grappling to have these social basic needs. So we cannot just derail that path of gaining economic gains and economic and development, like sustainable development gains, just for climate change on transition. So it needs to go in parallel and make sure that we support them. We make sure that in the education sector, we're going to try to follow this framework. I think this is very, very important and very clear. We need to make sure that the curriculums are adapted to this 21st century type of curriculum, which is going to be adapting to the jobs of the world. What is the job of the future? Part of the job of the future will be green. So we need to make sure that education system helps to tackle that thing. The second is that we need to make sure that the infrastructure that is there is also resilient, not only climate to climate, but also other shocks. We've seen in Turkey, we have been supporting them to build schools using seismic resilient type of infrastructure. And we're going to continue doing that in the infrastructure side, building schools that are climate and seismic resilient. We are trying also to work into the teachers also to make sure that the learner, because this will help on the improving the outcome, the learning outcomes. So I think that this comprehensive framework that you're proposing is really timely and will help us really mainstream this thing in our activities. But my two messages is that, okay, we are serious about climate, but also about just and fair transition.
Thank you very much, Dr. Issa, for bringing the voice of your member countries, of your stakeholders, as you say, the global south. I was going to summarise your two main points, but you just did it in terms of the nexus of climate and education and the importance, the crucial role of education in a just and fair transition. And that focus also, Dr. Issa, on the social, the economic, as well as the environmental. So it's now time for us to move to closing remarks. And really building on what we've discussed, the commitment demonstrated by everyone here today really reaffirms that education is not a part of the climate solution. It is absolutely central to it. At Cambridge, we firmly believe in the power of partnerships like this one to catalyse education system transformation. And the framework that we've developed together with ICESCO member states to set aspirations and implement them. Of course, we also need funding. That has come up in the discussion today. We need funding to match this strategic action. And in parallel, we must continue to ask how we can ensure that education is referenced within national climate action plans and nationally determined contributions. It's events like this where we have an integrated panel of environmental and education leaders, UN agencies and development banks, where we can create a shared vision across sectors for all action that follows on the ground. And this blend of expertise and insight on the panel today and on the stage and in dialogue today is, to me, a really unique development and a fantastic one. But let us also recognise that this is the beginning. So much has been done. It is still the beginning. To maintain momentum after today's session, we, as ICESCO and Cambridge, we aim to convene future global gatherings to assess progress, exchange knowledge and showcase best practices from around the world. By holding ourselves accountable and measuring outcomes, we can ensure that no country is left behind in this shared journey. In my closing, before I hand over to Dr. Hadi, I would like to extend special thanks to our panellists for their rich contributions. I think the access that you've given us to experience, opinions, perspectives, insights has been phenomenal. And also to our audience members, thank you for choosing this session, taking the time to engage with us. I encourage all of us to leave here today not just inspired and informed, but also ready to act. Let us transform our education systems into engines of climate resilience, innovation and equity for the benefit of people, economies and the planet.
Thank you very, very much, Christine. That was very well said. So as we conclude this session, one thing is abundantly clear. The path from policy to action requires intentionality, partnerships, and relentless commitment to long-term strategies. We have heard today from our esteemed panelists about their vision for 2030 and beyond, grounded in the 4 pillars of the policy recommendations framework. These pillars are ambitious, but they are achievable indeed, because we have had examples of countries tackling all of the 4 targets. What stands out is the recognition that greening education is not an optional add-on. It is fundamental to education systems transformation and to achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. Equipping future generations to thrive in a rapidly changing world, ICESCO and Cambridge stands ready to support member states through collaborative platforms, capacity building, and progress monitoring tools to ensure that today's roadmap translates into tomorrow's success. With that, we thank you very, very much for your time, your attention, and for our esteemed panelists. Thank you very, very much for this session.
because it's microphone. Yeah, I will give the microphone. Okay? You will be the third one. Yeah? Okay, dear ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the ICESCO organization, to introduce this panel. And yeah, this panel, which going especially day on human capital, children and youth, health, education, and thematic day. Today we have so many interesting items which we'll be including in our work. We have parliamentarians, we have the members of International Secretary General of international organizations, we have the European Union, we have the young ambassadors, we have so many representation in our channel, in our panels, that it will be wonderful meeting, I think. By the way, we need much more place, as I understand, for these panels and our discussions. Dear ladies and gentlemen, I will go just one question. Today when we say about ICESCO, we know that it's more than 53 countries. It's several 100 million population. It's not just a Muslim population, it's a population, is a bridge between the continents, a bridge between the civilizations. And when we say about sustainable development goals, United Nations principles, implementation, peace, security and democracy principles, which are going directly to our life, which created, especially after the charter adopted in 1945. That's why we will go directly to our discussion, dear ladies and gentlemen, and we will try to show our best work, what we're doing in our way, and what our projects, and what our names. Today we have our parliamentarian, which I am honored to, she's participating with us, and she will make such kind of question about the environment, so the National Legislation Acts and the health and education. And by the way, I want to just say the dilemma because we have the limited time. Each of participants has the 5 minutes introduction speech time, and afterwards we will try to change the place because we have the 8 participants and speakers. And now it's broadcasting directly through YouTube, and you can directly share this point too. That's why, Madam Malahat Ibrahim Ghazi, you are very welcome.
Thank you very much, Elgun. Dear youth, distinguished guests, honorable participants, firstly, I would like to greet and welcome all of you to the beautiful and hospitality city Baku. I hope you are very pleased being with us today and you are able to enjoy here. Distinguished participants, I am very proud of that one of the very important and the biggest event like COP29 takes place in my country. And it is honor for me to be speaker today at the youth meeting organized by ICESCO. I want to thank to the ICESCO team for giving me opportunity to share my opinion with you. Dear participants, COP is open platform for youth to support interaction with all stakeholders on the climate changing issues, and the international community recognizes the inevitable role of youth in every environmental issues too. It is fact that young people bear a disproportionate burden of the environmental crisis that the world faces today, which will impact youth's future. At the same time, many young people feel frustrated and unheard on this matter. The climate crisis, sustainable lifestyle, the value of nature, environmental education, and the need of the shift in global mindset to protect environment are youth challenges. Youth can help reshaping the global debate because that they will be inherit broken planet. And the youth will build an environmentally better world with the efforts of their peers. Today, the opportunities created by COP29, young participants, you are able to call for world leaders, policymakers, and other non-state and state stakeholders to take urgent action for a healthy and safety planet. These opportunities give the youth of the world together and inspire them to take action nationally and internationally toward environmental conservation and environmental governance based on the interests of youth. Dear participants, the young generation want a more inclusive policy-making process and a seat at the decision-making table. In this sense, today, within the framework of the COP29 and in the period between the COPs, to create intergenerational solidarity involving youth and youth organizations to advocate of climate action of all ages and backgrounds are crucial important. Recognizing intergenerational responsibility is a cornerstone of sound policymaking. These responsibilities puts front and center the crucial role of young people in climate action and the need to build the capacity of young people to engage with global leaders and the financial institutions is necessary. Dear participants, today we are discussing the ways of joint struggle against the threats caused by climate change and the learning best experiences. I hope that you will be able to mobilize your efforts in the fight against the destruction of the World Heritage Tour, which has been created for thousands of years. Human civilization is part of the nature and a part of environment. The destruction of the historical and the cultural heritage created by different nations during the armed conflict is unacceptable. During the 30 years Armenian occupation of Karabakh, all infrastructures, including cultural heritage, whole ecosystem were destroyed by Armenian vandals. As a West Azerbaijani living as a refugee for 40 years, I must say that in 1987 and the 91 years, more than 300,000 West Azerbaijanis were forcibly expelled from their homelands. They subjected to ethnic cleansing by Armenian government. Currently, all Azerbaijani cultural heritage, including our cemeteries, Muslim values and the cultural building is being destroyed in Armenia. It is a pity that international organizations such UNESCO, which are responsible for the protection of the world heritage, turn a blind eye to this vandalism. I hope that in the framework of the COPs, regardless of where they are committed, the youth will fight against these crimes against humanity too. Dear youth and the participants, without civilization, without world heritage, cannot be to build green world. Let's fight together against those who destroy our common home. Thank you very much for your attention. Once again, welcome to Azerbaijan.
Thank you very much, Madam Melahat Ibrahim Gazi. And it's reality that today we have the conflict situations between the challenges at the same time challenging the millions and millions of refugees in the world. But at the same time, we need to find how to go out of the system and go to the peace development. And what can take us to the peace, especially? What kind of agreements? One of the ways how to resolve the problems is go to sport. It's reality of the development. Today we have such kind of wonderful and excellent speaker with us participating here, Mr. Nasser Majali, Secretary General Islamic Solidarity Sport Association. He's well known between the young generation mainly because for his challenging speech, for his especially participation in not just in Muslim countries, by the way, but international levels on the Olympic Games, different challenges and initiatives in this world, especially fighting with the hate speech in sport, fighting for the development of health and education side, beginning from the sports science. That's why you are very welcome to this point, and it will be wonderful to get your experience as a leader on this side of in sport, how you can support youth generation, how you can supporting as a challenging, as a head of this organization, especially not just youth, but children is the future of our generations, which our world, not just one country. Please, you are welcome.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for having me with you today. And thank you for giving sports somewhere in this discussion today on sustainability and youth. To answer your question very briefly and to add to what you were saying about the population of the countries under our umbrella, we have about 2 billion people in the 57 member states within Islamic Solidarity Sports Association, and we account for about 22 trillion of they have a 22 trillion in GDP, and add to that 330 million youth 17 to 24, which Your Excellency were talking about giving a seat on the table. Honestly speaking, the role that sports plays, so let's take into consideration our games, for example, Baku 2017 Islamic Games or the Konya Games in 2022. This brings together athletes from all these different countries, puts the cameras of the world, or at least of the Muslim world, on these mega events, where athletes from different societies play against each other. In itself, a statement across the world that gives these athletes a power that you don't see with many politicians even. The chance to have them come together, send a message through sports to everybody. So our role as an organization, our role as a community is to educate, to give a voice to these different athletes, to give a voice to these different communities, so as to work in two mega files. One of them is peace building, and the other is to give them a voice in the discussion of sustainability. To do so, this is where ICESCO's role comes when we partner up with, when they're partnering up in our partnership with ISSA to work on that education program. Now, about the seat on the table, yes, the youth deserve that seat on the table. One of the programs that we've worked on in Islamic Solidarity and we are launching next year is currently called Voice Up. We might change it. It's giving the voice to the youth so that they don't need to sit on a table. Their voice and their engagement as athletes reaches across all borders, not only of the 57 countries, but across that. Athletes from our different countries, all of us, have a voice that we are unable to work with. They have a voice that's much stronger than ours. They speak on the field of play, which is where they create inspiration, and then off field of play, they stay as an inspiration. What we hope to do is to give those youth the message through engagement, so we engage with them in that message. ICESCO being one of these mega organizations that works on that within our community, the Organization of Islamic Cooperation and other sub-organizations, to give them that message, whether it is a message of peace or a message of sustainability. Through that, and after their achievement on field of play, they are able to send a message across the world. And at that point, they have to get a seat on the table. Everybody will feel their impact across the world, the Muslim world and beyond. And then we have to give them a seat on the table, because and if they have the right message, then that is the core value of it. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. Yeah, really, it's a really good principles how to go work on this side and for the next generations how to resolve these problems, but need to work especially because it's not the work for 1 or 10 years. We know that it's understanding this long-term terminology, long-term strategy, and here we see. Yeah, it's something problems. Excuse me. Yeah, as I understand, and now we have the several ambassadors, peace ambassadors here, participants, especially on this side. Yeah. It's now normal. Madame Traore, and.
Working well now.
Yeah.
You can try.
Maybe my voice, sometimes closing. Yeah. We can continue. I understand. Okay. Madame Rokita Taor, ICESCO Youth Peace Ambassador, which was honored to participate. My voice is strong and I can work without this. For me, of course, it will not be going to broadcasting, but I can do my best here especially. And Madame Rokita Traore, I will ask you especially to show us how the best way to go out of the situation using the gender equality principle and entrepreneurship, especially when you're going with your own experience. How are you doing in your region? How are you doing the best experience in your work? Please.
Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. My name is Rokiatou Traoré. I'm ICESCO Youth Ambassador. I'm a country negotiator and I'm an entrepreneur. I would like to quote the Nobel Prize from India, Kailash Satyarthi, saying that the power of youth is the commonwealth for the entire world. The faces of young people are the faces of our past, our present, and our future. No segment in society can match with the power, idealism, enthusiasm, and courage of young people. It's a quite honor to be here in this panel. It's now become compulsory to add young people on the table because we cannot take good decision, the decision that will happen today's work, tomorrow's work without them. And the land that we are using today, we are borrowing this land from the future generation. It doesn't belong to us. So it is our responsibility to preserve this land. And we have understood that very early. And that's the reason why we've used entrepreneurship to preserve our land. So we are developing an inclusive value chain around agroforestry species such as moringa to empower women and young farmers, but also to address desertification and malnutrition. So we collaborate with young women and young people by delivering them technical assistance to plant, to grow the trees. And once they grow the trees, they preserve the environment, but they also get additional incomes because we purchase the leaves, the seed, the flowers, the fruits from these trees. That's additional incomes for them, and that's also raw material for us. And we also process this produce into tea, powder, soap, oil, spices, honey, toothpaste, cookies, different varieties of products to also integrate tree-based produce in the daily diets of millions of people. And this is how we are preserving our environment. Today we have been working with 2,000 women and we've succeeded in planting 100,000 trees. But that's not all, because our ambition is to plant 10 million high-value trees to empower 150,000 women and to integrate tree-based products in the daily diet of every people in this world. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Really interesting, and especially when you see on the place how it's implementing in these regions. Not now, not now. Don't go hurry. We have, by the way, one of the young championships at the same time, Madame Leyla Hasanova, COP29 Presidency Youth Climate Champion. She working especially till the preparation of this conference and till the preparation of this international event, participating at least at each point where youth generation members, including not just youth, but child rights, gender equality questions, and more different questions, as beginning also economic development, by the way, too. That's why she's very welcome. And she was one more question. We include here all the entrepreneurship, which will be continuing by the different experts at the same time. We have the sport implementation, we have the entrepreneurship on the place, especially during the projects, national legislation, how it's going, especially conflict situations. But how do you think, what will be the bridge between COP29 and COP30? What we can reach, especially till the next message? 1 year, it's not so big. It's not such kind of time shade, especially when we're going for timetable. But what we can do for this during the 1 year for the next generations when we have 2050, and what's the main goals? Because sustainable development goals is for 2030. But what we will see, especially for 2050. Thank you very much, please.
Thank you so much for the question. I'll just take my.
Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, if you take it, it's fine.
It's okay. Thank you so much for the question, for inviting me here to also address the panel, and special thanks to organizers, of course. Well, Presidency Youth Climate Champion role was established last year at COP28. So this is a new mandate that now we have in the presidency team. how to say. So as you've mentioned, 1 year is a very, very short time to get prepared to something. And we had to deliver all that you see now. We only had 10 months to go. So in 10 months, we tried to bring together all non-party stakeholders, businesses, youth groups, NGOs, and countries, of course, together to deliver on successful outcomes of COP29. We are now entering the second week of COP29 with the first day ever on human development. Why COP29 presidency specifically focused on human development? Because we saw this as an intersection between each and every thematic that is being discussed here in these arenas. We see children, youth, gender, we see men as well, women and men. We always focus on women empowerment, but we should also realize the fact that 80% of those making decisions at the very last point are men. So everything comes to human development, developing and building capacity for young people, for our future generation, for us, for children and youth is very important. That is why we kickstart the second week of COP with the Human Development Day and with the Children and Youth Centerpiece there. What we do mostly on our road to COP30 already as well is we empower young people. We try to build their capacity, we try to elevate their voices and bridge the gap between them and policymakers. Because sometimes there is a huge misunderstanding on what is really, what are the demands of young people from those who have the pen of those policies. And here we come from the consultations, more than 50 consultations we hosted this year, and the only delivery outcome that we have is that young people are very much concerned about the climate finance goal that is coming by the end of this week. The climate finance goal, be it a new number, be it something that should be delivered by all countries, it should be age responsive. Here we include not only children and youth, but older generation as well. We want this new collective quantified goal to be age responsive. We want our nationally determined contributions to be age responsive. We want the national adaptation plans of each of your respective countries to be age responsive, because this is the way to go. Otherwise, we cannot succeed on getting the results that will make all of us happy. We either should be all equally unhappy, or we should go with the final outcome that makes our future generation, that makes our beautiful world that we're living in more greener. So coming to youth inclusion, we hosted this year, why I focused specifically on human development, because in August this year we hosted Climate Change Summer Camp. We brought together 75 young educators from 35 countries. And why specifically young educators? Because them going back to their respective countries, they can contribute to more than thousands of young people and children. They can educate them. We brought them here in Baku, not just for the sake of bringing them together, but for equipping them with proper knowledge and capacity on how to tackle climate change, on what is the science behind climate change, and how can they deliver this knowledge in their respective communities. So that is why, and we want to push this program to be continued to COP30 as well, and as COP29 presidency we will continue doing that. So thank you for your question, and my pleasure to be here.
Thanks a lot for the policy and for the next goals, which need to be creating as such kind of bridge to the Brazil and to the next generations especially, and we're planning to do. But we have understanding that so many problems, especially carbonization questions, especially questions on the human rights problems, many questions which need to be underlined and resolved to the next generations. Of course, it will not be resolving for 100% problems, but we need to do it, and we need to continue this work. And now we will continue the main question with entrepreneurship for me, which is very important. Without entrepreneurship, we cannot challenge it. Without work on this case, without entrepreneurship with bank system, with the European Union system, with World Bank, we cannot create any strategy, economic development, which is main important point. Today we have the special guest, Gülzar Guliyeva. She is a European European Union management consultant, and she's very important. She has such kind of experiences that, especially as HR, and choosing the special persons which need to be on the right way, on the right date, on the place, especially in the place. That's why for me, entrepreneurship, how you do it, how you choosing your policy, how you making it for the young generation, implementation, not just the climate change, but taking the full system of the youth. And one more point for me is that we have gender equality in participation here, by the way, in the panel, women and men participation, and it's wonderful that ICESCO doing every time.
Not equal.
Not equal.
We have more.
No. That is
positive more.
but women empower the world. You know, we can't do it another way. Please, Madam Gilzar.
Thank you very much. I would like to greet everyone and to say welcome to Azerbaijan to our guests. Thank you for the question. Coming back entrepreneurship, let's say in climate change and in environmental issues, I would like to stress. First of all, and since my not that. I talk without microphone. If I talk without microphone, no. I will text it. Okay. Wearing this as well? Okay. So, though it doesn't work, I will assume that it works. So, coming back to entrepreneurship, youth entrepreneurship, today's millennial and Gen Z generation is much more aware about climate issues and environmental rather than the previous generations. And they are not just very informed about it, they are very keen to address areas related climate change and environmental issues. So they are very innovative, they take issues to their hands, and they want to become entrepreneurs, as in other areas. And in this, I would like to say that this generation is much more skilled, I would say, related to climate issues and climate change and environmental issues. They are thinking out of box, creative, innovative, making businesses addressing climate change and other even businesses. Youth are very energetic. At the same time, I would like to talk about. I would also like to say challenges with which youth may face and they face. First of all, of course, it is funding issues. It is investment and regulatory frameworks which they face, which are not that softened. But to involve more youth to businesses, what we think, I think new skills need to be cultivated in new generations. New skills, not with old skills. They need to be more independent in their thoughts. They need to have their attitude. When we say that planet is our home, I think we have to teach it since kindergarten to small children. I think we have to have special programs in schools. When I say we, I mean all of us, not just Azerbaijan. Schools programs in universities and everywhere. And I think youth need to be educated more in technology, because for climate change and environmental issues, we will need lots of AI. And who will create those AIs? I think this is the work of mainly youth. Thank you for your question.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. It's one of the ways how to work. The middle question for me is that today we have United Nations, we have ICESCO, we have European Union, we have all organizations, international organizations, which creating for the resolving these problems. And they have the main common principles of understanding. Today Azerbaijan and all countries in the world go by this way. But the question is how to go and resolve these points which under the discussion. It's reality, unfortunately, which need to be resolved to this. And entrepreneurship is one of the ways, by the way, education, sport, entrepreneurship, one of the ways how to resolve these problems. Yes? Yes.
There are a huge number of projects related to change and in universities, and I would be very careful to name some of them being afraid to forget some of them. But there are huge amount of projects are being, and there are lots of clubs dealing with environmental issues and climate change in Azerbaijan. They are mainly, today they are volunteers, but I truly believe that they are future entrepreneurs. So because they will need to address issues related to environment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. But for this, we need strong education on financial sector, which are important, including in all the system of education in the world. It's a reality today. We haven't, for example, hedge funds. We don't know about the stock market. We don't know what about the entrepreneurship as a project beginning. It's reality. It's not a school item. It's not a university item. It's a different education in different spheres. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot for this important information. And we have small exchange. Madame Traore and Madame Gulzar, we will try to please exchange with our two members, but don't leave us, please. Don't leave us, yes? Yeah, we will have the group photo. Madame Traore, please, the kitchen. It's okay, it's okay. No. Okay, please, but we have three speakers. No, it's okay. Have a seat, please. Thanks a lot. Let's continue it. And we have different speakers, additional speakers. One of them is Mr. Abdul Baki Ahmad. ICESCO Youth Peace Ambassador. And he has very interesting project which he implemented between the civilizations, between the communities, especially different religions, different nationalities, different understandings first, which including especially, as he said, about the mobility adoption communities and through the climate change. And we are very interesting how he do it, how he think about it, and how he implement it on the place, because it's reality. It's not so easy to do it. Please.
All right. Thank you so much for the opportunity. My name is Abdul Baki Ahmad, and I'm from Nigeria, West Africa. And I'm a Youth Peace Ambassador. I'm here as a delegate of the Global Center for Climate Mobility. So, yes, mine is a nexus between peace, climate change, and then the youth. And that's a very, very important nexus. I came here, as I said, as a delegate of the Global Center for Climate Mobility. And the discussion has been about climate change and its impacts on countries, especially those countries of the global south, Africa, particularly. I come from Nigeria, as I said, and every year it's an issue of floods, an issue of droughts, and my state, Jigawa State, is actually like at the border of Nigeria and Niger Republic. So we have desert encroaching each and every day. And that's the reality, of that very particular state. But then when you look at the society, you see that we do not have the resilience, to really, really survive, the impacts of those very particular crises. So personally, what I've been doing, I've been like the Renewable Energy and Technical Services Officer at Center for Renewable Energy and Action on Climate Change. And what we're doing is we are looking at these very problems and we are seeing exactly what's happening. When you talk about climate change, you also have to talk about poverty. You also have to talk about issues like gender imbalances. Because when you look at these, impacts, you see that when you have a particular crisis, women are those who suffer, first. And then people who are poor are those who do not have the resilience, as I said, to really, really withstand those very particular crises. So, for example, in 2022, with the funding from the French Embassy in Nigeria, we carried out a project which is an agroforestry training center. We created it, and it has the capacity of pumping out 36,000 liters of water in a day. The center is basically meant to train, women and people living with disabilities on sustainable agriculture. So what are we trying to do? We are trying to give those very people agency, to act, to let me say, escape that very cycle of poverty and be able to do something, when it comes to the issues of climate change. So that's just in brief. Now, the thing is, the youth are doing wonderful things. We just heard, from my sister, Traore. We are going to hear, from Sandy. Youth are doing wonderful things. But the reality is, we cannot do it alone. We really can't. We need, the support of our national governments, the support, of the international community to move, these things forward. As I said, so many times when you're talking about climate change, especially for people, say, who are from the global north, it is more about a theory. But for people like me, it is never a theory. It's a practical something I'm living, each and every day. I myself, I have been internally displaced 2 times by floods, in my hometown. And basically, it is one of the reasons why I'm very, very passionate, about climate change, about, climate mobility. So as I said, issues of peace, you really cannot have peace when people are poor, right? When people do not have, as I said, the capability to be resilient against those very particular impacts. And as I said, the youth are very central. So many times when we're talking about solutions, we say that the youth are the leaders of tomorrow. No, we are not. We're the leaders of today. Go and see, how many wonderful things, youth are doing in Africa. As I said, that's where I'm coming from. And as I said, if they are the leaders of today, then we need to integrate them into everything that we do. And this is a very, very important point, not for the sake of integration. So many times you bring the youth, to the table, you integrate them, but simply for the sake, we have youth here. It shouldn't be that way. The youth should have a say because these are our lives and we are not just sitting by. We are working each and every day to make things better, to provide innovative solutions that are going to give people hope and are going to create the resilience that we need in order, as I said, to survive the impacts of the climate change. Thank you.
Thank you very much, my brother. Thanks a lot. We have 3 speakers, 3 speakers, and we have the several ways to do, because one of the points that we need to make the family photo and how to resolve this question. We can make for family photo now, if everybody agree on this point, dear friends, and 3 our main, not our different issues. If it's possible. Let's make the family photo, dear friends, please. Please.
There's somebody who's...
No, we will do just speakers. Yeah. You can join the left to the right side.
No. It's family.
So we just
keep it.
Can I get at the back?
Of course, you can get in the front if you want. You don't need to be in the back. Yeah.
Siz qıraqdan dura bilərsiniz. Ya da o buradan baxın necə. Tek qabağımızda yoxdur belə deyək. Ya da belə otura bilər, sport dedi. Can. Okay, dear friends, let's make the cheese. We can say in different language cheese, but in Azerbaijan it's pendir.
It will confuse.
Yes. Yes, tamam. Let's continue. Thanks. Dear friends, I will ask to sit, please, who will be going to continue with us, because we have not such kind of time.
Şeyde sol vermeye ihtiyaç yoktur.
3 nəfər qalıbdı ona görə.
Yok, ben otururam. 5 dakika ben sol.
Yok, gəlməyəcək, narahat olma. Yok, bitiririk. And we have 3 more speakers for our item, which is very important for us to discuss this. And yes, it can be another way. Madame Sandy Salem, she is the ICESCO Youth Peace Ambassador, and she appreciates us, and it's honor for me that she's coming in Azerbaijan national dress. It's for me, it's miracle to have the ladies which Azerbaijan national dress. It's coming from the east, by the way. The full east countries, including the same natural colors, all the same. And it's important for me and for all the participants here to understand its reality, how to challenge, because we see that both youth ambassadors say about how to bridge, how to make, how to create such kind of a bridge for the next generations. And it's not so easy, by the way, because today, for example, 10 years old people did not understand you, you did not understand me. And it's reality, because we have a little bit different values, a little bit different understanding on human rights, on youth challenge, on actions, how to go on, using the sport, using the climate change, using the entrepreneurship in different ways. Please.
Thank you so much, Mr. Elgun, for such a wonderful presentation. And it's an immense honor to address you on behalf of the network of the 180 ICESCO Youth Peace Ambassadors from 68 countries. Excellencies, distinguished guests, and esteemed honored colleagues. The global youth dedicated to fostering a sustainable and secure and harmonious future. I extend my deepest gratitude to His Excellency, the President. Yeah, my PowerPoint. Do I? Oh, yes, my PowerPoint. So, shares here as well. Firstly, I would like to extend my deepest gratitude to His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Azerbaijan, Honorable Ilham Aliyev, for hosting us and for this exceptional hospitality, and to the UNFCCC for its vital stewardship in our shared actions and shared climate endeavors, and to His Excellency Dr. Salim Al-Malik, Director General of ICESCO, for his tireless support of youth inclusion and meaningful participation in this critical dialogue. And thank you all for joining us today, and thank you for inviting me to this panel. Today we gather on a day that belongs to the youth. 18th November, it's about youth. And it's not just to recognize our presence, but to underscore our purpose. This is a day to articulate the aspirations that define our future and our today and our generation, and to address the profound challenges we inherit. Two issues stand as paramount and universal priorities, in my opinion, and they are climate preservation and the pursuit of global peace and security. To this end, the training we have received through ICESCO's LTIPS program, which is Leadership Training in Peace and Climate and Security program, which is based on the Peace 360 approach, builds in a compelling way the strong interrelation between climate change and peace security. Before proceeding, I invite you to close your eyes, please, for a short exercise. Please, everyone, close your eyes. Close your eyes, please. Yeah. Close your eyes. Picture the world you envision for 2050, not as a distant ideal, but as a tangible reality. Envision clear skies, thriving forests, resilient communities, and a world where every child grows up safe with the stability and hope they deserve. Please hold that vision for a while. Thank you. Now let us carry this vision with us for every dialogue we engage in today. And every dialogue we engage throughout the scope is a step towards realizing the future. Our generation stands on the front line of a climate crisis that grows more urgent with each passing day. And we understand the immediacy of this moment, and we recognize that our response must be decisive and timely. In light of this urgency, I would like to underscore 3 critical actions that can effectively empower young people to take a leading role in achieving our collective climate goals. Number 1, is deepening partnerships with youth-led organizations. Around the globe, youth-led organizations are addressing climate challenges with innovative approaches and grassroots solutions. So these organizations are more than just agents of change, and rather they are the lifeblood of forward-thinking ideas and real impactful actions. Strengthening partnerships with these groups will amplify the reach and influence of youth-led initiatives, and enabling young voices to influence and drive sustained progress in shaping our national climate targets or NDCs and building resilient communities. Number 2 is providing robust technical and financial support. To make that happen, the full engagement of young people requires the removal of barriers, both technical and financial. Many youth, particularly those from the marginalized and underrepresented countries and backgrounds, encounter obstacles that limit their participation. By allocating resources to support youth-driven initiatives, we not only include diverse voices, but empower them to lead. And this investment is vital for fostering a truly inclusive and representative approach to climate policy and action. Number 3 is ensuring youth representation in decision-making processes. I think we've all been talking about those 3 pillars since the start of this session, but this is a more organized way to how we can implement this. So number 3, young people must be present and active participants at decision-making tables, especially in nationally determined contributions related discussions. Our generation brings unique insights informed by lived experiences and a future-oriented vision. Youth representation is essential in shaping climate change policies that are ambitious, equitable, and sustainable in the meantime. Inclusion in task forces, policy discussions, and preparatory sessions for key forums, such as COP29, is not a token gesture. It is a prerequisite for achieving meaningful outcomes. Youth-led climate initiatives worldwide demonstrate that young people are not merely participants, but change makers in this movement. And our commitment is unwavering, yet it requires sustained support to effect change. Allow me to present the document of ICESCO's Youth Peace Ambassadors, the one we conducted at the first edition of the By Youth for Youth Forum, organized by the ICESCO and the Ministry of Youth and Sports of Azerbaijan, in partnership with the Haydar Ali Foundation in Shusha and Baku from 24th to 28th June 2024. Our proposals emphasize responsible consumption, essential water conservation efforts to build a more conscious global community. Recognizing youth as key stakeholders, we commit to supporting their Climate Start projects, ensuring their active inclusion in climate policies, and expanding access to climate finance and educational opportunities for all, including women and individuals with disabilities. Additionally, our resolutions prioritize biodiversity preservation, circular economy practices, and eco-friendly tourism, leveraging youth influence to drive public awareness. As I conclude, I call you to revisit the vision that you held at the beginning of this address. The world that you imagined, the decisions that we make at COP29 will either move us closer to this vision or take us farther from it. This is not a matter of whether we're going to do it or not. This is a matter of when are we going to act. So the time to act is now, and as a Youth Peace Ambassador, I'm telling my message to youth: you are never too young to change the world. Thank you a lot.
Thank you very much. It's reality. We never too late, to be lying and to make the decisions as a young person. That the age changed and everything in your hand, by the way. Yes, now it's in your hands because the young generation changing and the principles are changing. And what will be the future, it depends what you are doing. And of course, with our support, with support of generations which are much more older, but the principles are already included in United Nations Charter or in the International ICESCO Charter, all the same. Culture, peace, security, education, health, it's already included in the main understanding. And how it will be continuing is different things. Thank you very much. And we have one more representative, Madame Aytekin Hüseyinli. She Assistant Research Professor, Center for Social Development, Brown School, Washington University. And I have a special question because she is coming here from the special project not just about the understanding principles, but because she has a special project for the children on the climate change and how she resolving, how she show, especially in her state, how it must be done, especially as a project line, including a special accounts for the children, and how using the education in the society. By the way, one of the main principles, scientific and educational principles of ICESCO. Thank you very much. Please.
Thank you very much, Elgün Malim. Thank you very much, everyone. I'm so proud to be here today in my own country, where we have one of the greatest events ever. I am Aytekin Hüseyini, coming from Washington University in St. Louis, but originally from Azerbaijan. Today, like the speakers before me talked about how we need to support youth in climate change, we need to invest in them. And today I'm here to give you a model where we can invest properly and invest in long term for youth, that we have a strong, capable generation in the future. So today's my talk is about how we can use fossil fuel wealth to building human capital, and with a specific policy model. So last year in the COP, it was decided that the world needs to phase out of extraction of the fossil fuels. It means that by 2050, it means that we don't have much time, and fossil fuel is very limited, and we need to stop using them. But until then, we need to use the wealth coming from the fossil fuel for development of human, especially development of young generation. And we have a huge challenge in terms of that we have about 73 low to middle income countries which depend on the wealth coming from fossil fuels. And when it's not there, these countries might have a challenge in their economy, but by then we can use this policy model to prepare the young generation to be capable to live in that environment, in the era where we don't have fossil fuels. And we are talking about the 3 billion people. So we also need to consider that we need to focus on development in these countries, because they historically, for last couple of decades, these 73 countries, 3 billion people dependent on the wealth coming from fossil fuels. One of the strategy, and one thing I wanted to mention, that these countries are not poor. These countries are rich. For instance, in 2023, the money coming from the fossil fuel was about $2.1 trillion. So how we can gear this wealth for development of youth? One strategy is one motto we are using, how we can turn this black gold into human gold. One strategy policy options is asset building policies, and specifically for children and youth is child development accounts. Child development account was proposed by a professor which is sitting in the audience, Michael Sheridan, back in 1990s, saying that the biggest gap between rich and poor is is absence of the asset. Asset, which means is any liquid and non-liquid asset, which means education, housing, land, or anything like that. So the policy concept started back 1990s. Since then, about 10 countries have these policies as a national policy for their public policy for their children, and those countries are Singapore, Israel, about 10 states in the United States. It is Taiwan, Uganda, Korea. So they have the child development account policies for their children. But recently, with the help of our research, with the help of support coming from Center for Social Development, one of the oil, gas, and mineral-rich countries, Kazakhstan, started this policy for their children. In 2024, they opened child saving accounts for every children, which is about 7 million children, and they decided, and in February they invested 50% of the oil, gas, and mineral money for every child in the amount of $150. And the purpose of the child development account around the globe is related for either depending on the needs of the society, needs of the children, or issues of the society. Some societies could, but mostly popular purpose for these saving accounts are either education, starting with any kind of startup, someone we mentioned here, promoting entrepreneurship among youth, and all housing. It all depends. In Kazakhstan, they decided also to link this account, this policy, to financing post-secondary education, that the young people, when they are accepted to university, they can use this saving for financing their education. For instance, in Kazakhstan, with the saved account, by the end of the 18 years old, they will have about $3,500, and which will cover about 4 years of education, of bachelor degree education, of course, in public schools, not in private, of course, but in public schools. So Kazakhstan government invested about $700 million from their oil fund into this account, and they covered all children and last cohort of 18 years old as well. So children, when they can withdraw this money when they're 18 years old. Before that, they cannot take this money. So recent statistics show that about 7,000 children already took this money, and they use this money for covering their post-secondary education and also for the housing. So we suggest that other oil, gas, mineral-rich countries use this model and invest in children and invest the youth to have a capable youth in new era and have some kind of capital to start their life. Thank you very much. This is what I wanted to say. And all right, I need to go back to the end. So if you have any question, you can email us to get more information. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Madam Aytekin. It's really interesting, especially when you have the results, when you have the projects, and you see the numbers. It's big numbers when you try to cover the children, especially when 7 million children will be covered just in one project. Very important how already covered. Yeah, it's reality. And I think it will be continuing because the project not just for 1 year, as my dear friend said, Nasser, that's the budget just only for 1 year. It will be for the next year.
Thank you, madam. I just want to mention that it's not a project which is not sustainable. It's a government policy. It's a national policy by Kazakhstan government. And yes, they hope that they will have it forever for their children every year, and we are also kind of supporting them to have it. And here, one thing here, government puts $100, and there is also responsibility for families to match at least $100. So it's a joint accumulation, joint saving for children. It's not only government puts. There is also a requirement that families also put money for their children. Okay, thank you.
Reality, because we have the countries with demographic crises, and we have the European countries with the Asian countries, but we have the overload countries, by the way, geographically all the same. It depends on the situation of the Kazakhstan, of course, needs such kind of not just a project, maybe state programs or strategy, state policy strategy, as I think UNICEF or different agencies supporting them in this way too, I think. But we have one more at the same time, very interesting speaker, which is interesting as a friend of mine on the understanding as the main interesting of the youth challenging and using high technology. How the high technology will be implementing directly so youth implementation, especially sustainable development goals. Mr. Gayser Nawab, as a President Belt and Road Initiative for Sustainable Development, Global Youth Climate Activist, member of Yango. By the way, Yango, one of the champions organizations which during many years, not just in Azerbaijan, in the world, after with UNICEF, with all countries, on the protection of child rights and youth initiative on the place. Please, you have the question and you have the floor.
Thank you very much, my dear brother. You moderated very nicely and you listened to everyone very carefully. So maybe before clapping for me, I would like to clap for you by everyone. And I was listening to every speaker. Some of them are my very close friends, and we are working since long time on different issues, particularly related to the youth, peace, culture, and of course, Madam mentioned about Karabakh, which we can't forget. If we forget, it will not be a fair being in Azerbaijan and being at such a multilateral platform. Further going to the sustainable development, the AI, I think it's important to mention about these issues which are still neglecting by a few of the multilateral forums. And I think we need to educate for these issues, and we need to repeat them as well. Because while going into the AI and technology, we will forget all those, basic pillars. Once I was sitting with one of my Chinese friends, and we were discussing about the issues back in my part of the world in Pakistan regarding cyber crimes and these kind of issues. And I mentioned that maybe one day we can make our own Facebook, one day we can make our own Twitter, and one day maybe we can our own have a social media platform where we can control the things that are manipulating our societies from the outside. And he said to me that, okay, where the data will go? Again, we will need the data centers, and the data is still going to somewhere else. So while going towards the problems and their solutions and looking into their lives, just we need to go to the grassroots level. So by integrating into the AI and then finding the climate solutions or every social aspect solution, it's important to link these all problems with the grassroots levels as well. And one of the grassroots level is the occupation, the mining. And we are not so far from this. This is just like few hours away from here. And we have seen that. And we try to mention on every platform. And not only this in Azerbaijan, but we have seen the same in Kashmir, where it's just not so far from us as well. The beautiful valleys that are under occupation and from illegally by very so-called major economies. And then we speak about the economy, and then we forget about the grassroots level. Of course, the young people who are the beholders of the present, not the future, because I don't believe in future anymore. I believe in the present, and I need a space now, not later, because these fake promises was given to those who now become elder, and they don't want to repeat this, and they are so much frustrated, the elder generation, they don't want to give it to the opportunities to the young people because they just want the revenge of their life in themselves. They don't want to see a young person sitting at a policy table, at a stage, where they haven't been, because they were deprived of that opportunity at their age. But we need to change this change of mindset. I believe in change of mindset is the basic pillar of changing the whole society and bringing and achieving, of course, the sustainable development as well. Because with human development, if your mind is not changed, again, there will be the intergenerational gap that we are facing everywhere. While I am on the phone, my father and the grandfather was not on the phone. While I have this phone and I can be connected to any part of the world, while my father was used to write a letter with the pagans. So there is a huge gap of intergeneration, and I think the most important thing is that we accept the change of mindset, and we need to work with young people as colleagues. We don't need to mentor them anymore. We need to accept that the young people today are very smart. We need to accept that their ideas are very innovative. We need to, the elder generation need to recognize this, and they need to bow down as a respect, because the way we will give the respect to the young people, then we can expect something innovation. And I think back in my country, the population ratio is about 65% of young people. And it's the 5th populous country in the world. And 1.8 billion young people are the beholders of today's earth. What we are discussing, the climate change, the policies, the finance, and when we see the faces, even all across the pavilions and the negotiations, you will rarely find few young faces. Finance is important, of course, but who holds the finance? Who is benefiting from all these discussions at the end when we make some faces, as my brother mentioned, that we just show some faces of the young people on the stages. And then we need to see what is the politics behind this. So the young people now understand where they are manipulating, where there is a gap, but we will never lose this hope. We will still be a support to each other, irrespective of either I'm from Asia or Africa, from everywhere. But I believe that we are a global citizens, and thank you to ICESCO, and thank you to the government of Azerbaijan as well. I've been to Azerbaijan for the first time in 2017, and that was a part of the Ministry of Youth Affairs. And the minister that time was a very great person, Hazad Rahimov, who unfortunately died due to COVID pandemic. He was such a great person whose legacy is still under our bloods. And I think we believe that he's the one who actually brought different young people from the OIC countries. and he explored that there is the potential among the youth which need to be utilized for the future of and the present of Azerbaijan as well. That's the vision that brought us to Azerbaijan, and I think that's the vision that Azerbaijan brought young people to the COP29 process as well. And this was what once our colleague Ms. Laila just presented. And I think when we see Laila, we see ourselves in her. We don't feel that she is from somewhere else. Why? Because she is representing the youth. And this is the harmony that exists among the youth. And this is the harmony that exists among the technologies and the AI. Why? Because we are the originator of the AI as well. And there is a strong link of the AI with the young people, because the young people itself are the clients of the AI applications as well. And I think it's important that the AI companies should more focus on the young people, and they should also try to do negotiations and try to do lobbying for the policies that are friendly with the young people. If the young people will be their user, they will be having more clients. Thank you.
Thank you very much, my brother Gayser. It's very important to underline this line, high technology's role in the development of these principles, especially for the young generation. And by the way, now, at this moment in the room participating here in this pavilion, young ambassadors, 14, 18 years old, our ambassadors, Azerbaijan ambassadors, which born here and which are developing, and they will be representing Azerbaijan in the international events. And I think it's honor for me, especially, to present them. Sure, they will be in a different level after 10 years, and they will come back and go with our own work. It will be in sport, it will be in the youth direction, it will be in climate change, it will be on the human rights, different understanding. But for me, it's important that today we include all sides: economic, social, sport, education. We are including especially African points, questions on the environment, what's happening, especially during the floods. Many questions including here. Azerbaijan. At the same time, questions about the refugees, questions about the minings. At this moment, we have more than 1 million mines in Karabakh. It's a reality. How we can speak about this? How we can close this item? For example, what's happening in Yerevan? What about Muslim mosques, which are fully destroyed and changed the names? It's reality. It's a national heritage. It's a Muslim heritage. It's a world heritage. And when they change the names, when they change the names in the Qurans, it's you're fighting. But why you are fighting with religion? Why you are fighting with the human rights? Why you fighting with accessibility of the Muslim civilization in your country? For me, it's the main point that for challenging in the site, we need to continue our work. And it's wonderful that we have such kind of brothers and sisters sitting today with us. And I want to say thank you very much to ICESCO, to the Islamic World Education, Scientific and Cultural Organization, especially on this implementation, especially for this possibility to have such kind of a meeting with such kind of wonderful persons. So good luck to everybody, and I'm applauding to everybody, to all our participants. And we need to have one more photo, but say yes. Yes. Yeah? Thanks. Yes. Come on. Come on.
Hello, everyone. They cannot hear. Seats. Yeah. Can you please start seats so that we can start our next session, please?
No, yes.
Her phone.
I gave it to you. Yeah. Sorry, I asked.
Can you please sit so that we can have our next session, please? Yeah. Yeah, sit. It's just the four of us. Okay. Hello, everyone.
First row as well.
Okay, we start. In 20 minutes. Okay. Hello, everyone. Thank you very much for coming for our session. And we are very happy to see very young faces. This session is about the engagement of young people, especially the ICESCO ambassadors of peace. Do you know what is ICESCO? How many have heard about ICESCO? How many? Show of hands.
Have you heard about ICESCO? They can't hear you.
Can you hear me? Okay. So what do you know about ICESCO?
So the only thing I know about it is that it's related to Islam, and yeah, that's it.
Thank you very much. It's about Islam, but it's beyond that. It's also making the world greener and more sustainable with the implication of women, young, vulnerable people. And we are going to watch a video explaining what ICESCO is and what the ICESCO young ambassadors have been doing. Can you please have the video on the screen, please?
Hello, I'm Sandy Salim, ICESCO Youth Peace Ambassador from the Republic of Azerbaijan.
I'm Ihab, ICESCO Youth Peace Ambassador from Indonesia.
My name is Jihan, ICESCO Youth Peace Ambassador representing Morocco.
My name is Nujain Filimban. I am ICESCO Youth Peace Ambassador representing Saudi Arabia.
I am Anas Hamia, ICESCO Youth Peace Ambassador from Thailand.
We are not just talking about change, we are living it. Ahead of COP29 in Azerbaijan, I'd like to share my small act for climate. Public transport is a powerful tool in the fight against climate change. By choosing buses, trains, and bikes over cars, we reduce our carbon footprint. It cuts down on greenhouse gas emissions, eases traffic congestion, and improves air quality.
Ahead COP29 in Azerbaijan, I'd like to share with you my one small act for climate. For instance, watering this tree with used water or using less and less plastic bags. And also sharing knowledge. Because I do believe that sharing is our strongest green weapon in today's interconnected world.
Much of the community is unaware of the variety and unique sea life that live beneath the surface right here, and therefore is unaware of how important it is for us to protect it. Through my work of art, I hope to help them value and explore the depth of the relationship we've always had with the sea and the environment, and therefore work more to protect it.
My friend and I created a platform called Possible Opportunity to encourage youth participation in leadership development and advocacy for climate action. Together, we built a community of informed and proactive individuals committed to making a difference.
Plastic is one of the most harmful materials to nature. By avoiding plastic bottles, I reduce waste and inspire those around me to adopt similar eco-friendly practices.
Therefore, as we move forward, let us carry the torch of peace and fraternity, lighting the way for a greener, more harmonious world.
If we cannot prevent climate change as soon as possible, our world will face undesirable consequences.
As ICESCO Youth Peace Ambassador, I take my commitment to lead by example and invite you to join in these vital efforts.
Every small act counts, whether it's reducing your plastic, saving water, or planting a tree. Your actions contribute to a healthier planet and a more peaceful world.
Thank you a lot. And today, now let's present the video of my colleague, ICESCO Youth Peace Ambassador from Mali, very talented Rokiato Traore. Could you please present her second video, which is about gender equality, sustainability, and Moringa?
My name is Rokiato Traore. I'm from Mali. They call me the Moringa Queen. Do you know Moringa? Have you heard about Moringa? Come with me. Let's discover more about it. Edu Alliance were initially created in 2019. That logic of creating economic, environmental and social, and it was also a solution to address desertification, deforestation, women poverty and malnutrition. Research have showed that Moringa contains 92 nutrients, 46 antioxidants, 36 anti-inflammatories, effectively capable to address malnutrition and at the same time to lower high blood pressure, sugar level, cholesterol, toxins in the human system. It's actually a superfood that can actually regenerate the human system. Our ambition by 2030 is to plant 10 million trees to empower 150,000 women and young farmers to be effective suppliers of tree-based produce. And also our ambition is to make products that can be integrated in the daily diet of millions of people, starting in the Sahel. We train on how to harvest it, the way of harvesting it, cleaning, drying, the way to store it. We teach them all of that and we follow with them. And we ensure that no pesticides, no chemical products are used. Once we get it, we bring it to our factory and we process it.
Grâce à Hero Alliance, il y a certaines filles qui arrivent maintenant à gagner l'argent et puis pour payer leurs études, tout. Même moi aussi, je gagne l'argent dedans et puis toute la famille gagne aussi.
Je m'appelle Nadji Kossi, je travaille dans cette usine avec 8 filles. Je suis responsable pour l'entretien pour l'usine. Avec Hero Alliance, nous produisons les produits à base de moringa. Hero Alliance, j'ai pu résoudre problèmes familiaux. Ma vie a un peu changé avec Hero Alliance.
We make moringa tea that we call kabakote moringa. We make the powder, the oil, the soap, the spice, the honey, and also the toothpaste. first supermarket which accepted our product was ShopRite Mali. And they started with 10, and within 1 week they sold everything. So that's how we started the partnership, and up to now we continuously provide them with our products. Why women? Women because in Mali, just in Mali, they represent over 51% of the population. Yet they remain the most vulnerable group with limited access to incomes and at the same time lands. So we are working with women hand in hand to get that enough money to be able to get their own land and to be able to also develop other economic activities and expand to be empowered.
Bo projet unale yanno kana ni morenga ni kana sa amma yanno ay na fa badi la sa amma patela de plus forte raison morenga ere feni bana fura ere do ni ya jatimine morenga be na famina se buna ramadema avec kenan se buna ramadema ni mo ni ba dɔn I b'a dɔn k'a fɔ I bɛ I tulonŋa la I tɛ tulonŋa la quoi I b'a ta en considération.
Mɔrɛnga kɔni a bɛ bana caman furakɛ an kun t'a dɔn k'a fɔ ko nin bɛɛ nafa bɛ mɔrɛnga na an y'a dɔn bi de aw nalen na k'a fɔ ko nafa bɛ mɔrɛnga na tiɲɛ yɛrɛ la o diyara an ye mɔrɛnga nafa dɔn yɛrɛ yɛrɛ wa a tɛ dɔn ka ban fɛnɛ halisa nin bɛɛ kɔfɛ I ka laɲini ye an k'an timinandiya an k'an débrouiller mɔrɛnga ko in na nafa b'a la an kɔni y'o dɔn bi aw ka bi nali la o diyara an tiɲɛna.
An ka tɔgɔ Etienne Courtois mɔrɛnga filɛ nafaba de b'a la mɔrɛnga sun b'an fɛ an delila k'a dun ka tɛmɛ nafaba de b'a la wa a ka ɲi mɔgɔ farisogo ma a bɛ bana caman kɛlɛ ka bɔ mɔgɔ farisogo la aw nana ni mɔrɛnga an ka dugu la a diyara an ye a bonyana aw ma an b'aw fo.
I think the One Planet Fellowship has been a lifetime experience. I have learned a lot. I have met with many scientists. I've been trained also to strengthen my strategies, my business strategies, and also integrate science to make more impact. And also help me, especially with the Moringa. Most of them know Moringa. Most of them have worked on Moringa projects before. I've shared many experiences that help me actually to strengthen my strategies. What I want to tell my laureate colleagues, research is the key to explore innovation, to solve issues, but it's not enough. It is also crucial to make money, to be profitable for yourself, and also make the communities to get a source of incomes. The exercise we're actually doing today is to prepare the land to grow 1,000 moringa trees and 800 fruit trees. We are partnering with UNDP Mali, the University of Kampala, the Ministry of Environment, the Department of Forestry, and the Green War National Agency Director. We have recently been recognized by the UNCCD to be a land hero for 2 years. This recognition comes with our effort of growing moringa trees to address desertification, deforestation, women poverty, and malnutrition in the Sahel.
Thank you very much. Now we'll move to an international ICESCO Youth Ambassador, and at the same time an innovator that think of how to integrate deaf people in the society, how to make them also contribute, engage in addressing all the challenges the world is facing now. Mrs. Dr. Sandy, you have the floor.
Thank you so much for such a wonderful presentation. I'm not gonna be talking much because I see all of our audience are from Gen Z. So we're gonna make it a short but profitable session. So I am the founder and innovator of Simon, smart instrument for mute and otolaryngel non-speaker. Helps deaf mute people communicate, and throughout the past years, and just for context, I started this project when I was almost 11 years old. So throughout the past years, we did too many competitions and recognized by too many international, for example, they took like Chinese President's Award and many else. So what I want to tell you today, the take-home message is, if you have an idea, if you think that you do face something in your daily life, and it shouldn't be, innovative. It could be anything that, for example, you could plant 100 trees. You can do an initiative with your friends and go clean the suburbs or any places like that. So if you start such an initiative, I would like to guide you through some pillars that you should know so you can start your own initiative. Number one is identify the purpose and the goal. It should be cost effective, feasible, and easy to start. Like you could start as a group of youth without the need of help or aid from any other organizations. First, you start small, and then after, when you start, for example, an initiative, let's say, for example, you're gonna plant 100 trees. You plant, for example, 10 trees, you and a group of 5 of your friends, for example, and then you collect the insights, and then you collect whatever you have done and however you have worked, and then you can apply to international foundations such as ICESCO, UNICEF and UNFCCC if it's climate related. You can do your research based on your field of work and then apply your work there. If you're more interested into research, then it's better to head to other competitions like ICEF for General competition. It's a very popular competition that's held every year. You are an alumnus? Oh, wow, great. Oh, wow. Oh, congratulations. I was an alumnus as well in 2020. Well, such competitions do help you to get into a big pool of many sponsors, investors, and many field experts that could help you with that. So my take-home message is you are never too young to change the world, and the time to act is now. So if you have any idea, let today be the start, and most importantly, to be consistent, but not just motivated for the rest until you achieve this dream. So you will fail once, twice, 3 times, 4 times, even if 100 times. Just keep starting and go over. Keep starting and never give up, and keep starting and doing best for your country and for your world. Thank you a lot. And now allow me to present Ms. Ayan. She's as well a Youth Peace Ambassador, and she's very well known for her individual activities in the UN SDGs. And please talk us more about that.
Hello everyone, I actually want to talk, my talk is more in an interactive way. I want to ask you, or at least make you think about some questions. So we are all here, and for sure we hear lots of projects, lots of actions, everything happening in the same time all around. And raise your hand if you think it's too big. Is it too big for us? What do you think? No? And okay, I see that you're saying no. And if it's no, what do you think? Have you done everything in this direction for climate? Do you have some thoughts or maybe some projects? Yeah, you have something. I see at least one hand, and it's all already inspiring actually, because when there is one hand, it means that there is some actions might happen, and I see here that from many perspectives, people come from fear, like what might happen if we don't do something. I think it should not be, shouldn't come from fear. It mostly should come probably with hope that if we do something now, if I can do something now, it means that it might be better. Not if I don't do it, it will be disaster. Yeah, that's also a good point, but it doesn't motivate enough. So, yeah, raise your hand if you ever, or finger, or just move your head if you at least once convinced your friend or your classmates or I don't know, somebody in your life to like, don't do this. So for climate or for peace, oh wow, pretty many hands. That's perfect. And have it worked? Yeah, it worked for sure. Great. And also, I have noticed, I won't take it long, I just want to make these insights for all of us. It doesn't take, we shouldn't do too much. So sometimes we think that we need too much, I don't know, maybe some support or some platform or something to make actions, but it's not always that way. So we can do it even sitting at home with help of our social media, to shoot some video or just write some I don't know, short story or short post, and it already attracts attention and it already makes a big change. It doesn't matter in peace, ecological matters, gender or whatever. So maybe it's your time, not yours and ours for sure, to make it all together, because one ambassador or one person can, yeah, for sure can influence for something, but we all together can make a big influence, and maybe it's in some point of start to make a change. So I say that we have not so much time and I won't take it so long. So, and please Sandy, introduce.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much, Ayan, for the great work that you do and for your work. As young people, it is our responsibility. It's now become compulsory for all of us to take actions. And any kind of action, as she said, we can use social media. We can even be in our room and make impact. Because today, with communication, we can reach everyone in the world. Something posted here in Baku can find itself in Mali, in every part of the world. So it is our responsibility. And our next speaker has understood that very well. He is an active entrepreneur and activist in the tree planting and activities in Nigeria. Please welcome Abdul.
Thank you so much, Rokiatu. Once again, my name is Abdul Baki Ahmed, and I think, we are somehow out of time. So just go straight to the point. First of all, Rokiatu mentioned something which is very, very important, right? About action. We might come from different, communities with different realities. But in a way, when you look at our problems, globally, you're going to find out we are really interconnected. Now, let me cite an example. Africa has a historical greenhouse gas emission which is less than 3%, according to the report, the Africa Climate Mobility Initiative. Less than 3%. It means 97% of the emissions historically were not from Africa. But Africa today is paying the price of climate crisis. I think, more than any other continent, because, of the lack of resilience of the people to really, kind of address those very issues. So the point of action, as I said, even if you're comfortable where you are, the actions that you do really, really contribute, to the global equation of what is happening. I mean, so many times we want to look at this world, compartmentally to say this is this. But I love, system thinking, and when you look at it, you see we are one. We might not see it that way, but that's the reality. So action is very important. Whatever you do, think about, the other people. It might not be you, but then it's actually kind of, as I said, humanity is really, really connected. To be able to feel the pain of the person who is not you, that's humanity, Even if it is not you who is feeling that very pain, you should be able to feel okay, my brother is in pain. And I think, Islamically, that's core, right? You have to feel the pain of your fellow, kind of Muslim, right? And as I said, humanity in general, not only your fellow brother, in Islam, And also, I feel I should say this, life is not only about, living. Last I think, it was last year, we had a program of ICESCO, and Muhammadu Sanusi, the Emir of Kano, was there as a guest. Actually, I joined virtually. And he said something very important. He said, if all you do in life is to eat, drink, and then sleep, you're no better than a goat, like an animal. There is no any difference. Because a goat, eats, it drinks, and then it leaves, and then, tomorrow, a day after tomorrow, and the cycle continues. As a human being, you have to go beyond that. Your life has to be about, impacting people, about driving change. And I think, as I said, coming back to Islam, khairun nas man yanfa'un nas, like the best of people is that very person who benefits, other people. So I feel like this is very, very important for us, the youth. We have to take responsibility and, let me say, consider problems which are not ours. They're actually ours in a way, but then which are not directly ours as ours. That's very, very important. And finally, they mentioned, consistency. Whatever you do, especially when you're trying to drive change, you are going to find a lot of obstacles. And consistency is your own way. You have to be resilient. You have to be consistent. With your solutions, with what you want to do. That's very, very important. When you're trying to drive a change, people are going to resist that very change. You have to make sure, like this is normal. You shouldn't be feeling like, surprised that people are trying to block you. It's fine. It's normal. You just have to find your way around it. And I said you have to be resilient. You have to be consistent, enough to, chat forward and see your change like to the end. So in brief, that's all I want to share with you, and I'm wishing you all the best, in your lives. I'm quite sure that you're going to do wonderful things, in this world. I'm looking forward, to reading some of the, things you'll be doing and sharing. Of course, I'm also doing some tiny stuff.
Thank you very much, Abdul. I'm sure every one of us is engaged and there is no goal among us. So now, do we have some questions from the audience? Please raise your hand. Then I will ask you questions. Now that you've heard
questions,
yeah,
then we will ask questions.
Exactly. So now you've heard experiences from Mali, from Egypt, from Azerbaijan, and Nigeria, all about impacting this world. So now I see most of the audience is from Azerbaijan. So maybe you can talk about your engagement in saving our common planet. Okay. Should I design someone or you raise your hand? It is our day today. That's the Youth Day. So we have the right to speak and we have the right to be on the table. So let's start by voicing what we do. Yes, you?
So actually we're here together with child ambassadors, youth ambassadors. Guys, please make yourselves known. Essentially, I believe a couple of weeks ago, we were invited to action to plant trees. So, we all went around planting trees in, where was it? Where did we plant them? Do you guys remember?
Outer regional.
Somewhere on the side of the city. And yeah, we all worked together. It wasn't just us. It was a lot of, I believe, COP volunteers along with some other volunteers. I can't remember which group. What?
Couple youth organization.
No, there were more volunteers as well, other than COP. Anyway, yeah. So that was just one of the things that went a long way to. One of the things that went a long way to take action.
Children protection fund.
Yeah.
In addition to this, so we're gonna, as the child ambassadors from the State Committee for Women's, Children's and Family Affairs, we're gonna host the 6th Child Forum, Azerbaijan Child Forum. So there we have topics focused on ecology, climate science, and just enlightening children around different regions in Azerbaijan here about how we can care for the environment, how we can shift our lifestyle into a more eco-friendly one, and just basically inform them in general. Yeah, that's about it.
Time is not our friend. The last one.
I want to first introduce myself. I'm Ayana Ahmedova and 4 years of volunteer in our Child and Basis Council. I want to just give information about the process of our ecology kind of contents. So firstly, we have 74 or 76 regions in Azerbaijan that we are connected with ecology kind of forms that we are doing. And in every region, we have like about 2 people that who are hosting to our ecology forums, and they are kind of taking the trees and planting them and nourishing our world, and we are doing our best for supporting you and supporting the world that which gave chance to improve ourselves in this way. And thank you for the speech, that chance that you gave us. That's all.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, everyone, for attending the panel and also sharing your experience.
Maybe we should ask I'm sorry. Let me ask you the final question. What would be the name of your initiative, and what's the first thing that comes to your mind for climate? So my name is Sandy Salim on social media. You can send it to me or we can contact after, and then we will have a family picture, so please don't move. Thank you.
Thank you. I think you can approach Sandy for more information. Now we'll take the family picture, so please join us. Thank you.
Ben eşidir söz. Burada eşidim. So, can we start? Good afternoon, distinguished guests, young people, ICESCO Youth Peace Ambassadors. You are welcome to the Youth Leadership in Climate Resilience and Peace Building session of ICESCO Youth Peace Ambassadors. We are deeply grateful for the participation of our keynote speakers of the first part of this session. Here, I would like to introduce our honorable speakers. His Excellency, Dr. Salim Al-Malik, Director General of ICESCO, Islamic World Education, Scientific and Cultural Organizations. You are welcome. Her Excellency, Ms. Bahar Hanum Muradova, Chair of the State Committee on Family, Women and Children Affairs of the Republic of Azerbaijan, and His Excellency, Mr. Adil Çalışkan, Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Family and Social Services of Turkey. Thank you, dear speakers, for being with us in this significant Youth Day of COP29. So, please meet His Excellency, Dr. Salim Al-Malik, the influential Director General of ICESCO, who has been a leading voice for global youth empowerment and climate actions. Your Excellency, first of all, we would like to congratulate you on this successful implementation of ICESCO activities and events during the COP29. And we also commend your productive meeting with the President of Azerbaijan Republic yesterday, during which you engaged in meaningful discussion about COP29 achievements as a significant milestone and exchange ideas on future cooperation opportunities for youth. So your extensive experience engaging with world leaders at forums like COP29 has underscored the critical role of youth in tackling climate change. So Dr. Salim is a key figure who has played a pivotal role in shaping the Islamic world's educational, scientific, and cultural initiatives, and strongly advocates for youth engagement in developing educational, scientific, and cultural projects. His Excellency vision is to empower young people to actively participate in their communities through diverse initiatives that foster innovation, creativity, and leadership skills. So, Your Excellency, giving the critical role of youth in addressing the climate change, what steps can be taken at this high-level session to ensure that the voices are heard and integrated into decision-making process at all levels? We are deeply grateful for the insight, and the floor is yours. Thank you very much.
First of all, I have a speech that is written, but I'm not going to read it. For two reasons. One is I'm talking to the future generation, who are you, the youth. So when I talk to you, I talk with an open heart and making sure that, hope that you will listen. But let me start first by congratulating Azerbaijan. The President Ilham Aliyev, the first Vice President Ms. Mahriban Aliyev, the people, the government of Azerbaijan, the people of Azerbaijan, and the youth of Azerbaijan. 4,500 youth volunteering to work at COP29 is unprecedented. You have shown how strong is Azerbaijan. You have shown the future of Azerbaijan and how Azerbaijan is going to be shaped. You have a leader whom I met yesterday, and majority of our discussion was about youth. Youth in Azerbaijan, youth also at the Islamic world. And he really admired the work that you and all those volunteers has been doing and has been putting in COP29. Now imagine those 4,500 youth, Your Excellency. Imagine in 10 years' time, what do they have? What is, if you ask any one of them, what was the best thing that you have done, I am sure that one of them is going to be that I participated in COP29. So for those who did not participate as a volunteer, but even those who attended, or even those who are listening and watching TV or listening to the radio, you are all engaged and involved in making COP29 a big success, not for Azerbaijan, but for the world at large. Now, at ICESCO, we have a number of flagships that we think that youth could make. And one of our flagships is the Peace Ambassador Program, which I've seen some of them here with us today. We currently have 180 ICESCO Peace Ambassadors who really have represented ICESCO in the way it is, and they are a big advocate for peace. But I think our goal is to reach to 500 peace ambassadors. Now we might shift and say that they are ICESCO peace and environmental ambassador, not just only the peace ambassador, but both. And I think that indicates that the relationship between environment and peace, because without peace you cannot really have a good environment. Now, another issue is that you really need to be an environmental activist. An environmental activist in which that you really have to protect your environment. You have to teach, you have to talk to your parents, you have to talk to your friends, you have to talk to your brothers and sisters, educating them what you have seen at COP29 and how much the world is really caring about some of the issues that our environment, our planet Earth is facing. Now, we, the old people, could speak and could talk and could deliver a lot of things. But you, the young people, are the one who's going to make your planet, Earth, peaceful, prosperous, and good for living. So I encourage you to be active and to involve yourself in being one of the big promoters as a peace, as an environmental activist, working together with any institutions or ministries to take all these climate action that Azerbaijan or other countries or other international organizations have delivered in this COP29, to take them. And I am sure that with you, we will have no problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. So we are deeply grateful for your invaluable experience and for highlighting the significant role that the young people play in shaping a sustainable future. And empowering youth through initiative is truly commendable from your side. Thank you very much. Let me move to the second speakers. Our Honorable Her Excellency Ms. Bahar Khanum Muradova. Ms. Bahar Khanum Muradova has been actively involved in extensive work with youth since the early stages of her long-term public and political career. During 20 years of service in the National Assembly of the Republic of Azerbaijan, including 15 years as a deputy chair of the parliament, issues related to human rights and the development of youth and children were consistently prioritized, and significant efforts were undertaken in these areas. Notably, during the chairmanship of the Parliament's Human Rights Committee, Her Excellency made significant legislative contributions. She was instrumental in the preparation of the relevant legislative proposals and initiated several parliamentary projects aimed at protecting the rights of women, children, youth, and human rights in general, thereby bringing about tangible changes. As the chair of the State Committee on Family, Women, and Children Affairs of the Republic of Azerbaijan, Ms. Bahar Muradova led the adoption of the National Children's Strategy with its framework that includes several legal documents to amend legislation and ongoing projects, continues to shape a brighter future for the children of Azerbaijan. So, dear Bahar Hanum, given your extensive experience, could you kindly share your insights on how young people perceive the negative impact of the global changes on their lives? How do you envision their contribution to practical solutions for global climate change, environmental challenges, and the peace-building process? Thank you very much, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Dinara, for your kind words about me. Dear ladies and gentlemen, Honorable Director General of ICESCO, Mr. Salim El Malik, and the Deputy Minister of Family and Social Services of the Republic of Turkey, Mr. Adil Çalışkan, esteemed guests, dear yours, I would like to greet each of you for your participation and great contribution to this high-level side event. It's an honor to speak at the ICESCO Pavilion within the framework of COP29, which brings together stakeholders from around the world. I wish success to its work in advancing effective actions on climate resilience and sustainability. In recent years, worldwide recognition of the close relationship between human rights and the environment has drawn attention to the fact that this problem is not only an environmental one, but also a social, economic, and security issue. Every day, millions of people around the world feel the effects of conflict-affected climate change in their lives. As active citizens, young people contribute to peace building by offering their own solutions. By participating in climate resilience and environmental initiatives, they also promote the principles of sustainable development. In the fight against climate change, it's important to protect the rights of young people and to consider their specific needs in existing politics and programs. Globally, recent data shows that more than 1 billion young people live in areas vulnerable to climate-related disasters. The work done to promote education and awareness among young people emphasizes the importance for them not only to adapt, but also to be active in the progress. I would like to particularly emphasize that alongside ecological problems, climate change and resource scarcity create tensions among people, ultimately deepening conflicts. The United Nations Peacebuilding Support Office notes that in many conflict-affected countries, young people make up more than half of the population. In this regard, involving them in peace-building efforts can help prevent violence and promote sustainable development. At the same time, young people should actively use social media to raise awareness about climate change and peace and stimulate discussions in these areas. Digital platforms allow youth to reach a broader audience and share their ideas. Your leadership should not be limited to individual initiatives. Listening to their voices, embracing their ideas, and involving them in decision-making processes means preparing for a more sustainable and fair future. The environmental situation is a key component of the country's long-term development strategy. Extensive efforts are being made to address environmental issues in Azerbaijan. A number of important state programs, socio-economic development strategies, and large-scale action plans for the efficient use of resources are being implemented. Extensive restoration and reconstruction efforts, landmine clearance, and the rebuilding of territories based on a unified concept such as smart city and smart village are being carried out in the liberated areas. Young people working together with social communities implement projects in the fields of nature, conservation and waste management, create startups. Modern youth, by participating in various international climate events and conferences, represent their country's climate policy and collaborate with global youth. I am sure that this encourages their knowledge exchange and networking. To ensure climate resilience and peace-building, young ambassadors should have to create different virtual platforms such as Let's Unite for Peace, where they could continuously discuss and keep these topics in the attention. Let us acknowledge that our youth, with their energy, creativity, and determination, are the architects of a strong and harmonious world. As we move forward, let us continue to support their mission, because a sustainable future is in our hands, in the determined hands and open hearts of our youth, along with the unwavering support of organizations like ICESCO. Thank you for your attention, and thank you, Mr. Malik.
Thank you, Bahar Hanum, for sharing your vision of a future where youth actively participate in tackling climate issues through innovative solutions and initiatives like you proposed just now, Let's Unite for Peace. Your words actually inspire us to harness the energy and creativity of our young generation for a more sustainable and harmonious world. So the next, because we have a shortage of time, I think there's some signs from their side. The last speaker is His Excellency Adil Çalışkan, Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Family and Social Services of Turkey, with 70 years of experience in various roles at the Ministry of Environment, Urbanization and Climate Change. His Excellency has demonstrated strong leadership in public service, and drawing on his extensive experience at the Ministry of Environment, he is now applying his expertise in environmental sensitivity to support and uplift vulnerable groups. So, Your Excellency, the climate change disproportionately impacts the vulnerable groups, particularly women and children, underscoring the need to enhance their resilience. Could you elaborate on the initiatives undertaken by the Ministry of Family and Social Services of Turkey to support women and children in this context? And what role do you envision for young people in addressing these challenges? Thank you, and floor is yours.
Dear ICESCO representatives, Honorable Minister, dear young people, distinguished guests, I am really delighted to be with you today. Climate change is a challenge to concern all of us, every nation and the entire world. While its impacts are universal, each of us experiences in the issue in unique and diverse ways. Hurricanes in the United States, devastating floods in Germany, Belgium, and the Netherlands, as well as wildfires in Amazon rainforest, are just a few striking examples of the global change we face. Unfortunately, Turkey has also experienced a similar disaster in recent years. I would like to emphasize that our country stands among those that take and fulfill their responsibilities regarding climate change in the most effective manners. The 2053 net zero emission target announced by our president is one of the concrete indicators of this. Turkey integrated the goal of its strategies and policies across all sectors, including industry, agriculture, transportation, and social services. With this framework, all environmental initiatives and climate change efforts are currently implemented through the Zero Waste Project, led under the auspices of the First Lady, Her Excellency Emine Erdoğan. The most critical stakeholders in these endeavors are young people, whose contributions are invaluable. At this point, I would like to emphasize that youth of country are key actors in climate change and environment efforts. Today, our climate ambassador play an active role in policy making and decision-making process. Every contribution of our young people make an issue that directly shapes our future in immense value to us. They have the energy, innovative idea, and determination needed to carry this struggle forward efficiently and to make a meaningful impact on the world. Today, young people are most powerful actors of digital age. They are leading a remarkable transformation through campaigns and initiatives they have launched in this area. As the ministry, we are implementing projects to help engineering girls and young women who are neither education nor employment to enhance their skills in these fields. We offer training and counseling service to more 1,200 female engineering students and 400 young women. Furthermore, young people in Turkey are increasingly adopting in sustainable lifestyles. The prioritize reducing their carbon footprint by choosing environmentally friendly products and supporting local organic producers. Our vision document an action plan of protection and empowerment of the family in one of them. Family-sensitive environmental policies and increasing the releases of families to disasters and emergencies are among our key strategic priorities. We are sensitive to the negative impact of climate change on women and girls. In this regard, environment climate change is a key focus. The Women Empowerment Strategy document and action plan for 2024 and 2028. Through this plan, we aim to ensure women active participation in addressing these challenges, believing that empowering women will lead to sustainable solution, raise local awareness, and strengthen the resilience of affected communities. On the other hand, unfortunately, disasters caused by climate change are an unavoidable reality. In times of disaster, our ministry has critical responsibilities. In such emergencies, all our personnel respond immediately. We coordinate both in-kind and in-cash assistance required by citizens. Additionally, through a psychosocial support teams, we offer support and minimize the trauma and anxiety of those affected by disaster, helping to restore their mental well-being. I would like to conclude my remarks by sharing a few final thoughts of young people. We have saying that young people, the madness of blood. In this sense, you young people carry big dreams and big boundless courage. They have brilliant intelligence and the potential to recognize emerging developments and take the necessary actions. I am confident that the potential will evolve into solution-oriented strategies to address climate change. Furthermore, I believe it's important that support of young people extend in the sphere of the influence and peace discourses and service as a voice for especially vulnerable communities. Our world, our shared home, will always benefit for the contributions of our youth. We will continue to stand by our young people and sincerely thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, Your Excellency. So we appreciate your insights and into the initiatives by the Ministry of the Family and Social Services of Turkey to empower women and protect children amid climate change. So these proactive measures, which you just highlighted, are vital in providing the necessary support to those most affected group of the children and the women. So coming to the end of the session, and since we have it also the tight deadline with the next session as well, so I would like from our side to express our profound gratitude to our esteemed speakers. So your insights into youth empowerment and climate action have inspired all of us and reinforced the importance of engaging the next generation in these critical discussions. We also extend our gratitude to all attendees of the ICESCO session on the Youth Day COP29. Thank you very much for your contribution. I know that you want to have a picture with our esteemed speakers. If you're allowed, our youth will join you. Thank you very much.
Yeah? And I don't need a microphone, right?
No, you have the
Mikrofon söndürüyorsun yanladı.
Ben de yanıldım.
Neyse diyerem.
Karşıyım değil mi? شيء اللي ICESCO.
Ben çıkışımdan sonra giderim değil mi ona? Çıkıştan sonra götüreceğim.
Honorable guests, dear participants, ladies and gentlemen, I am honored and privileged to give a start to our topic, to our panel. And the topic of our panel entails all of us to connect the past, present, and future based on our life expectations, but also from the perspective of values added into our practical activities. Our predecessors preserved and transferred the centuries-old agricultural traditions to their successors, and the next generations further enriched these traditions and created phenomenal cultural heritage. The agricultural traditions have been uniquely manifested in our mental and physical expressions, especially in its non-material forms, such as the dances, cuisine, gastronomy. Those traditions and respective heritage are represented the data of the past and the exceptional foundation for the data analytics of the current time to forecast the future of the agriculture and even the culture in the context of the climate change. The latter phenomenon actually made us to look at the human activity through the horizons of the changing time and world, to perceive the adherence to the data or history of the soil, its dynamics, the elements to safeguard, and those to be adjusted via the application of the smart technologies and innovations.
Today's event embodies a holistic approach to sustainable development, aiming to integrate the strength of agriculture heritage with cutting-edge science and technology to address some of the most pressing issues we face: climate change adaptation, biodiversity conservation, and resource management. Through this partnership, we hope to empower communities by not only preserving their heritage, but also equipping them to thrive in a changing world. In the field of Earth observations, technology provides a vital window into our landscapes and resources. Remote sensing enables us to monitor the health of ecosystems, identify biodiversity hotspots, and assess water resources. Through Earth observations technologies, we can visualize the landscapes of our agricultural heritage and make data-driven decisions that enhance resilience. This approach allows us to anticipate risks such as drought or soil degradation, rather than merely reacting to them, helping communities to proactively adapt their agriculture practices. Through our session today, we collectively can set a model that not only addresses immediate climate threats, but also preserves our cultural identity and ecological landscapes for future generations.
I'm confident that this very panel, first of this type of the meetings on the thought-provoking topic, will be pioneering to synchronize our ideas and to find synergies of diverse rapprochements. Thus, to streamline our ideas and to witness the good correlation between agricultural traditions and cultural heritage in the context of the climate change, I'd like now to pass the floor to our distinguished panelists. First of all, I'd like to pass the floor to His Excellency Minister, Mr. Majnun Mammadov. Minister, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Your Excellency, honored guests, esteemed colleagues, distinguished attendees, ladies and gentlemen. It's an honor, it's a profound privilege for me to meet you all here and have a chance to address you in Baku, Azerbaijan in the COP29. We meet at a critical juncture as nations seek ways to balance growth and sustainability in the realities of climate change. Under this theme, integrating tradition with innovation, Azerbaijan's approach to sustainable agriculture in the context of climate change. I hope we shed a light on how our ancient practices and advanced solutions come together today to foster resilience, protect biodiversity, and shape a sustainable future for all of us. Azerbaijan is a land which is rich in history and deep-rooted agricultural traditions that have sustained our people for centuries and centuries. Our diverse climate supports a variety of crops, grains, vegetables, cotton, tobacco, grapes, citrus. Our expertise in sericulture, in viticulture, and beekeeping, passed down through generations, is embedded in our national heritage. Yet as climate change challenges grow, so must our approach to agriculture, preserving these traditions through modern reforms aimed at biodiversity conservation and water management. Climate change affects every region of the world, and Azerbaijan is no exception to that. In recent years, we have seen more frequent droughts, irregular rainfall, and increased water scarcity, which has led from 80 to 90% of production of food depend to the irrigation. More than half of our water originating from outside of Azerbaijani borders. I would say even more than 70%. Thus, efficient water management has become an extreme priority as precipitation patterns shift throughout the year. To address these challenges, we are modernizing our irrigation systems to make each drop of water count. Our respect for innovation aligns closely with our commitment to tradition. In cotton farming, for instance, we have combined time-honored techniques with climate-smart methods, achieving nearly a six-fold increase in land dedicated to cotton since 2015, and raising productivity from 1.2 tons per hectare to 3 tons per hectare. This model of blending tradition with modern technology extends across agricultural fields, strengthening our sector's sustainability and farmers' competitiveness. Innovative practices are now shaping Azerbaijan's agricultural landscape. Conservation tillage, cover cropping, crop rotation, and precision agriculture enhance soil health and reduce dependence on synthetic fertilizers. Cutting greenhouse gas emissions. Techniques like no-till or strip-till farming deployed in the large agroparks help sequester carbon and promote sustainable soil management, which are integral to our strategy. The government of Azerbaijan is committed to ensuring food security, improving farmer competitiveness, and promoting sustainable agriculture. From 2025, significant funds will support field-protecting forest strips, further safeguarding our agricultural lands and our soil management. Collaboration with the German Institute for Grapevine Breeding has identified more than 100 local grape varieties, reviving our viticultural heritage and promoting climate-resilient vineyards. Additionally, partnerships with the International Atomic Energy Agency are developing local cotton varieties that can better withstand water scarcity. To promote local products and celebrate our agricultural heritage, we organize festivals across the country throughout the year. Events like the Pomegranate Festival in Göçay, or Hazelnut and Walnut Festival in Zagatala, or Tea, Rice and Citrus Festival in Lankaran are very few examples to them. They highlight Azerbaijan's diverse agricultural strengths and support to local communities. The annual National Yaylaq Festival honors our tradition of migrating to mountain pastures, preserving cultural ties to the land, and fostering sustainable practices. Last but not the least, Azerbaijan is dedicated to supporting and preserving traditional areas to protect the environment, enhance biodiversity, and improve livelihoods in rural regions. Notably, in 2022, the Ministry of Agriculture established a working group to identify and protect nationally important agricultural heritage systems in Azerbaijan. This initiative aims to develop an institutional framework for the identification, preservation of these heritage sites. Nationally important agricultural heritage systems include traditional agricultural systems that contribute to national food security, biodiversity, and cultural identity through time-honored practices passed down through generations up to now, and how we hope for the future. Ladies and gentlemen, the challenges posed by the climate change are immense, but our response must be equally strong. By connecting our ancient knowledge with cutting-edge technology, we are addressing today's challenges while laying a foundation for a resilient, prosperous future for our generations. Together, we can create a world that honors past, meets today's needs, and safeguards resources for generations to come. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you for enlightening us about the perspectives of Azerbaijan as the individual country, but also giving us the notion how the individual countries can contribute to this topic. With that in mind, I'd like to pass the floor to those that are shedding the light to this very topic within the multilateral forum. So I'd like to give the floor to Director General of ICESCO. So, Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Thank you very much. Once again, congratulations to Azerbaijan. Congratulations, Your Excellency, for this outstanding organization of the COP29. Dear Minister, dear Assistant Director General, Excellency, distinguished guests, dear colleagues, it is an honor to address you today at COP29 as we explore how heritage, culture, and sustainability intersect to tackle challenges of climate change, biodiversity loss, and water scarcity. I am delighted to present ICESCO strategy developed in collaboration with our partners to integrate agricultural heritage with modern practices and create pathways for sustainable development. The strategy is not just about preserving our past. It is a forward-looking approach that leverages the rich agricultural knowledge of our member state to address contemporary challenges. Our focus is on harnessing traditional wisdom combined with modern technology to promote resilience and sustainability. Allow me to highlight the 5 core components of our strategy. First, climate adaptation. Integrating indigenous agricultural knowledge with modern climate science to build resilience against changing environmental conditions. Second, biodiversity conservation. Cultivating heritage crops and using traditional land management practices to enhance biodiversity and food security. Third, water management, combining ancient irrigation techniques with modern tools like GIS to optimize water use and address water scarcity. Fourth, soil preservations and sustainable agriculture, promoting traditional soil management practices to maintain soil health and reduce dependence on chemical inputs. Fifth, sociocultural preservation, safeguarding traditional knowledge and practices to enrich cultural fabric and support rural communities. In addition to these pillars, we will initiate pilot projects across our member state to explore how these strategies can be applied in real-world context. By fostering regional collaboration, we aim to share knowledge and best practices that can drive sustainable agricultural practices. In closing, I would like to express my deepest appreciation to our partners, the Food and Agriculture Organization, FAO, and the Ministry of Agriculture of the Republic of Azerbaijan. Your collaboration has been invaluable in shaping this strategy, and we look forward to continue cooperating in the years ahead. And I just want to add also that I was in a meeting with the Director General of ECROM, who's just joined now. And I was discussing the strategy with her, and she would like to be also our fourth partner in this. So welcome to joining us. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Well, I don't need the microphone, I have mine. So yeah, it was very interesting to see how you are bringing the strategy into this very new topic, Excellency. But at the same time, I think that we should also listen to another perspective. While we are talking about the cultural heritage, another very perspective or other side of the coin is the agricultural traditions. So we cannot but mention also the FAO and its involvement into this issue and its perspective. So I'd like to give the floor to Assistant Director General of Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations to enlighten us about this very perspective in order to complement what we started within this very panel. So Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, Minister of Agriculture and Director General of ICESCO. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure and my honor to be here representing the FAO. I will give you a presentation and would like to particularly present the GS system of FAO, a flagship program of FAO. And if you don't know what it stands for, it's Globally Important Agriculture Heritage Systems. GS represents remarkable agricultural systems, which include crop and livestock production, fisheries, aquaculture and forestry. They are remarkable because they result from a long co-adaptation between human communities and their environment. These communities have adapted and developed these food systems through a set of knowledge and skills and sustainable practices. They have ensured the transmission and conservation of typical traditional knowledge associated biodiversity, landscape and identities while meeting their needs and aspirations. Now, the GS program's goals is first to identify, then designate and then promote the dynamic conservation of remarkable agricultural systems worldwide. In short, it aims to provide international recognition to traditional and sustainable agricultural systems, to activate actions for their sustainable development and increased resilience of farming and the fishing communities. To date, around the world, we have 89 sites in 28 countries. I'm putting it forwards and backwards. 89 GIS sites in 28 countries that have been designated worldwide, and the program continues to grow as there are currently about 20 proposals submitted for further evaluation. Among these countries, ICESCO member countries are well represented, with designated sites in Algeria, Bangladesh, Egypt, Indonesia, Iran, Morocco, Tunisia, and the United Arab Emirates. Tajikistan is also starting an evaluation process, while other countries, such as Azerbaijan, have officially begun preparing their applications. Now, why are GIS so special and how are they identified? The systems are selected based on 5 criteria: food and livelihood security, agrobiodiversity, local and traditional knowledge systems, cultural value systems and social organizations, and finally, landscape and seascape features. The selection of GS sites relies on the existence, interdependence, and interrelation of these 5 elements within a given territory. Although we don't use the UNESCO's concept of outstanding values, FAO's approach aligns much more with its mandate through the concept of global importance. These are systems that are treasures for humanity, as they are open-air repositories of outstanding and sustainable agricultural practices, examples of resilient and adaptive food systems, living spaces where agriculture is rooted in social management practices and community solidarity, and in situ banks of unique biodiversity. But GIAs also face challenges, such as unfair competition in markets, lack of visibility and esteem, exodus and abandonments in some places, lack of adapted legal frameworks, lack of awareness by governments and consumers, and of course, climate change and accelerated losses. That is why the application to becoming a GIAS is composed of two main chapters. First, it is dedicated to describing how the proposed system fits the selection criteria, and the second part is an action plan for dynamic conservation in response to potential challenges faced by the systems. And both chapters are compulsory. Now, dynamic conservation is a key concept in GIAS, blending conservation with development. The objective is not to preserve agriculture as a static museum, but to enable its evolution through a balanced approach that combines development and innovation with the preservation of culture, knowledge, and biodiversity. These actions can take many forms and are designed through participatory consultation. As a result, they may include legal frameworks, knowledge transfer, product marketing, tourism, research, and much more. Now, the expected impacts of GIAS designation is anticipated at three main levels. Globally, through the visibility and promotion offered by FAO's designation, is a recognition that should bring legitimacy to obtain further support and access to international funding opportunities. It also provides the opportunity to be part of an international network. At national level, the designation seeks to engagement and commitment from governments and ministries in the governments through decisions and actions, particularly by creating a supportive legal framework to enhance awareness at that level. And finally, locally, concrete actions and mobilizations are expected to support capacity building and provide assistance to those communities. As a conclusion, GIAs have much to contribute to the goods and services they provide daily and their vital role in knowledge and biodiversity conservation. They offer solutions and opportunities to enhance humanity's resilience, particularly in the face of climate change, with knowledge co-creation serving as a powerful tool to build a sustainable future. However, GIAs also require stronger support and actions from the international community to help countries effectively address their challenges and make these communities thrive. It is for this reason that ICESCO and GIAS have much to share, and the GIAS Secretariat wish to express its interest and ability to work hand in hand with ICESCO. And with that, I thank you very much for your attention, and please don't hesitate to reach out to the Secretariat, of course to me as FAO, directly for any further questions you may have. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Among our panelists, we have also the person that will scientifically figure out the situation with regard to this very two phenomenon, namely the agricultural traditions and also cultural heritage. Mr. El-Askari, expert of Earth observations, advisor of Director General of ICESCO. You have the floor.
Thank you so much, Mr. Azad, and it's quite a privilege and honor to be here with all of you today. Your Excellency, Minister of Agriculture, Your Excellency, Director General of ICESCO, and Assistant Director of FAO. Great to have all of you here. I usually start by putting, the stage about the most pressing issues which are facing humanity nowadays. And from this slide, what you can see here is the succession of the different kind of colors, the most pressing global risks facing humanity. And by color, it represents risks of economic importance or environmental or geopolitical or societal or technological. And you can see the evolution of colors across time. You can see, that we are going in the green direction in the coming 10 years, which is showing us that the majority of the global risks facing humanity are going to be in the areas of environmental region, where we are facing, loss of crop productivity, loss of biodiversity, extreme weather events like natural disasters by all means, and of course on top of all water scarcity issues. And these are the problems that we are going to be facing. And I cannot add more after the minister, His Excellency, about the water scarcity problem that the whole world is facing, and we are going to be facing more in the future. And this is how we can learn from our past heritage and our cultural heritage in the crop rotations or the usage of nutrients and whatnot. So what we do here is try to see the evolution of our climate system. So I'm showing you here a projection of our climate and how it is shaping and how it is changing over the years. And you can see the temperature is really increasing across time. And you can see moving towards the end of the century, you can see all the red colors which are prevailing across the map. And you can see in the tropical region where the majority of the humans are living, you can see how much the temperature is going to be changing. And this is one of not the very extreme climate scenarios, but you can see the shape of the planet by 2100. If we don't do something about it. And when we talk about that, you can imagine, from a map like this showing you the huge amount of droughts that we are facing in Southern Europe and North Africa. This is a satellite image from a satellite which is based on gravitational potential. So it's a gravity satellite showing you all these dark hot spots are areas where you have severe water scarcity and what you are expecting, from the soil in these kind of places. So you are going to be losing a lot of crop productivity. You are going to have more and more severe situations of water scarcity with such a map and the projections of it. And this is by NASA. It has been mentioned that this is the worst drought situation that we have over the past 900 years. So the situation is really dire, and it requires open minds, and requires the integration of science and the integration of the tools and the power of data, coming from Earth observations or from models or from ground measurements, and the integration using the most sophisticated AI tools in order to really be prepared for the future. And this is where the power of Earth observations come into play, where we can see how the satellites can provide us with a wide range of views that human capabilities are not there. We are not able to observe in different regions of the spectrum, but satellites are. So we can look into precipitation cycles across time and over the, you can study your past and understand your present so that you can project your future. You can learn different components of the hydrological cycle. We can see the component of precipitation, of evapotranspiration, of humidity, of moisture, of vegetation. You can understand the whole dynamics of the system. This is a snapshot on the River Nile Basin, one of the most rich civilization basins across the world. And you can see here the changing or the variability in precipitation patterns. This is another map of another satellite imagery showing you something called evapotranspiration, which is very related to crops and to agriculture, and can really show you areas of stress, areas that needs attention. So we can pinpoint areas which are hot spots, areas which are volatile and would require some kind of intervention. And you can see another satellite image here, which is representing for you the soil moisture, another very important component of the hydrological cycle. So this is the power of satellites looking into different regions of the spectrum, be it visible, be it infrared, be it microwave, and help you to understand the dynamics of your system, areas of stress, and how you can react to it and how you can be better prepared for the future. When you put all of this together, you understand the behavior of the vegetation patterns across seasons, across years, across decades. You can look into the past variability, you can understand into the current situation, and then you can put all of this in smart models which can tell you the expectations of the future. And by doing all of that, and that brings us to the last slide, is the need for geospatial intelligence. How we can utilize the power of Earth observations and data science in order to understand vegetation cycles, phenological cycles, where I can have what we call prescription maps. A map that will prescribe for me amount of nutrients, amount of water, amount of moisture, amount of soil salinity, and as such. And then you can have a lot of smart systems on the ground which can help you to be better prepared for the future. So the integration of our past heritage and getting the knowledge from our past and integrating it in a complementarity way with the current technologies will help us to be better prepared for what we can see in our future. And that will be the conclusion of my presentation. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you for not making us scary, but rather alarming us about the future that we can face and to be active or proactive and to take the up-to-date technologies in order to meet all the requirements of nowadays. So with that, I'd like to announce the question and answer sessions open. And benefiting from my privilege of being the moderator, I'll ask the first question myself, if you don't mind. So I want to address the first question to Minister of Agriculture of Azerbaijan. Mr. Minister, you perfectly illustrated how you are trying to preserve agricultural heritage within the present conditions. Then do you really think that the new challenges preclude us from the traditional approach to agriculture, or they imply the careful study of the past records?
Azad, thank you very much for the question. Actually, very interesting and tricky moment. Keeping in mind that we're always talking about innovation, about bringing new things, about bringing new ways of doing a particular job in place. But especially in agriculture, all traditions that today we call as old traditions, somewhere back in the history they were innovations. And the current innovations today, somewhere in the future, they'll be called old traditions. So I wouldn't separate these two. Actually, I would say that our traditional heritage, agricultural way of doing practices, sort of a complementary with innovation and with new approach. If a few years back we were growing let's say, same tomatoes just in the open fields, today we are still growing the tomatoes but in greenhouses where we have a climate control, where we have a humidity control. And with this technology, it's helped us only to produce more, but still the product is the same product, and people growing are more or less the same people. With that in mind, I wouldn't separate them together, but I would say that it's very important to learn from the previous experience, to learn from the traditions, preserve traditions and upgrade traditions for new modern ways of doing it. Traditionally we have the beekeeping, let it be sheep breeding, let it be sericulture that was here in Azerbaijan, but still we see in some cases, even in saffron cultivating, we see that there is not much of a change. But what has brought the change? The precision plantation has brought the change. But has it changed the way we were cultivating the saffron? No. But it has increased the productivity, it has increased the outcome, and it has increased the benefits for the farmers. I would say these both things are complementary and they are hand in hand. And with keeping and preserving our past, our customs, our traditions, we can really look into, and they can be a signal and in some sense for our future innovations. Thank you.
Thank you. If there is any question from the public, yes, please.
Thank you so much. My name is Sandy Selem and I'm ICESCO Youth Peace Ambassador. Thank you for giving me the floor. I would like to ask one question for Mr. Minister. What is one traditional practice that Azerbaijan is used to do in agriculture that is considered now, according to SDGs, sustainable and eco-friendly? Thank you so much.
Thank you.
First of all, I suppose sheep breeding. Our ancestors used to move from one place to another place by changing the pastures. how it is helping to the pasture, because it is helping to regenerate that pasture whenever a particular breed of sheep is taken from one place to another place and returning there the next season. So this is the first that came to my mind, that and with the return of Karabakh, actually, we can so clearly see that. We see that how for last 30 years, because our farmers who used to grow sheep in Lachin and in Kelbajar, they didn't have any place to go apart from the middle part of Azerbaijan, and they were pasturing their sheep only on the same place. And we saw how those places are degraded today. And as soon as last 3 years back, when we started the program of visiting the pastures in the mountains, we see how the places back here in the middle places started to change, and how the efficiency for the sheep started to increase from the birth perspectives of new sheep in the mountains.
Is there anybody else asking the question? If not, then second question will go to Excellency, to you, to ICESCO. Mr. Director General, traditional agricultural knowledge and culture practices have to be transmitted to new generations to preserve intangible cultural heritage. What might be the best fitting, permanent and solid framework and solutions to safeguard traditions and cultures at this very stage?
Well, this is a very interesting question. I will leave it to the advisor of the Director General to answer.
I have my question coming to me very, very soon. Okay, so on behalf of His Excellency, like His Excellency Minister of Agriculture mentioned, I don't see a competition here between, like, cultural heritage and new technologies. Actually, it's on the opposite. What I see here is a relation of complementarity. Like, we are learning from the past. And actually, like, as you mentioned, Your Excellency, like, what we are observing right now, in few years, a few decades, it's going to be obsolete. We are going to say, like, those kind of old technologies. So right now, when we are doing even, like, AI tools or machine learning or any of that, it all depends on learning from as much data as you have. So we need to be preserving our cultural heritage and learn from it in order to be able to sustain, and in order to be able to look into more sustainable practices. Actually, I like the question very much from you, because, like, you really want to see the evolution of, like, our old practices and what proves to be sustainable. And this is how we learn, because, like, when we get from the past, when we learn from our past, and now we have ways of assessing quality of the data. And data is the new oil nowadays. Like, data is very, very important. And our future ways of adapting to the current situations will never be correct unless we are having data-driven solutions, and it's based on science and based on data. And this is what we are trying to do, and this is what His Excellency is always asking us to do. When you talk with Dr. El Malik, the first thing that he will tell you, innovation. So he is big on innovation, and he is always talking about how we can bring, like, the current technologies, the current advances in technologies and data sciences and the Earth observations to learn from our past for shaping our future.
Mr. Eskari, since you have the floor, then let me attack you with the second question.
Oh my God, okay.
So today we don't accept any idea without a data. If it's not based on a data, it's just an opinion, but not a proposal advice. So agriculture, traditional culture practices, as you mentioned, also constitute the data, specific data that reached to us across the generations. So now, given the implications of the climate change, what should be the best way to benefit from the merged data of the traditions and practices for the sake of better treatment of the soil and more benefits?
Great question. Actually, it's like quite thought-provoking question, because now you make us, like, start to think about what happened in the past, what was working, and learn from it, so that we can see what's happening in the future. Before this event, we had a side conversation with His Excellency the Minister, and he was talking about. I was telling him about crop switching, and then he told me crop rotation. So crop switching is the new terminology of what's happening nowadays in terms of adapting and looking into ways of innovation, which was the same kind of practice that we had before, which is crop rotation. So we are learning from our past in order to see what might be happening in the future. And in my opinion, like as you mentioned, data is the most important thing right now. We need to make our decisions based on data. And the more you are data driven, the more you are making your decisions based on informed analysis and have really scientific evidence, the more it's going to be sustainable. And this is how I call it, the two faces of sustainability. Because at the end of the day, and I think Fao is going to agree with me on that, at the end of the day, you want to close your value chain. So you want to have sustainable, marketable, sellable products that can survive. Like, you don't want to start a project because, as Your Excellency mentioned, the ministry might give support in a certain direction, and once the ministry is out, everything is going to stop, and this is not what we want. We want things to be sustained, so you really need to look into sustainable and marketable solutions which can really continue to grow after the champion left it off the ground and let it fly. We need to keep it flying. So yeah, I really like your question and how you are bridging between our past heritage with our present technologies and our future that we are shaping right now. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, if we don't have any further question from the auditorium, then I have another question going to Excellency of FAO, Assistant Director General. Well, you had a very great presentation, and you really gave us the new information about what you can do at this current stage of development. But I think we might need further elaboration, and you will have a chance while getting this very question. Traditional agricultural knowledge, is very important, and culture and agriculture have been developing together in a mutually reinforcing manner. Today we can speak about the cultural but also agricultural heritage. And while being in the context of climate change, how could the heritage of these two phenomena be of help within modern conditions?
Thank you. That's a very good question. I'll give you two reasons, and I'm going to illustrate those two reasons with two examples of GIA's accredited sites. So first, the importance of these traditional agricultural systems in the context of climate change. The first reason why they are important and need to be protected is because they provide some of the solutions, because they have been developing for decades and sometimes hundreds of years. So they're providing blueprints of things that have worked. So I'll give you an example. One of the GIA sites is a forest in a peninsula in Japan where shiitake mushrooms grow. It's an oak forest. The runoff from the forest feeds a number of ponds that are used as rice paddies and aquaculture sites. So you have the whole holistic understanding of that environment. And that has been operating for decades. So it provides some of the solutions of things that work. The other side to look at is that at the same time, then there are sites that are going to be at risk from climate change. And I'll give you another example. One of the sites that we have accredited is the oyster farmers in Jeju Island in the Republic of Korea, right? These are women divers that dive for oysters and sea cucumbers and have been doing again for decades. That is a fishery very much affected by climate change. Ocean acidification and warming might actually stop that fishery. And if that is the case, then you don't only lose the production, you actually lose a way of life, you lose a community connector. So at the same time of providing solutions to climate change, they are at risk of climate change. And this has to be taken into consideration when we move forward. And that's why this GIA's concept of identifying important agricultural sites is so relevant in the context of climate change.
Excellency, thank you very much. And before I make some conclusions, together with Professor El Askari and with his kind help, I'd like to ask you to give a big applause to our panelists. So if you allow me, well, after what we heard from the Excellencies, well, we also witnessed that there is a linkage between agricultural traditions and cultural heritage, and it necessitates a particular attention. International organizations like ICESCO and FAO have to make this topic part and parcel of their scientific and ICRAM as well, absolutely, and research-based activities, among others. Individual countries like Azerbaijan could benefit from their rich agricultural traditions and very deep cultural heritage and contribute to the activities on the topic run within multilateral frameworks. And last but not least, there should be well-designed actions in this regard, combining scientific and practical research as well as relevant formal frameworks to advance findings and integrate them in the context of climate change and common action against the implications of this phenomenon.
Thank you so much, Mr. Azad. Let me thank you so much for your great moderation, and it has been a privilege to be working with you on the layout of this session. You did a great job. I think from what we see right now, and even like His Excellency Dr. El Malik extending the arms of collaboration on stage, it's a clear testament. This is what ICESCO is always doing. We are providing the platform, the domain, the leadership, in order to join forces and to extend hands of collaboration and provide the way of looking into meaningful solutions. I remember a couple of days ago we had one of the side events, and we announced our really thoughtful steps in establishing the ICESCO hub, which will be targeting water security issues and biodiversity. And what His Excellency, the Minister and the Assistant Director of FAO mentioned today, is very well aligned with the kind of mindset that ICESCO is having to preserve our cultural heritage, as well as to make use of the new science technology in order to address and to come up with meaningful solutions on the ground. Things which can really make a difference in the people's life. Identifying hotspots, as His Excellency mentioned. I had the privilege to go to Jeju Island and to teach for Ewha University in Korea, and I'm fully aware of what he was talking about. So climate change is a fact. We see the impacts, and we know how it's going to be shaping our future, and we need some actions today. And I think what we saw today is one step in the hopeful direction, and it's quite an honor to be part of this initiative, and looking forward to fruitful outcomes coming from this partnership and collaboration. And thank you so much for giving me the floor.
Thank you very much. I'd like to thank again the panelists for their time, for being open and accessible for the public, and the public for their very, very vigorous effect and also reaction to what's going on in this very sphere. Thank you very much.